play a big part in the success of this program, and it was easy to see. And another thing I learned too is a lot of what we're doing here is based on our registrations. And what I learned is in the states where there is not enforcement for registration, there is no money. Flat out, no money. Nevada has their OHV program, and Nevada is the highest public land state, is Nevada. We're close to them. We're only 2 or 3% behind them, but they still are the highest state of public lands. And their program monies for grants was right around $200,000 or $300,000 because they have zero enforcement, and everybody knows it. Nobody registers their motorcycles in Nevada. You don't need to, because they don't have anybody that will enforce it. The sheriff's office, the local communities don't. There's no enforcement. So that enforcement tool, in a lot of ways, brings us a lot of money. The other thing I've been thinking, they sent an invite out to speak at a conference in October. I haven't quite bit off on it yet, but I've been trying to brainstorm what to talk about. We do a lot, the OHV community. We carry a lot of the burden for everybody. We're going to see some search and rescue applications here. And you know my thoughts on search and rescue, doing it for Emery County, it's still there. But we fund, even though we're funding a lot of motorized stuff, that's our primary purpose. And you'll see applications that are fully justifiable for motorized opportunities and grants. Hands down, we can justify it all day long. But a side part of that is, the stuff that they get is going to be used for non-motorized stuff. Our parking lots, our trailheads are going to be used for non-motorized. We can't completely separate it. Sure, we got to do due diligence in protecting and making sure our OHV money goes to solid OHV things. But the byproduct of that is we support a lot of things out there. When trails are out there being maintained, a lot of street legal vehicles are using them that have nothing to do with the OHV program. We have some trails with snowmobile parking lots that are being groomed, that are being cleared, that we're paying for out of the program. We carry a lot for the entire recreational community. And I know our sole mission, I don't want to get lost on that. Please don't go say, Wade saying we're supporting non-motorized, but it's the fact, it's a byproduct of what we're doing. It's a big picture here. Because I know, as search and rescue, I've got grants and motorcycles I've used. I've scraped people off the desert. I've scraped dead bodies off the desert using motorcycles that this committee has given me. But I've also gone out and rescued a hiker or two. So it's a big picture on what we're doing. So I appreciate that. I appreciate what you guys are doing with that. And just a couple of thoughts. We've got a lot of monies going out, a lot of requests. Rachel will testify to you that this is a big grant cycle.
Time of year? Yeah.
For this time of year, this is usually supposed to be an easy one for Rachel, and it has not been. And I want to thank Rachel and Jorge and Patrick for everything you guys have done in getting all this together. It's been a lot of work. And to be honest with you, some of the applications were struggling a bit. And it took a lot of extra prodding, a lot of extra work on these applications on Rachel's part and Jorge's part to make this possible. So thank you, all of you, for what you do for us. I appreciate it. And if you guys just knew how stressful it is for Rachel this time of year and the last 3 or 4 days, but thank you, Rachel. We appreciate you very much. In deciding our grants, the biggest thing that when we look at grants, I think it's important to look at what can we leverage back. It's all about leveraging. That's the purpose of the grant. If the grant gets a little bit, what does the OHV community leverage out of that grant? And I think as we review the grants, I would hope that each one of you would ask that question: what is the leverage that I will give back to the OHV community from this particular grant? Some of them are better than others. And that's what the council here is to decide on and to advise on, which one of those gets the greatest leverage back to our OHV community. What gets stuff on the ground to increase that user experience? Because this money is sacred. To me, it's sacred because I write out a check. I think I have probably 4 or 5 OHVs in my garage. And yeah, I have a problem. My wife will tell you that. I'm trying to sell one. I keep telling her, I promise you I'll sell one. But, you know, the money, when you go out and write out that check, it's a lot easier to write out when you know that a big portion of that is going to support the program. It's going to support a kiosk, a trailhead, maybe a map. I don't know. But nonetheless, it sure makes it a lot easier when you write out that check for that registration fee, because we know where it goes. So leverage your money the best you can. Take a look at them and see, you know, what's going to give the users the biggest bang for their buck on this program. Let's see if I've been kind of going through my mind. We have some search and rescue applications coming out. Rachel asked me, we had talked about providing numbers on some of these applications, on some of these search and rescues, what they have got money in the past. And if the council, when these come up, or would like me to let them know what we've given the different search and rescue teams in the past, I've got those numbers for you too. And one day, it just kind of got hectic for us, but one day we'll also let you know by county where the money's going to. And Rachel's got some of those stats. I'm just not really ready for them right now, but maybe our next one.
Yeah, like the machines, trying to figure out, because there's some agencies like BLM or Forest Service where it's multi-counties. So it's really kind of hard to distinguish where that machine technically is county-wise. But the majority of them we'll get a list based off of equipment and where everything is. So we'll be working on that.
I think it's good to know for us to go back to our counties, because really all of us represent a county in the way here, to go back and, you know, when you're having those conversations off the side with your county commissioners, hey, you know, this county's got $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 in the last year from the OHV program. I think that gives us a lot, especially when you get some commissioners that may be frustrated with the program, or they have private property and OHV is zipping off on their bills. It's really nice to know that we are giving back into the counties in a big way. So I do have that data. If when they come up, if you want to ask, I can certainly provide that to you, because some of the search and rescues get a lot, and some of them don't ask for a lot, and money's kind of tight, and some of them, you know, there's some that haven't had a whole lot from the OHV side. So anyway, just kind of a couple updates. We've talked a little bit about our heavy equipment crew. That's still moving forward. It's not moving quite as fast as I want it to be. I think there actually is a sense of urgency with everything we're going on, but it is moving forward. The first step in this process is they're going to hire a coordinator that's going to coordinate the heavy equipment crew and where they go, and the regular trail crews, which I'll talk about a little bit later. And also they're going to handle the snowmobile grooming side of things. Because there's this whole network of snowmobiling that's part of our program. We have 15 groomers out there. And there's over 69 people associated with 15 groomers. And that's a big thing. So this coordinator will help with that as well, which will in turn help free up some time for me to continue on with this. So then that happens, then we're going to get the 2 operators. We're still focused on putting them down in Richfield. So, and I think that's a great opportunity to put these positions down there, especially what's going on right now with all the fires down there. Literally, we've got work to do down there and help with Forest Service. So that's moving forward. I'm still excited about that. Hopefully, I'll have some more information soon on that. Let's see. I think that's about all I have. Does anybody have any questions for me?
When do you think the new trail crew will be fully up and running? Like with hiring, training? supplying, when do you think they'll be able to start actually doing work?
I wish I knew.
And is there anything?
My
we can do to make it
goal
go
was to
faster?
have them going up by October 1st. Because I would really like to catch the tail end of the season on the forest and then transition them out to the desert. So I think in looking at it right now, I think we'd be lucky to have them going by probably November 1st or December 1st. The pace on that stuff. So like I said, I think it's an urgent thing with all the fires that's going on Mountain, because it's literally probably the premier PNG network trails is going in the entire state of Utah. And they took D8s and stuff right down the middle of them. So there's a lot of work to get that trail rehabilitated back down to 15th. So I appreciate the question, and anything you can do to help prod this along as a council, that would be great. Any other questions?
With the breakdown by counties, can we get a better breakdown of grantees? So one of the questions on the review is, have they demonstrated an ability to pay that previous grant? Well, sometimes we just don't know, there's so many. Can we get a list of everybody that's put in a grant?
Yeah.
And just so you know, one thing that I'm gonna take on this next little bit is reviewing those grants and getting out in the field and seeing them. I've done a few, and as I start getting a handle on my job, I intend to be out in the field and see more of those. But yes, we can definitely get a copy of.
Yeah, if we could just have some kind of an easily accessible library of people who have gotten grants.
Yeah, we have a tracking list that we have all the information in, and we can definitely share that throughout this meeting.
And on that, could it show if they, even if it was 6 years ago, if they were successful or not?
And amendments and anything, like how long it took for them and how much of the award they did spend and all that. Yeah, we have all that information.
Yeah, we do.
And we can, like you said, we can pull it during this meeting as well if you would have someone that you have a question on.
If you have a question on a county, I'm sure we could answer that. Rachel's got some good data on that. We could probably share it as a read only with the council, and you guys can take a look at it.
Yeah, I think that's an easy way to do it. We don't. I can honestly do that right now. So,
It's real interesting to see the counties and where the money goes. You know, sometimes we forget 3 years ago or 4 years ago what was funded, and it's kind of cool to see that.
Or you get some of these groups that 501c3s or whatever that put in for grants, and that sounds familiar, that group, but it's not. So that too, everybody, anybody that's put in a grant.
Rachel and I will be sending out some stuff to the council. We've got a couple ideas. Some of it will probably get brought up a little bit later, but on times and different things that we'll talk a little bit more about. And this particular grant cycle was kind of rough on us because we had to get additional information, and we finally had to cry uncle and say we're done and we have to move on. So we're going to talk a little bit more about that. You may see some emails from Rachel and I discussing that a little bit. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, well, thank
Thanks,
you.
Wade. We appreciate the effort that you've been putting in as well. And also we appreciate the updates that you've been sending to us. That's been very helpful and very eye-opening to what you've been doing to help this effort move along. So thank you. Okay, we'll go on to the next item number 1.4. And I guess we could probably even do 1.5 as well, but we've got meeting minutes for our May 23rd meeting, as well as our August 6th meeting. Everybody had a chance. Is there any comments on those meeting minutes that need to be addressed?
I move that we approve both of those minutes minus the fun and everything else that happened at the last one.
briefly noted the interruption.
do appreciate how you guys made that note in the notes. Or in the
I was
minutes.
like, well, can't avoid it.
Okay, we've got a motion to approve the meeting minutes for May 23rd, 2025, as well as August 6th, 2025.
Scott Whaler, I second that.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, we'll go ahead and vote on that. All those in favor say aye.
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 It sounds like you're saying to me.
Any opposed? Okay, I will vote aye as well, and those minutes are approved. So we're ahead of schedule. Should we take a break, Rachel?
What?
Just kidding.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Oh, by the way, Rachel signed me to be the timekeeper, so,
Crack that whip on us.
if I give you this, I'm not being mean. This, I don't know, but she told me to hold you guys to the fire to the time.
Okay,
That's awesome.
sounds good. All right, well, that being said, we'll move on to item number 2, rules 650-301 on the OHV recreation grant. And I believe that is you guys. OHV program manager.
Yes, so this is Rachel, is this the rule that we sent out already, that we talked about on the grant updates?
Yeah, sorry, I didn't realize that you guys approved both, meeting minutes, I apologize. Yeah,
Do you
so,
want me to share?
yeah, Jorge, would you share your screen?
Yes.
So in the meeting packets that were sent out, there should be the rules. And for this rule change, we're just making 2 small adjustments. I know that we made a rule change last time. And again, we want your input on this as well. So Jorge's sharing his screen, but one of them is the changing of the dates that are in here. And we have some suggested dates further in this packet as well. And then the second one is, can you scroll down? There should be 2 other things.
The dates?
Yeah, the dates is one of them. Oh, and then in-kind contribution.
Further down.
Oh, Jorge. Anyways, I'll just go through it. So the amended one is in-kind contributions. We've been requested from an applicant that we allow in-kind contributions to take place up to a year prior to the grant awarding. So if they're working on the project already, they can consider that counting towards the project as in-kind. So that's one of them. And then the second one is the date change. So the date change is a very small change. Okay.
Sheriff Curtis, go ahead.
So I want to make sure on that in-kind, this is one that's really got me concerned, is that in-kind directly relates to the project and OHV use. It's really got me concerned. We have some applicants who are putting in-kind hours and time, and it doesn't relate to the project. That's got to be very important that we're strict with that in-kind relating directly to the project they're applying for, or OHVs in some way, shape, or form.
Thank you, Sheriff Curtis, for bringing that up. That is one thing that we have talked about internally. As a division, we really don't oppose it, but we second what Sheriff Curtis says. It just can't be that I've done OHV work on the Centerville as well. It's got to be, well, we're asking for money for the 5 miles of Hell Trail. We went out and done 20 hours of work on the 5 miles of Hell Trail. We preloaded you some in-kind up front. Will you consider that? So I think you're right, Sheriff Curtis, we have to have, however the council decides on this issue, I think it's got to be specific to the project they're applying for.
Does this include time to fill out the grant application too?
I would say hard no.
Yeah.
And I don't believe that that should be considered part of it. I think that that's putting in, because there's no guarantee that you're going to get awarded, first off. And then second of all, that kind of just takes away from the competitiveness of an application and the process of it.
And you can't bill against the grant until the contract has been signed, so the application would be prior to the contract being signed, so yeah.
Well, we're talking about how someone wants,
Right, but you can't use in-kind, you can't use anything against that project for, to use in-kind, right?
no, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So you could use volunteer time in preparation for the grant, but not the actual writing of the grant. Is that correct? Because there are, like what Wade said, there are gonna be people doing 5 miles of hill and getting, see what needs to be done, working it, kind of, is this even gonna be a worthwhile project? So they're gonna be putting some work in. After they put the work in, they're gonna find, yeah, this is a worthwhile thing, let's put in a grant. So if it falls within the time frame on the trail that they're looking at, why not? Why would we not do that for either 6 months or a year before that? But if they're gonna go out and pick up trash at the other side of the county that is nowhere near, that wouldn't count.
So again, this is what you all are for, to have this discussion and for you guys to decide. These are just based off of what's been asked of us. And then there's some language in here. Jorge, can you try to scroll over
I have a question.
to the right? Yes, where my comments are. There it is. And if we click on the first comment, because that's the new language, is it not showing all of it?
It's showing it highlighted there, we're able to see it.
Yeah. So,
So I think your language is highlighted here, the proposed language. But I think that's the main thing that we're just trying to figure out. How are we defining directly correlated with the grant?
Would you consider like doing NEPA as part of that? A year before your project, or design work, like going out designing the trail network, or is that what you're talking about, that kind of work?
I think NEPA could apply to it, especially if it could be done within that year, because that's the only problem with NEPA is it may be 14 months.
Oh, yeah.
But if it could be done in it, I think I think anything preloaded in the project that you were applying for, work on the ground, could apply. And another layer of this, and if the council needs guidance in this, if it qualifies or not, we could always put in there that the work needs to be pre-approved by us if you're not comfortable in what Sheriff Curtis says, is it gonna be directly related? I have no problem picking up the phone and having somebody call me and say, hey, we wanna work on the 5 miles of hill. What kind of work would qualify for preloading for that project? And I would say, how about painting it? How about, scrubbing out the off-route travel? I have no problem fielding those phone calls if it gives you guys a little comfort in that this won't be taken advantage of.
I like that a lot.
Yeah, it concerns me this whole year in advance. And I was gonna say, can I go paint the 5 miles of Halley? And then a year later, you go ahead and count that day that I went out and painted that. I think there needs to be some type of connection and say, hey, I'm gonna go out and do this, and you jot that down.
I think it would probably require a lot more extensive documentation than what we currently require for in-kind. Because right now there's no, it's a spreadsheet that they fill out. But I think that this should also include potentially pictures and a brief write-up of what you did day by day and what it entails.
That's awesome.
I will say on the NEPA note that RTP actually allows you, I don't know if it's 6 or 12 months, but they can count NEPA as in-kind for the recreational trails program towards the project before a contract is in place or before it's awarded as well.
So if you want to put in there that the project's 12 months prior, that the work, needs to be documented, photographed in detail, and pre-approval by the division, by either Rachel or I.
Yeah.
I think that's not bad.
Cheryl has raised her hand.
Cheryl, go ahead.
Yeah, I put that comment in the chat, but I'm curious if it would make more sense to have the potential for like a longer grant performance period, then somebody could submit the whole thing, right? Like year one, I want to do planning and prep work, and this is the type of work I'd be doing year 2 and 3 or implementation. To me, that feels more comfortable. Like we would have all the documentation and their full plan up front. Otherwise, I mean, up to you guys, but that just came to my mind. Could that be a simpler way of dealing with this, is to give the option of a planning year to be added in?
What about a combination of both? You can count some of the work beforehand up to a year before, and on very large, complicated projects, you get more time.
Contract manager?
I mean, that's easy to do. We've done it with other-
Instead of, you having to complete it in 24 months or whatever, you get 36 months or even maybe more based upon the project. There are things out there that are not easily completed. Not easily completed in a certain time frame. You need more time. You have variables that come up, a forest fire, COVID, whatever it might be, things come up. So we need to be able to, when needed, adjust that end time.
Well, can't they apply for extensions, Rachel?
They can. And they can do phases. So if it's a big project, do phase one with this contract, and then the next time you do phase
So there's
two.
that, but also if it's something that doesn't necessarily need a phase, it's just a big project, then they could go for 36 months or whatever. 0% interest, whatever.
I mean, it sounds like you guys kind of have that already in the framework then. So I think the question really is like, is 12 months enough for like leading into the grant account for in-kind? And I guess in my mind, yeah, that is enough, except for the NEPA thing kind of comes into my mind. And it's like, on planning documents, if they want to count it for in-kind, should there even be a time limit on that? Just because there's so many variables for our federal partners, like it would be kind of sad and unfortunate for a grantee to, that's such a big part of making these projects successful to not be able to count that. So.
Maybe it'll encourage our federal partners to hurry.
Well, okay.
Yeah, sorry, Dave, we only have 1 year to complete even now from our regulation.
So
So,
you've got a balance.
Maybe that's a non-issue now.
I think it could be a non-issue.
I would also like to just really clarify that this will only be in kind. We won't be reimbursing any of these expenses. So anything that takes place, we won't, before the contract period, we will not be expensing, because that really would muddy the waters.
And the applicants need to understand too, that just because you've done in-kind, that doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna get your grant funded either.
Right.
You're taking a gamble, but the gamble benefits the OHV community, and if you're willing to take that gamble, to me, it makes an applicant looks sweeten the pot a little bit more, in my opinion, if you come to us with great documentation, great pictures, hey, we just did all this. To me, that raises the level of, you got a little more skin in the game, but also too, if money's tight and things, they need to understand that you may not get funded even if you've done all of this, but to me, it looks good.
And it does allow for those projects, I think, like sometimes you're like, we have this all planned out, we're gonna fund it this way, and then things fall through, and people are like, oh, maybe you should apply for this grant. And so it does allow for those opportunities given that 12 months.
I think it would also, like, as you said, really open up the potential for other additional applications so that we get more people applying, because that could really be a hindrance for people. So being like, well, I've already spent all this money, or I've already done all this work, and it doesn't even get to count towards part of my match, right? So.
Sheriff, you had a comment?
I'm just ready to make a motion, so.
Is this for, so we've got this one, we need to look at the other changes as well before we make a motion, is that right?
Is there some, okay.
This one, go to the next one.
Yeah, we can do a motion on this one and then do one for the next one as well.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Unless you'd rather me wait. I would make the motion, we support and approve the changes as presented to us on these changes here.
So let's see, under rule,
That would be on the in-kind and the time period. So it'd be also the dates.
the proposed change, I'm just trying to, what you're proposing, or the motion you're making is a proposed change to R650-301-3 subsection 3A.
And, yep. And then also adding, what's the one below it?
Well, we haven't discussed that one yet.
Oh, the in-kind. Sorry. Okay. If you want me to wait, I can wait. I'm
Well,
happy to move forward on these two.
so your motion would be on the in-kind right now, but we just haven't talked about the grant dates yet.
Oh.
So,
Well, I saw them on there and I didn't think there was any other discussion on it. So I thought, let's move it forward. I'll wait. We'll table it and I'll wait till we have that discussion then.
Oh, sorry, I said the wrong number.
do you want me to?
Yeah.
Okay.
You read the numbers.
So Sheriff Curtis, you have made a motion on Rule 650-301-5. And it is subsection 3B1,
B1.
yes. B1 for the in-kind contribution 12 months prior to the execution of the contract.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
Did you want language in there for that it be approved, or you just want to let it go?
And NEPA. And specify NEPA
Okay.
in there.
I will say, well, we can add NEPA in here, but I'll work with our attorney to see if she would recommend or not, whether we should add specific criteria. I don't know if that's something that needs to be.
I think the main criteria we were looking at was staff pre-approval.
Yeah,
Rachel?
yes.
Hey, just real quickly, I would be really cautious about putting in anything right now that's specific like that, even with respect to NEPA, because the changes from the federal government are so frequent and they're upending really big legal precedents like NEPA. So that might not mean the same thing in 6 months that it means now. So I'm happy to talk with you about it in more detail, and I understand the concern, but I do think it would be good for us to work through. If you want to change the language, it would be good for us to work through it specifically.
Okay.
Does that include having a project ran by us to make sure we have integrity on it, that it's going to apply to the grant so we know what's going on with it? Or do you want that open-ended too?
No, I think that's a wonderful idea. I'm just concerned about you guys putting in things like some of these big federal requirements like NEPA, and there being so much uncertainty right now in the legal world about what that means. The internal, I think it's absolutely fabulous and totally appropriate and really great to have that kind of responsibility back to the program. I'm just concerned about adding federal things in there at this particular moment.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and we can workshop this language, Nicole. And so like,
Yeah,
we won't have this, so like, obviously we won't be overly specific in this rule, but within the program guide that we'll be putting out for the 2026, fiscal year 2026, we will have in-depth requirements, and all of that will be presented to the council.
the other thing is sometimes it's a better idea to leave a rule with some flexibility, so then you can create a specific policy if you need to and have a lot more flexibility, because the rule process, if we needed to change something to be in compliance with federal law and stuff, we would have to go through those emergency procedures and everything. And with everything changing so quickly, I think we would be doing it all the time. But I'm happy to help if I can. That's just my perspective on the federal legal side of this.
Thank you, Nicole.
I think on top of that, like when we're kind of talking about like requiring them to work with somebody from DOR, I think we should leave that a little vague just in case. Say for some reason DOR is short-staffed and you're not refilling positions, it just adds more burden. So maybe leave that one with a little flexibility where maybe a policy would do that so it can be changed later on.
And I think there might be like where we allow exceptions, right? Where they've just found out about this grant and they're like, well, I've already done work, but they didn't get pre-approval. So I think that we can kind of allow for flexibility. And I think Wade and myself, we can work through that together and kind of write up some language and present it to the council at our next meeting.
Okay, so along with that, sounds like the idea is, Sheriff, do you want to amend your motion to include Department of Recreation review of the match, in-kind match before it's approved?
Do we need to add that in there? I'm okay if we want to add that in there. I don't know if it sounds like Rachel was just saying, what if they just barely found out and it may not need to be required. I think in the booklet, the guidelines, everything says if you have questions, don't hesitate to call Rachel or program director. I think that's there. I think if we just leave the language here, and then in the guidelines, we just put, hey, if you have questions, whether it applies or is applicable or not, call and help you out.
Okay.
I'm okay with just leaving it just the way the wording is. I don't want to overcomplicate it.
All right, we've got a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
I don't know if I like that. I think that we need to contact, this is my opinion, that we need to make a gesture that says, hey, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go out and do some pre-planning. I'm gonna look at this area out here and just make that notation, and that could be included, because we don't, people will be doing all kinds of stuff out there and say, oh, I went out there and I'm gonna claim these hours, and probably to a great extent, most everybody's gonna be honest about it, but I think in clarity, I think it needs to be that we need to contact somebody and say, hey, wait, I'm gonna go out there and do some pre-planning on this. I wanna go look at this and look at the viability of this project, and I wanna spend a couple of days and look at it, and those hours should be able to be used on that project. So that is my concern, that
All right. Scott, this is Sheriff Curtis. I'll amend it to say that that the work needs to be reviewed or authorized by program manager.
And
Does that
I'll just
make
say,
you feel better?
I'd be more comfortable with that done in policy than in rule, so. Then what we're working on is rule, right? Yeah, I think that's better done in policy.
And here's the other reason why I'm saying, and this is what my thought is, don't change it. Just because they go do it, and they may do exactly like you said, Scott, doesn't mean that when we're going through the grant application that we have to accept those hours.
that's true.
When we go through in the program and Wade or Rachel goes through and says, yeah, that doesn't line up, you don't have to accept those hours as in kind. So I think there's still a check and balance, even if they do try to do this.
Okay, if we change it from a rule to a policy, what's the difference in doing it? How would we work that?
I think it's the same right here.
So this is the rule change, which is what we have to abide by. Policy is where we make specifics for it. So this is like kind of almost like the outline of what the grant is for. And then we go in and make policies and procedures for the specific aspects. And that's why leaving this somewhat vague helps us and allows us for flexibility and room to change it.
I think Sheriff Curtis brings up a great note. We're here to help people. If people want to call, I would. If I was doing it, I would call up Rachel and say, this is what I'm going to be able to qualify. And it can always come back to the council when the application's approved. You guys can decide, yes, that is applicable to it, or you guys can say, sorry, it wasn't, we'll approve it or whatever, but your hours didn't count. And I think we fall back on you guys and your advice for that.
And the other thing to keep in mind with administrative rules is that they take time to actually get approved, because then I have to go through like a public comment period, whereas policy is different. It's a little bit quicker for us to implement, whereas.
So policy, just to clarify for you guys, the way that it works in terms of like importance is the statute, then the rule, both of those get published. and we're required to abide by everything in the statute and rule. And then policy, generally speaking, we address specifics in a policy that need to be changed, or it's more effective to administer the program when you can change things in the policy to react to certain situations and you don't have to go through the rulemaking process. Now, that isn't to say that policy should replace rule. Policy is in addition to rule, but putting things in a policy makes it much, much easier to administer than putting a whole bunch of specifics in a rule that then we might have to change. And that process to change the rule takes 3 to 6 months. So anyone who's, and it's not retroactive. So anyone that maybe didn't get their hours counted or didn't get a grant approved or something because of that rule and probably should have, that's one of the reasons why policy can be helpful. And why the rule, oftentimes it's better if it's a little bit broader and doesn't necessarily hone in on the specifics that may need to change.
And I think that's what we're doing.
I apologize if that was too long-winded. I just wanted to get everybody on the same page.
No, Nicole, that was
Could we
great.
drop the word approval out of it?
I think so. So like right now it reads volunteer hourly in-kind contributions may be counted as matching funds as they occur within 12 months prior to the execution of a contract, provided the work is directly correlated with the proximate to the project scope described in the application. We can wordsmith that.
Rachel?
Yes?
What if we added at the end to, maybe this will alleviate some people's concerns, in the discretion of the Department of Recreation at the end of that? And then that's less than approval necessarily. I mean, it's a different way of saying it, but basically still gives you guys the discretion to do it without there having to be a formal approval process.
Perfect. Yeah, and again, Nicole, I'll work with you on this. I know that you'll probably clean
Sorry.
it up. No, you're totally fine. I think that we'll probably, her legal expertise will clean up this. This is me trying to write legal jargon. So I do not have the expertise for it. So, but
Okay. Thanks, Rachel.
yeah.
Do we want to move on it like this is presented? Or Sheriff, do you want to amend your motion? We didn't get a second first.
I'll amend my motion to include the language as presented by Rachel there.
Okay.
Scott Wheeler seconds it.
We have a motion and a second. And all those in favor, say aye.
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 Hey, I'm really sorry to do this to you guys again, but if any of the council members are appearing online, we actually need you to please, well, it would be best if we could see you. That's the governor's preference, but we have to do a roll call vote.
Okay, let's do a roll call vote on this.
Just for anything substantive, so not for like the approval of the minutes or closing the meeting, but anything substantive. Sorry, thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. Let's go with Sheriff Curtis.
Aye.
Eric?
Aye.
Brett?
Aye.
Cheryl?
I am no longer a voting member, so I cannot cast a vote.
Okay, and neither is Dave.
Yeah, I'm an advisory member.
Okay. Mike?
Aye.
Brody?
Aye.
Scott?
Aye.
Are you advisory too, or?
I don't know, I was just gonna ask these guys, am I advisory or am I voting member?
It's a federal thing, so I don't really vote.
Okay,
Yeah.
then I.
Okay.
Bonnie was on that too.
Oh, Bonnie, sorry, I missed you.
Aye.
Okay, and then I will vote aye as well. So motion carries. Okay, anything else on the rule change?
Yes. And after having this conversation, it makes me wonder if I should be less specific. So Jorge, if you scroll up, right there. So based off of kind of potential future grant cycle dates, it would be changing this language. But based off of this and our discussion, I'm almost tempted to see if we should just change it to spring and fall. So we
Isn't
can
that what
keep
it already is right now?
This one has specific dates in there.
But the current, what do we have?
Current, we have spring and summer. So,
Okay. So we
um,
would just change summer to fall.
yes, and so I have it's page 23 and 24 of the packet that I sent out, for the spring cycle and then the fall cycle. There was discussion in our last meeting that people from the public wanted us to expedite the process. So to do so and to still allow us at least, potentially 3 weeks to review these grants. We saw how fast of a turnaround it was this time. It was a little stressful. We ran into a lot of issues. It would be likely shortening the opening and closing dates. Again, I want to have this discussion. I'm open to it with what you guys want, but this is kind of a timeline and of how long it generally takes. So generally it takes up to 94 days from open to close to contract awarding. So to contracts being sent out. This change would turn it to 67 days, but again, it would shorten the window of the application period to open for a month for our applicants to apply. Jorge, can you scroll down?
But it still gives you the same opportunity
Yeah.
to review it. We're not shortening
Keep
that.
scrolling.
This is the key here.
It's gonna look like this, Jorge. There you go.
Wait a second.
So, yes, so pretty much with this change, if we change the dates to opening February 1st and closing the 28th approximate, all these dates are approximate. The application window will be open, again, approximately 30 days. I'm giving myself a week to go through and review, follow up with applicants, make sure everything is up to date. Again, we saw this past grant cycle, we had so much back and forth. We had people sending in things the day that reviews were due. To alleviate that, I've always been someone that wants to get it done as fast as possible because I like the fast turnaround, but maybe that worked in the past, but it's not working anymore. So this would give us from the closing date to me, it would give me 3 business days. I apologize. I skipped the early review. An early review period before the contract closes, the grant closes, I'll do an internal early review for people to ask. But anyways, review assignments, I'll give myself 3 business days to go through, make sure everything is updated, that they have all their letters from every land managing agency, and that they have the proper people on said letters as well. And again, additional things, if there's bids, anything like that, just really kind of cleaning up those applications. And then the review deadline would be the 3rd Monday of the month, and review meeting the 3rd Thursday of the month. I know we've been doing it on Fridays, but I'd like to get everyone's thoughts on changing to a Thursday. And then within approximately 2 weeks of the award meeting, contracts would be sent out, depending on Maureen's workload. So the spring cycle is really just duplicative of what we have for the fall cycle. It's just the start and end dates change a little bit, but timeline would be shorter.
And being vague and just saying we have a fall and summer, and Rachel can do what we're doing right now. 2 or 3 months before the calendar year, bam, here's what we're looking at for the next year. So we all know, everybody knows, even though it's wide open, we already know what the 2026 grant cycle is gonna look like, so.
Would it make sense to just be even more vague than that and just have 2 grant cycles per year? And then that gives us the flexibility to do it whenever we feel, if we find this is just a train wreck and we wanna go back to something else, then.
Would that complicate it for the public though, them not knowing, saying, well, I gotta contact him, as opposed to having a specific date?
Well, to alleviate that, we could always decide the dates a year prior. Like this is a year, not a full year prior, but
Pretty close.
yeah, pretty
Yeah.
close. So we'll have these ones figured out and we can have it published on our website with the time frame, estimated time frame, so people are aware of when things will happen. So I think as long as we're just consistent and we communicate, I think we'll be okay.
Another thought, me personally, I would like to see it open the first of the year and then close at the end of February and, have more time to review them, but maybe give less time for them to put the grant in. But those people that might be able to use that grant in the spring, this would allow, I think, it to do it if we did it 1 month prior to that. That's just some thinking on my part, because there are some people that don't plan ahead, like the Forest Service, 1.5 years or 2 years in advance on their grants.
Yeah.
There's people like me that do it tomorrow type of a deal, so.
So I would come back and say, let's do January 15th, because January 1st.
Okay, I like that idea because there's stuff going on.
So an additional 15 days. So right now, our grant cycle period is that it's open for 2 months. This would be changing it to 45 days. So if we go with January 15th, it would change it to 45 days. And then ideally, contracts would be sent out no later than like April 10th of next year. So with that, we would do our reviews and everything in March.
What's the time frame for, from the time we approve it to the time a contract is signed?
Ultimately, it's probably gonna be about 2 weeks, because we have,
As long as that.
yeah, because it depends on Maureen's workload. So every grant,
She wants to work.
division-wise, exactly. And then also we do wait on our director and department director approval, and sometimes based off of scheduling, especially if it's post-legislative session, it can kind of get hung up on that.
And that will be in the legislative session.
Yeah.
These days, January to February 28th.
Well, can you read that comment to us?
Yeah, it says, grant applications may also be affected by various budget cycles, federal, state, county, city, etc.
Are we gonna dump the RTP in with this spring grant, or where are we gonna put it in with the
It
fall?
has to be, it pretty much has to be in the spring.
Yeah, and I think that's honestly to be determined right now. I know, are the dates changed at all with our federal changes?
No, usually we have to submit to them in May of the applications we're going to be awarding, so.
But their application period could be the same as.
It could, yeah, it could be,
Yeah, we could just prompt them.
yeah.
We can talk with, I mean, it
Yeah,
would
I mean,
depend on what Evan.
The one difficulty there is, like, we can't expedite the contract process when it comes to that. So while we could accept applications, we could evaluate them, you know, they would essentially have one contract executed with this grant, and then we just still have to wait. You know, it typically was September. I think we've been able
July,
to move it
August,
to now, July, August,
Mhm.
but that's just out of our
Right,
hands.
so they're waiting for that anyways.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
So if they're using things as a match, you know, that could complicate things.
But-
Because the rules that you're passing with this grant will not transfer over to RTP. So like in kind, for example, a year before is not gonna be honored in the RTP program. It's just some things to keep in mind.
So I would like to also note that the exception to the twice a year is the land acquisition. So we just keep that open year round.
Right,
But if you guys feel comfortable with this, then again, these are just suggestions. Wade and I sat down and kind of figured out, okay, well, what's gonna work best for me? What's gonna potentially work best for the council? And we moved on from there.
Rachel, I'm jumping in.
Yes.
We gotta be very mindful of Rachel. Trust me. We see it from this outside, but please take care of Rachel for us.
Yeah, and I think also, like, I know how difficult it was this grant cycle because, you guys had like a week and a half to do reviews, and some reviews were sent in this morning. And so hopefully by having that adjustment, it gives us a little bit more leeway for us and for the advisory council. And then having this clearly defined, everyone kind of knows before even the grant opens what the cycle is gonna look like.
okay.
Do we feel comfortable?
What do we, so
Yeah.
I guess as far as the rule change goes,
Can you scroll up
we need a
to,
motion on that.
and if I may suggest that we just say twice a year. And then we can, a year prior, we can decide the dates and publish that.
Do we have a motion?
I make a motion that we accept what Rachel said about the twice a year, leaving it open to figuring out the details as we go, or in advance, year in advance.
I'll second that. We've got a motion by Brody, seconded by Mike. All those, let's do roll call vote. For this rule change, starting with Eric.
Jeez, I wasn't ready. So, sorry, what are we doing?
So this is the rule change for the dates. The motion was to change the language from spring and summer to twice a year for the grant cycle.
Aye.
Okay, Sheriff Curtis,
Aye.
Brett,
Oops, sorry. Aye.
Bonnie,
Aye.
and then Cheryl doesn't vote on this. Mike?
Aye.
Brody?
Aye.
Scott?
Yeah,
Hi.
Okay, and I'll vote aye as well. Okay. Motion passes.
Perfect. And just to clarify, we're gonna be making the grant cycle open for 45 days. I know this lists it as 30 days, but that will be changing, so. based on this.
Very good. All right. We are on track. Let's go to item number item number 3, trail crew update. Wade?
Okay, yeah, that would be me. So I did give you a little update on the heavy equipment crew, but I wanted to give you an update a little bit on our 4 crews we have scattered throughout the state of Utah. And I have Nate. Nate, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes. So I invited Nate to come to this meeting. Nate is our trail crew supervisor out of Richfield. And Nate and his crew, they do a wonderful job on our motorized trail system throughout central Utah. He sends me pictures, and in fact, a lot of you guys see the pictures that I send you. A lot of them come from Nate. He's kind of in most of our backyards and working there. But we have 4 crews. One's out of Salt Lake, one's out of Richfield, one's out of Moab, and one's out of Cedar City. And we try to get them a balance of 50-50 on the motorized and non-motorized side of things. And I just wanted to invite Nate just to talk a little bit about his crew and kind of some of the things you're doing. And if you could take a couple of minutes and give a shout out to your crew, that would be awesome.
Well, I don't know what to say. We've been dealing with the Monroe fire a lot, the Monroe Canyon fire, and that's going to affect the Jamboree quite a bit. I would say a third of the rides need to be rerouted. But other than that, we've just been trying to crush it on the trails. Got a jackhammer this year. We've been able to get rid of a lot of rock in a lot of locations. Been running chainsaws and brush trimmers nonstop. I have an all-star crew that's happy to help. And I guess I'll throw a plug out there in case anybody forgets we're free labor, and I always keep a couple weeks open. So if anybody knows of any trails that need attention, like emergency attention, we're happy to jump on top of that. It does not take, there's no red tape to get my crew out to your project location. So Wade, feel free to share my contact info with anybody.
You bet. So tell us a couple of the forests that you've worked on. I know you've kind of spread out a little bit. You said Monroe, but I think you've been up on the Pavon a little bit. Tell us a little bit about that work.
We put a couple barriers in on Pavant, done some brushing and rock work up there, mainly on 50-inch trails. We spent some time on the San Rafael this spring. We did some single track motorized with Wade up Huntington Canyon. So we've been on Farron District of Manti LaSalle. We did a few things on a trail on the Sanpete Ranger District on a 50-inch, built a causeway, put in a culvert, and did a small reroute by hand. That's Don't tell people that we do that, because that's not normal. Reroute by hand is a little tough. So we're excited for the heavy equipment program. Where else? We spent some time on Beaver, covering some trails, but mainly the work that we do, because we're a trail crew, is we're working on the 50 and 60-inch trails. And the forest takes care of truck roads. But as you know, in central Utah, there's a ton of truck roads that are numbered as trails.
Awesome, yes.
I have a trail that you work on.
Good, we just got you a little bit of business to add to your list already, so.
Awesome.
Well, I will get, do you have, you probably have Brody's number, don't you?
Hey,
Who was that?
Brody Johnson?
Can you work on the trail out of Circleville, the 50-inch? I've been getting word that that's a death trap.
Say one more time, what trail?
The Rocky Ford 50-inch trail out of Circleville, Kingston Canyon.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Lyndon Romine's name is carved into a tree up there. It's pretty cool. Yeah, we could. That might technically be Cedar City's area, Southwest Cruise area, but we worked in conjunction with them last year, and yeah, we can spend some more time on it this year as well.
Eric, go ahead.
I just want to chime in that I love these reports. I love to hear that you guys are getting out there, and it's something that on the council, you know, I think we've been missing the last little while is actually hearing some of the successes and, you know, what's going on with the trail crews. So love the reports. So thanks, guys.
And Nathan, can you, August 27th, 6 o'clock at the Sevier County Fairground, can you be there for the Rocky Mountain Jamboree guide meeting?
I'm guiding a ride on Thursday, so I'll be there. It's going to be tricky though, because my wife's out of town, so I'll have all my kids. So good luck.
But we're just, they're meeting with all the guides and talking all the reroutes. So.
And we're family friendly.
Yeah, bring the kids, there's hamburgers.
Just about the different riders.
Yeah.
So.
The only thing I can guarantee is they'll be moving fast all around that room.
Well, Nate, I just wanted to thank you. And part of bringing this up is we contribute, the OHV, we contribute about $400,000 to the crew. So I just wanted to show you guys where some of your money is being spent and introduce you to one of our crew leaders maybe next time. Maybe I'll bring in another crew leader.
I think this is awesome to hear this. So love it. So we wish you could just do motorized all the time.
I do too. Trust me, I do too.
That's the world I come from, but I'm also a backpacking bow hunter, so I kind of like to hike a little and stay in shape for hunting season. But if I had to pick, I'd just do motorized all the time.
So we're lucky to have people like Nate. Nate came from the Forest Service. He pulled, I don't know, what, 8 years, Nate? Was you with the Forest Service?
I did 5.
He did 5 years. Our crew lead down in Cedar City, Ronnie Cooper, same thing.
How's he doing? How's he recovering?
Good. He's coming along. Does anybody have any questions for Nate before we move on?
I don't know if I would say this, but I might have a non-motorized job.
Well, I'll hook you up with Clara or Mike.
I've kind of emailed Tara.
Good, because I know Tara was out there on the McCoy Flat here just a couple weeks ago working on that truck, so definitely they'll be more glad to come out. So, and also keep that in mind, we're kind of always be focused here, but if you do see other needs, Nate would certainly help out with that too. Thank you, Nate.
You're welcome. We'll see you.
Excellent. Okay, we'll move on to item number 4, state parks pricing menu for OHV event permits. Do we have Chris Haramoto?
No. I've emailed him and texted him and IM'd him, but I know we are ahead of schedule right now.
Okay.
But yeah, I haven't,
Haven't heard back?
nope. I haven't heard anything.
But is that progressing that you were aware of, the pricing menu? And the kinder pricing menu versus the less kind?
I have nothing to report on it.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, we don't know any information on it.
Did he indicate he would come, or he just never responded to it?
He indicated that he would hop on virtually,
Okay.
in an email to us, I believe it was yesterday.
Do you have them locked out because of everything?
Well,
He might be
do
somewhere.
we have him set for, is he expecting 11:30?
I assume so, so if we wanted to,
Maybe we can just table that for now and come back to it and
Okay.
go on to item number 5, which is public comment. We've got some members of the public that have come since we started. Do we have any comments from the public?
My name's Mark Smoot. I'm with the Bear Lake Trails Foundation up at Bear Lake area. Work up on the top of the canyon, Logan Canyon. Just wanted to, I'm talking with Rachel, this is our second year in providing, or requesting monies to supplement the grooming programs in the wintertime that's going on up in Logan Canyon. So just wanted to drop in. I was in town just by chance, and Rachel said you guys were meeting today, and I can come see just 2 bits. And
How many miles of trail do you have?
you can ask me that. The answer is about 8 miles.
You can make it up, I'll never know.
I'm calculating it about I would say it's around 15 to 18 miles of round trip that we're taking care of. Last year, it's just kind of a horseshoe around Beaver Creek Lodge. It runs up the hill we traveled, Beaver Creek Trail.
That's open to snow machines,
Yeah.
there's a cross-country.
Yeah, so most of running up Beaver Creek's gonna be snow machines. There is some cross-country travel that goes up a little bit and then heads off to the left up that holler there. And then the connector called the Amazon that runs from down in that Beaver Creek basin up to the sink parking lot that runs north up through Swan Flats and loops in the back of that. So we run that, and Richard and his team with State Parks give them more time to go down to Franklin Basin and Tony Grove and then run south also to the Monte Cristo complex. So anyway, we're excited. Last year was our first year doing this. We felt everything went well. The Top Utah Snowmobile Club, we got good comments out of everyone from public trail users to those that are up there. Mostly snowmobile, but there's a lot of backcountry skiers that are starting to go out of the Swan Flats area. There's a couple of bands that we work with them to make sure they got good corduroy for that early run. So
Did you get a lot of snow this last year?
I think we had pretty much the most in the state.
You can send some south.
I know, no, I'm not. But, yeah, so again, we appreciate the opportunity to partner with State Parks, with the division. We're excited, and hopefully, this is a 2-year request that Rachel said we could potentially put in for. We partnered up with Peterson Equipment out of Logan last year. We'll run another RFP between them, the guys at Premont down here. But Peterson worked well, just due to the logistics and proximity to where they were. We had one bolt come off on one of the tillers, and they were up there that day. And anyway, so that worked. But we will run talk to both parties, and they're both interested in seeing what they can provide for us this year. So, thank you, and look forward hopefully to doing it again this year.
Excellent, thank you.
Thanks.
Is there anybody else from the public that would like to make comment?
Is this our opportunity?
Sure.
I'll introduce Dennis Marker, Gunnison City. I'm Mike Warner, City Council, upcoming mayor. I'll let Dennis speak first.
Can Dennis come out a little bit so we can see what Dennis looks like?
So from Gunnison City, we put in for a grant application for this round. Appreciate the state's assistance and all the help they provided us. Not only in consideration for this application, but in the past, the state's been wonderful to help us with a great recreational opportunity around Gunnison. looking at mountain bike trails, but also trying to really preserve the G Hill area around Jenison for some OHV access and trying to help maintain a lot of those trails that people have. I definitely appreciate the Trust Lands Administration working with us on that. We've had grants from Blue Water Parks helping to build up this vision that we've had for the area, so definitely appreciate all the help that's gone into making this a great project for us.
And when we first created the G Hill committee, we talked about like the G and we lit the G, but then the next steps were to build a trail system, dirt trail system on the G Hill. But one of the things as a committee that we've kind of promised the community is that we wouldn't take away what already existed, which were ATV and motorized trails up there, and we've done very well at keeping those intact. And now we're getting a lot more horse riders and stuff up there too. But we have this access road that we widened to get access, and it wasn't that successful last year. We had some problems with it, and so now we need funding to make that a better access and do a better parking for not just the trails and the Nike race that we have coming to town, but everybody that goes out there. A lot of times with G Hill, it's nice because they can utilize those trails in the spring when it's still muddy everywhere else is dry there, and so mountain bikers as well as motorized ATVs, they enjoy that, you know, at the beginning and the end of the year when it's not as feasible to go up in the high country. And so we're really excited about the project, and this is kind of somewhat, I would say, the final stage because there's some asphalt stuff we still want to do, but as far as, and actually I would like to do some more dirt trails for the mountain bikes, but this is kind of, this will solidify what we built. We spent $1 million on the project today with your grants and different things and raising funds through different organizations in town. This will really help enhance and finish off what we've built so far. So we appreciate the opportunity.
Would you be interested in doing some more single track there for motorcycles while you're doing the mountain bike?
I would not be opposed to that at all. Yeah, would not be opposed to that at all.
We're both on trails this way.
Yeah, would not be opposed to that at all. And they would love us for it. There's a lot of people in town that enjoy mountain bikes.
So a couple of questions for you. The road you're talking about, is that the road you recently got the easement from the state on state trust land? Is that the road that you're wanting to?
Yep.
How are you keeping that conflict with the mountain bike community and the motorized community? How are you keeping that from coming apart?
So
that's what I want to know. If we're going to put money into there, and it's, I know that your mountain bike club races out there on G Hill, how are we going to keep that conflict at bay?
Right now, it's very clear. I guess the community's kind of used to what's already been there, and it's well marked and established what the new trail system is. And it's kind of in a different location from the motorized. And so there hasn't been any conflict that I know of so far. I will take that back. We had one issue one spring, they came out before we had the signage up, and there were a few motorcycle riders that really thought it was fun to hit our mountain bike trail. And so, but since we've got the signage and we put up some kind of gated areas and signs that say, no motorized through those areas, they stay off it pretty good. And so we don't have the conflict. But again, there's a lot of area there. It doesn't seem that big, but we've established 11 miles of bike trail, and we could do twice that in bike trail. And so we surely wouldn't be opposed to doing more motorized as well. There's plenty of space out there, and there's areas that would be better for motorized and not so good for mountain biking. So.
Sometimes they can ride on the same trail.
Yeah, and some of the trails that we have in the area that have been built, probably shouldn't have been built area, are utilized that way. And it actually helps the mountain bike trail to have some motorized on it, just because it helps back down keep the weeds off.
The racetrack we have in Price is built, they use motorized people to dig the trail in, and that helped out a bit. But they can't ride on the same trails occasionally.
Yeah. And I don't know that we would have, we're getting more and more mountain bikers out there, so it might be a conflict.
And there needs to be some segregation, especially if you're using the track for racing.
Yeah.
That's all. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Anybody else from the public that wants to make comment?
We will. It looks like we're ahead of schedule. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. And I won't delay us too much. My name's Kevin Nunn. I'm the fire chief for North Carolina Fire District. To give you a little bit of an understanding of where we're at is, if you get on I-80, the minute you enter Tooele County to the minute you hit exit 33 or 31, that's all of our district. And so we are constantly on the interstate in terms of rescue, vehicle fires, tractor trailer rollovers. You know, there's a lot of we do out there. And that is unfunded by the state and by the federal. And so we look for any type of funding. And we have the Knowles Recreation Area out there, and we're all usually in and out of there quite a bit, often during the entire year. And so as we get into that recreation area, all that BLM land out there that is non-federal, non-Dugway, non-Hill Air Force Base, we're responsible for rescuing those people. Last week, we went out on a rescue for somebody on a motorcycle or a bicycle. That they had been out there without water for 2 hours, and it took us another 2 hours to get to them. And we had to use just a normal brush truck, 4x4 pickup truck to get to them, and then bring them to the ambulance. So there's always these little things that go on out there that nobody knows about, and we're trying to keep people safe out there. So we wanted to come in person today to say thank you for the grant you gave us this last cycle. We got a side-by-side and an ATV and the ability to transport those things back and forth. That is a huge game changer for the things we do out there. And if you put a firefighter on a side-by-side or an ATV, oh my gosh, their eyes light up and they are amazed at the things that we were able to get through your grant. So we are putting together a program, a whole project, kind of like what you were just describing. You know, $1 million later, here you are at all this trail work and all this stuff. Our project probably will not be $1 million, but it's significant enough to put some equipment on the ground, firefighters in the seats, and be able to go out to rescue people, and stage firefighters out at the Knowles area during high traffic weekends, during high recreation weekends, because we can get a helicopter, but we can't always get to them in a matter of time. So we wanted to say thank you for the project that you helped initiate on behalf of all the firefighters at North Tooele. And this is Kim Klossing. She's our grant manager. So she's the one who worked through this, and we just appreciate it. We have put in for additional funding in the next cycle, just as part of building a program. And so once we have like the training behind them, and we've got good pictures of them on the side-by-sides that you guys provided, you know, we will provide that to the committee, and kind of, you know, basically fill you in. This is our first time to actually come in person, so it was like, oh, it started at 10. Sorry we were late, but wanted to say thank you and kind of give you an update on what we're doing. Any questions?
How often do you go to Knowles? Like how many responses per year?
I would say that we are out there twice a weekend, starting in April, October. And so we've got firefighters who are ready and willing to just sit out there, and they're like, it would be good if we had like AC and a trailer. And I'm like, okay, we got a trailer. So, you know, and they're like, how about if we sell ice? And I'm like, yeah, we sell anything. But having them staged out there for a weekend, and the budget impact for that, we can practically pay for them and their hours to sit out there for 48 hours rather than drive back and forth. And so that's kind of the, because Knowles is like, you know, I mean, that's the high traffic area. Somebody who's going to get hurt, they're going to get hurt there. Any other, did that answer your question?
Yeah, are they getting hurt on machines? Like,
Yeah.
Hiking machines, you name it, or, yeah, people hiking, just biking, like, bicycle, like e-bikes, yeah. They definitely, we've commandeered side-by-sides before, so that's why we would like our own, so. Like, people were nice and were like, do you want this? Because our big apparatus to drive out there, yeah, that's insane for us.
Since you just use the people that are out there,
And they're more than willing. They're like, we show up in the big fire truck and they're like, hey, you need a truck? We'll go get them. And it's like, they'll drive us out there. They don't have any problems with that, but they don't want to go get them by themselves and bring them back to the parking lot, so.
So I noticed your application included $10,000 to train your staff. Have you reached out to the department and get it done for free?
No, but we've had them all, just in preparation for knowing this program is coming, we've had them take the online training, that's a part of the requirement. We were kind of like, well, what else is out there? And I don't know, had you done anything?
It's something that we do.
We would love that.
And in the future, we're gonna have something, we can within the division get you certified on those. And then we're also going to, this fall, we're gonna do a first responder search and rescue training, and we're gonna up it a little bit more. But I know our division just went up and trained Park City.
Okay.
I had heard that, and I wasn't sure how you did it, and I just didn't want to miss out on the cycle, and so
There
I
is an opportunity, Jacob, we do have an instructor.
Okay, it's one of our seasonals and part-time firefighters went and got hired at Park City, and one of the reasons that he left our organization and went to Park City was because he's like, they have dirt bikes, they have e-bikes, they have trails. He's like, I feel more, he's like, I want to be on that team. And at the time, we did not have that. And I was like, wow, what a great way to recruit and retain people. So that's very, very helpful that you guys have been, so we want to be trained.
So yeah, if your grant were to be reduced by $10,000, you'd be okay with that?
Yeah.
Well,
Yes.
if you can provide the training, please.
Yes, in exchange for, we want training. I think that's the thing that we're trying to point out, is like, we want to get an instructor out there to really train our guys.
How many people? We probably would have about 28 to 30 that would need trained, so that's why I was asking for about that much, and we might need to do it in two different, kind of. I do not want to put any of our firefighters on any apparatus until they've been trained on it, because that's another accident waiting to happen too. So, I want them properly trained on how to shift the equipment, how to use them on hills, because we have some people that, we probably have about 3 or 4 that know how to use apparatus, but the rest of them, they're young and great and wonderful, but they're a little too excited and.
Like I said, they're excited, they love the idea, but we kind of temper that by saying, no, you're not going out unless you're trained, so.
Okay. Well, the other question I have for you, you're asking for motorcycles, electric motorcycles. What single track do you have out there to use those on?
So, like, pointing back to some of the places we go,
I want to know what trails you have that are open to single track. That you would use those on.
It's more of a, like, open, like out in Dell.
area.
That really kind of, I don't really know the answer to that. We don't have like real single tracks, it's more like open. Like what he was describing, it sounded like a built type of track, where ours is like open desert. And so the side-by-sides are great, but there are some places we go that even the next down to a single track, and like places people hike, and the only thing that has gotten to them is a helicopter, because our guys, they'll start out working and they're like, well, we're on foot now, and they'll be still a mile away.
We respond to some of the canyons, and so there is some areas in the canyons where there is single track, like Settlement, Middle, and stuff
Yeah, I
like that.
guess I've been hiking on Stansbury Front, so I know
Yeah,
that's a
and
single
so
track.
to be able to have, like, one of our paramedics or one of our EMTs get on one of those to be able to get to patient, that's really, so it's not necessarily that they'll be writing, you know, they'll be just trying to get, we just want the equipment so we can get people to help people.
Okay. I'm gonna send our guy who does the training, I'll send him a text and see what his commitment is.
That'd be awesome.
Be great.
I do have a comment. Riding skill on a motorcycle on a difficult trail isn't something you just learn in a week or a couple of weeks. It's something you have to learn, and I would encourage you to find people in your program that already have that skill.
We got 3 of them.
Okay, I would utilize them because you just
Oh, I
socially on a
understand.
bike and then in 2 weeks you think they're gonna go up on a trail, they're gonna wind up with 2 people needing help.
Yeah, we have 3 of them that, like, all their life, they have been on motorcycles and things like that. And so we totally respect and understand that. And so we they are on, like, different shifts, so, you know, or we could call them in to respond. But, yeah, we totally understand and respect that when we have motorcycles or single tracker.
We would,
Totally different.
our first request wasn't even geared towards motorcycles or e-bikes or anything like that. And as we kind of fed our firefighters this program, where it could go and how it could expand and grow, these guys, these 3 or 4 individuals are the ones that said, get us those and we can get further. Oh, cool, yeah.
Sheriff, you had a question or a comment?
Yeah, so I lowered my hand, but I think when I look at it from a response perspective, that for a lot of you guys that have been out, particularly out in the knolls or out in the sand dunes or Sand Hollow or any of those places, sometimes just having a quick, easy way to try and figure out how to get to patients or cover a lot of ground in a hurry, 2 wheels can be a lot quicker than 4 wheels at times. And so, and that's my one perspective on this, but also I do want to say that I appreciate the fact that you guys got Sheriff Wimmer to support your program. So
yes,
it's always key to me to protect search and rescue and their role in the sheriff's statutory responsibility. And by having his cooperation and his communication and his support, that means a lot for me. So that's also my reason why I think sometimes 2 wheels is a little easier to cover some ground and figure out how to get to patients quicker.
Thank you. Thanks, Sheriff. Eric, you had a comment?
I've lowered my hand.
Okay. All right, thank you for the comment. We'll be discussing your grants here in a little bit. We do have Chris online now, so we'll go ahead and jump back to item number 4, State Parks pricing menu. Chris, are you available to present on that?
Yes, I am. Yep. So a couple things really quick to follow up on from our last meeting that we were asked to kind of check in on. One was, first of all, was the SITLA fees, right? This is, mainly dealing with Washington County. We met with Scott Chamberlain. I believe he's one of the deputy directors for SITLA to kind of talk about kind of their pricing, how it works, because if you are aware of how, some of the special use permits work with our OHV communities in Washington County, SITLA has asked us to help collect their portion of the fee that comes in. And just to be clear, it is a 4% fee off the total of the event itself. So honestly, when we went through this last week, unfortunately I don't have my computer with me. I'm down at Otter Creek right now, but I could show you kind of the model of that, where that 4% comes off of. It's generally just the special use permit fee, and then a few associated costs with that, which keeps that fee fairly minimal compared to the overall cost of an event. And so where that money, as far as transparency go, where that money that SITLA uses for is it goes back into the OHV community and projects. So what Scott was telling me that, if there's, cattle guards or other things that they need to put in that the community asks for, is that they provide funding for those type of projects. Typically, those go through the counties or cities that request it. And that was kind of another follow-up. If they do, if they are charging a fee, where does that money go to? And that's what Scott had mentioned to us. One of the other thoughts too, is there a way that we could combine, like, if there was a separate fee for another area up at by Sand Mountain that is an additional charge that Sitla charges for that. We asked if we could combine, the event fee that is charged through the Sand Hollow special use permit, as well as that additional Sitla property. I believe it's to the east, kind of a property that they own, Sitla owns out there. Unfortunately, he didn't want to, consolidate those two properties into our special use permit. So unfortunately, if an event organizer wants to use that secondary piece, and again, I don't have a map to show you unfortunately right this second, but that is a separate fee that the event organizer would have to pay. And yeah, we did our best to try to consolidate those, but that wasn't something that they were interested in. So that was kind of one of the portions of the discussions that we had last time, is the Sitla part of the fee that is charged to our event organizers. So does anybody have any questions on that? Because I know, and I can't speak to a lot of, how they come up with their fees that they do charge, right, for those, when they do it for events. But that's kind of the background as far as the Sitla fees that we do collect within state parks. So that was just one part of this. I got a few other talking points if folks want to think about it, and I'll share a few other things real fast.
Brody's got a question for you.
Okay.
So Sitla charges 4%. What is your cut of the organizer's income? Or is that 4%? They get some of that 4%, you get the rest of the 4%. What are we looking at?
Yeah, so the way the agreement's set up is that whatever our special use event fee, and again, I unfortunately don't have that spreadsheet in front of me, and I could show you a breakdown of what that would look like. So the permit fee itself is $50 for the event, and there could be a few additional costs depending on the size of event and other things like that. And it's really, honestly, the 4% that comes out of that is very minimal. I think we did around 10 to 13 events, OHV events, for Sand Hollow, and the overall total that Sitla collected from that was like $1,600. So, I mean, even for some of our larger events like UTV Takeover, Matt's Off-Road, those are typically, the event fee itself is a minimal fee. And typically where some of the costs associated with at least state parks is mostly the lodging aspect of it. If you come in and want to reserve, our campgrounds, reserve any of our day use sites, that's kind of where most of the associated fees with it. But the actual special use event permit fee is minimal, hence the reason why, Sitla wanted us to go ahead and charge it through our permit processing. I do think it is a benefit too, by the way, if we also asked the question, is it possible for Sitla to collect their own fees and leave us out of it, right? Like, we just want to be transparent about where our fees come from, and not fully understanding, at least at that time, of where they put the money once they collect it, where it goes. I think it behooves, the OHV community to continue to do it this way, because if you asked other, OHV communities around the state, I think the fees they're kind of all over the board from what I've been hearing from other event organizers. And with us being able to maintain, that 4% of what the special use permit fees, it keeps it fairly low for those events. And hopefully that kind of answers the question a little bit to that.
Okay.
So I did have a couple other things real quick too that I wanted to talk a little bit about. So the special use permit fees were one. The other one is how do we make it more streamlined, the special use permit process for event organizers within the OHV community. There's two things that we're currently working on. One, we're at the finish line. We're actually testing it in a few of our state parks right now, is an online application form. Typically what event organizers have to do if you've went through the process is that we email you, the application. You have to fill that out, send it back in. Then we work on a permit, send that to you, and basically collect more information. It's really a back and forth game. It's super time consuming. We're going to do an online basically portal where you just sign up for an account. You can easily input your information in there, and it's basically you'll have a dashboard as well as state parks side will have a dashboard, so we can kind of communicate through that portal and easily identify things that are maybe missing in the permit, or we just need a little bit more information to help streamline and speed that up. I think another big part of it was too is like, how do we, pay for that permit online so we don't have to send a check in or come into the park itself to pay that. So we'll have that option as well. And again, those are being tested at several of our state parks right now. We should have that up and running fully within the next few months. Last but not least, too, is for some of our long-term events that we have year to year to year. The question was asked: is there any way that we could do, instead of these one-year special use permits, is there any way we could do a longer contract for our events that we know we're going to have year after year? And the answer to that question is yes. We were kind of had some questions that were brought up to us by state purchasing, because there is certain rules when it comes to contracts of how that would work. But the answer is yes. And we're super excited that we kind of got through that barrier. We will be testing our first contract out again in Washington County at Sand Hollow with our first event coming up in 26. And so that's when we'll start rolling those out. It's going to be a little bit of learning curve for, I think, both sides of it, since it is a brand new opportunity that we can provide. So multiple year contracts with event organizers. So a couple things that does too. One, we can ensure the price when the event organizer says, what's this going to look like, a few years down the road. We don't want pricing to, jump all over the board. I think we ran into that problem recently, and we wanted to quell that too. The other part of it is that depending, it wouldn't be dependent on the manager coming in, right? So if we had, say, a manager at Sand Hollow leave and go to another park, the new manager that's coming in may have a different opinion on how that event should be run, or those type of things. And so we wanted to make sure that those were kind of a little bit more, I don't want to say set in stone, but more solid. The event organizer had a more solid footing to operate, so that they can, kind of work through that process a little bit easier. And it gives you a little bit more peace of mind that we can lock those events in for a little bit longer than just that single year. So those are the three things. Sorry, that's a lot of information I'm throwing at you too. But those were the three things that I just wanted to follow up with the advisory committee about where we were from the last meeting, and just to kind of give you an update on that. So hopefully that answers a few more questions.
Thanks, Chris. Anybody else on the council that has comments or questions for Chris?
Chris, are you aware of the changes that the BLM is going to be making to their special recreation permit system?
I don't think so.
Okay, I just wondered how they're going to align. I know ours is changing quite significantly, probably a 40% reduction in price with the new Explore Act, giving us direction as to how to do special recreation permits, and then also using the Raptor system, which is an electronic application processing system.
Oh, cool.
So just wondered, the public doesn't differentiate between us a lot of times.
Right. Yeah. That's for sure. Yeah, I'd love to coordinate with you a little more, and or at least the BLM, and just kind of work through, if there's any nuances that we can tighten up a little bit too. Because I think, you're right. It's, I think we want to just streamline these processes and make it just as easy as possible. Not only for the OHV community, but for everyone who wants to do a special event at state parks as well. So.
That's for me, directing people online.
Okay, sounds good. So thank you, Chris, and
You bet.
We'll, yes.
Jacob's online. He might be able to answer your questions if he would be willing to help with their training.
Excellent.
Might be able to ask him that if he wants it.
Yeah. Yes, let's go ahead. So Jacob, we, just before you jumped on, we had North Willa on here. They were asking about, they've got a grant application in, and they're asking about training for some of their first responders on the OHV equipment. Is that something that you'd be able to coordinate with them on?
Is that for me?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, that's something definitely we can look into and see what their need is and how many people that is. But yeah, that's something we can help them out with.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you, Jacob.
So I've also been informed that we've jumping back and forth here a little bit. Item number 5, we started into public comment. I understand there's some more potentially from the public that would like to make comments, so we're gonna open back up. Please limit public comments to about 3 minutes. And then we will, if you're online, raise your hand if you want to make comment, and then we'll get you worked in. So who else among our public needs to make comments?
Great question on the public comment. Sure, what kind of public comments do you typically receive? Is it from people like ourselves that have an application in, or is it just more general feedback?
Yep, general feedback. We are going to be going over the applications this afternoon. But if you do have one, feel free to take a couple minutes and just let us know who you're with and what application is yours, and we can work that in. So.
Thanks. My name's Canis Hart. I'm the operations manager for Summit County Search and Rescue, the Sheriff's Office. And well, I guess first let me just say thanks everybody for being here. We've received grants in the past, and all the equipment we've received, we've used funds for snowmobiles, we've used funds for OHVs, we created med beds. We're actually doing some cross training with South Summit Fire District and EMS September 10th. So now we're spreading our equipment out across other agencies. So that's because of the grants we've received from here. So really just thank you for everybody and all the time you've already put in. We did put a grant in again. We are happy to say we get about 30% match. We're doing 15% of that match is coming from a nonprofit group that went out and did some fundraising. And then the other 15% is coming from the county. So we've got a 30% grant match in that grant. And what we're after and really trying to do, when we think about OHV use of Summit County, we have a fairly large county, and it's Uintas. So we have a lot of Uinta mountains, in particular the North Slope, as it relates to OHV use. We have a lot of ground we cover, but we don't have good communication. And so what we're after is safety. And we really put in a grant to get, as you guys probably all know, but these radios that we get are really expensive. So we're trying to get a multi-band radio. That would be different from what we're currently using, which is a single band radio. And we use this, we have to use an 800 megahertz frequency, which all, law enforcement and fire and everyone uses. But we need to get access to this VHF frequency, because when we're back in the backcountry, we're trying to communicate to each other. What we've done is patched in, like people are just buying their own personal Oxbow radios. And it gives us a little bit of range. So if we're in a valley across from each other, we can talk to each other. But as a commander, I'm losing control of where my people are at, and I don't have the ability to communicate with them consistently. Maybe in the future, as Starlink and stuff continues to evolve, when we get it smaller, we'll be able to utilize that. But anyways, that's the heart of what we're after. We're trying to purchase radios. They're expensive, as you all know, but we went out and got a 30% match. And our intention is to use it to increase safety of our responders. And the last thing I'll say is the search and rescue team itself is made up of 46 volunteers. We have 42 on active duty, 4 in reserves. We have 12 mounted patrol in addition that help us with these OHV accidents and recoveries. So thank you for your time. Really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? Online, offline?
Can I go one more time? A different hat. Just less than a minute. So, okay, I sit on the Rich County Trail. This is kind of a preemptive group. We have now formed a Rich County Trails Committee with one of our commissioners, and we received an ORPA grant, so we're working on our master plan for the entire county, and we have a lot of work on our motorized trails that have been neglected for a long time. So we're hopeful next year we'll be participating in this process. So thank you.
Look forward to it. Okay, anybody else? Anybody online? Go ahead, Nicole. Or no, sorry, who was the raise their hand?
Suzette.
Suzette.
Hold on, I think Jorge has to make her a contributor.
I can't make her a contributor for some reason.
Oh, perfect.
No, okay.
Give us a minute, Suzette. We are.
Looks like she's on there now.
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
The
Suzette, you should be able to speak now.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much for allowing us this opportunity to visit with you. We are so appreciative of the opportunity that we've had to submit actually 2 grants requests in this summer cycle. We have partnered with the Forest Service, one at Fish Lake and another on Dixie National Forest, to provide trail crews for both of those forests to help to maintain their motorized trail systems that they have in each of their forests. As some of you may know, with the federal cuts, the Forest Service have not been able to hire seasonal employees. It gives us a great opportunity to partner with them and to give our students at SUU the opportunity to get hands-on experience and to be mentored by the professionals there with the Forest Service. And we'd also like to just thank you for our previous award that we received in the spring. It was for an OHV. We have received RTP funding to help with some motorized trails, some additional and different motorized trails that are there on the Dixie that will be starting next spring. So thank you so much. Are there any questions for me at this time?
Scott does.
I always have a question.
I know you do.
With the grant you received already, have you done any work yet? Have you did any trail maintenance yet with your crews? Have you organized them yet, or?
We have not, just because by the time that we had received the OHV, well, we don't actually even have the RTP. We just barely received the RTP award, so we didn't have the funding from the state, that federal flow through money to put together a crew. So we will have a crew that will start off in the spring of 26. We have purchased the OHV and a utility trailer. We wanted to take advantage of that before any tariffs were imposed or anything like that, so that we could utilize that funding without having to go over price on our budget.
There's no way you could do anything in the fall, putting the crew together, you just don't think it would work?
Typically, we use our SUU students for our work crews, and they are in classes. It might be an opportunity for us to do it. We would have to just work with the Forest Service and see what availability they might have for us to do, if there's some lower trails or something like that we could do, and if we could get some weekend crews or something like that. Our school's starting up here next week, SUU, and I could reach out to our people here and see what their thoughts are to run a fall crew and to at least try to get something in before snow flies.
This is Brody. I just have a couple of comments. Thank you for buying local. Appreciate that. That's one of my beefs is people buying their OHV from out of state or the other end of the state instead of buying it local. And then I talked with Brian Carter, and he's excited to work with you guys. So he's pretty excited. And I think he's going to really put you to work on Monroe Mountain after, well, the spring of next year.
Yes, we're excited to work with them. The Forest Service is providing there at Fish Lake the majority of our cost share. They have fleet vehicles for us to use, for ATV machines, a project lead that will be there to help mentor and coordinate the trail work. We do have a just over 29% match on our Fish Lake proposal.
Okay. Excellent, thank you, Suzette. Anybody else on the make public comment or anything they want to bring to the council? Okay. Awesome, we'll go on to our next item on the agenda, item number 6. Lunch. So how's work and lunch gonna work out?
How many people are at? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14.
We're not saying like.
Okay, yes, we have lunch for 25 people, we're good. We do want lunch, so we have space. Paul, we're just gonna mute the meeting. We'll be back at 12:45.
it is something that I want to like build off of and use some of that backing, some of that institutional knowledge to carry it forward into the motorized rail.
I can build off that just a little bit. So Grand County has had a non-motorized trail crew since about 2010 that currently I'm overseeing. And we've had a lot of success with working with the non-motorized trail advisory group, which is called Trail Mix, and working with them to kind of implement projects. And so it seems like there's a lot of potential and a desire to replicate that structure on the motorized side to give the motorized community a little bit of that boost. And so currently in the Trails Department, we have myself, I have a background in trail construction, although motorized trail construction is a bit of a specialty, which is why we hopefully have Elton as well as support from those nonprofits. And then we have an operations coordinator that manages the trail crew, and then some tools and experience working with land managers to initiate trail projects. So that's the context of where we're coming from. And we're here today, we don't have a presentation plan, but we're here to answer just questions you guys have.
Do we have any questions for these guys from our council?
I think we might have questions when they make, when we review their grant maybe.
Okay, sounds good. We'll just getting to you, Grant, here in a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, awesome. We'll go on to, this is the information for the OHV grant review. We are giving applicants that have requested large amounts to present on their applications. From what I understand, Wayne County pulled their application this morning. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So we're gonna skip them and go to Grand County Search and Rescue. So you guys have 10 minutes to present on your project.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Scott. I'm the Vice Commander for Grand County Search and Rescue. I was the one that had put this grant together. I wanted to take a few minutes mainly to, I think, shed some light on how we're viewing our situation in Moab and utilizing these grants. And I've got my associate here running slides for me. So the biggest thing is last year we were hoping to get a UTV, and we were basically unable to do that. And this year we're looking to try to not only give another UTV, but also try to supply one that we had hoped to get last year. What we're currently working with, if you can go to that next slide, is we're working, we've got a set of UTVs that are from 2005 and 2007. And this spring, we found those UTVs into our lineup and going out on calls because our newer machines were, they were down for repairs. And as I stated in the grant, we had a situation where we actually had 3 calls in one day. And everything was just out. And so we're looking to replace these. This would make our the 2011 and 2019 UTVs as our kind of our third set, our backup, and then something that would come into play when we have mechanical failure. Next slide, please. Really, what we need, I think. Our top need is to get at least 1 UTV this year. We're looking to try to get 2, and I would at least ask that if 2 is a stretch, if we can work on getting at least 1, and then maybe next year trying to get another one. How we go about that, I'm not sure. And, you know, after I kind of looked back at that, I really didn't feel that number was really.
If we could pause, we just lost the record, the network dropped in our facility.
So it's back now.
Okay. Carmen, could you confirm that you're back?
Yeah,
on?
we're back on.
Thank you.
Thanks, Paul.
Sorry.
No problem. I'll just kind of start back in. So last year, we had an award with a 25% match. We just didn't have it in our county budget to fulfill 75% of that match, and so we had to decline that. The reason given was that we were only doing 20% of our calls for OHV calls, and I don't think that's really representative of actually what we're doing. And so I went back and looked at the numbers a bit, and if you could hit the next slide, and really what I find is that just looking at the calls is misleading, because a lot of our calls, we're either going to get cancellations, Classic Air Medical or EMS is going to swoop in, and we don't even, you know, barely make it out the door, and maybe we U-turn and come back. And so I wanted to maybe suggest that we look at calls where we're actually going out and helping the OHV community, or look at calls where we're actually utilizing UTVs, because this is kind of the thing that we're looking at in these grants is, hey, we want to know what percentage of, you know, the grant money is going to these different entities. I get that. So on that next slide, if we look at just last year, you can see, you know, hikers are our #1 call by demographic, and OHV users are second. And if you look at all those numbers together, that's about, puts OHV use at about 20%. It's interesting in the hiking department that I'd say about half of those calls are actually going to resolve themselves before we even get to the trailhead, for whatever reason. They make it back to the parking lot, they find a way to hike out, someone gives them some water, whatever, right? So this is representative of, you know, we had 40 missions that were resolved prior to when we got there. So the next slide, if we look at our calls, of the 99 calls we had, that we actually went out and did a rescue mission. Of those calls, just over a third of them, we use a UTV, okay? And if we go to the next slide, please. Of the calls we actually use a UTV, it's about 60% of those calls are for the OHV community. Okay, so we're about 40% of the time we're going out to pick up, say, a mountain biker. Maybe we're looking for a hiker. Maybe we're utilizing them for a search or something else. Next slide, please. And really what I think I really wanted to show this community here is this information specifically. If we look at all the calls for the last 10 years, from 2014 to 2024, Greene County has done a third, almost 30% of all the state's OHV calls. So that's every county combined. Our call volume is about a third of the entire state. Okay, and I want to make sure that we're not asking for too much, and so I asked the DNR to supply us, well, how much is search and rescue supplied in funding? And we're looking at about 12%. Okay, so I don't feel like we're asking too much to help such a large portion of the state's OHV calls. Our UTVs get abused. When, you know, on the trails that we go to actually help UTVers, they break. And so that's why we need multiple sets of UTVs, plus the fact that we're many times in the summer, or mainly in the spring, I should say, going out on more than one call at one time. What in our next slide here is kind of what I was going to end with. I was like, look, the bottom line is if we're unable to get a grant to fund at these levels, it is very unlikely that we're going to be able to purchase a UTV. Our county budget, we're getting cut. The TRT dollars are down by quite a bit. They've already cut our budget from now to the end of the year. And so really what that means, you know, if we don't get this grant, we're gonna continue to do what we've always done, and we're gonna go and get people, and there's a good chance that we're just gonna have to load up those 20-year-old UTVs and roll them out. They're less reliable, they're less efficient. I don't think they're as safe, but we're gonna use what we have, and we would really appreciate the opportunity to acquire this equipment. It would really, honestly, these two UTVs would complete us for quite some time. That was what I had because I knew I was limited to time. If I had more time, I would love to share all the things that I've set out to do since I've become vice commander to help educate the non-motorized community as to what OHV registration dollars are doing for them. If you had a few more minutes, I'd love to share that. I know my time is short, so that's why I asked.
Yeah, you're done on your time.
Okay,
The rest of it will be for questions from
fair enough.
Yeah.
the council.
Do we want to address questions now, or do we let everybody present and come back? Does anybody want to ask questions now for Grant County?
I'll ask a question. Have you looked at doing RTP grant money and leveraging OHV money and RTP? On the motorized side, we have very little competition on the RTP, or can we not do it?
It's for trails specifically.
What's that, no?
It's for trails specifically.
Not equipment.
Yeah, I can do equipment, but.
Sorry.
Good idea.
Not stuff.
Have you looked at like the OHV manufacturers? Some of them have grants, like Polaris has grants for search and rescue, things like that.
They've done some state dealership discounts, but haven't been able to come up on any.
I haven't been able to acquire a grant specifically from a manufacturer.
Sheriff Curtis, you've got a question?
I'm going to say I have applied to Polaris many, many times, Kawasaki many times, Can-Am, all of them. I haven't even got so much as an email back saying thanks for applying when we put this out. We host the freaking Rocky Mountain ATV Jamboree. And we get a request for them. Manufacturers don't give that out to us. So I'll do that one.
Make sure. So with the reduced revenue, does that mean you guys are seeing less calls through the year, or are you saying?
We're actually, if we look at last year for where we are today, we're up. We're doing more, even though the revenue is down, our call volume is up.
Are you guys utilizing, when people register, they can pay the $3 fee? Are you guys accessing any of that funding?
The state reimbursement funds? Is that what you're referring to?
Voluntary $3 donation when you register your vehicle to search and rescue. There's also the rescue card.
Yeah, so
as an individual or family.
I'm pretty sure that goes in, correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that all goes to a state fund, and we apply for those funds regularly to get reimbursements.
Could we have Sheriff Curtis just give a quick little, what is that type of a thing?
Absolutely. So for everybody's, what we're talking about here, that $3, it's a voluntary thing that we can actually put in there. And so Grand County actually has kind of let out on this a little bit by combining this grant from this group, from the off-highway group, and then maximizing it by what isn't covered by this grant, and then resubmitting it to that search and rescue reimbursement grant. Now, that $3 and also that USERA card is what you're talking about. That's all, we do marketing on it. We try and get it out there. But again, that goes to those entities when we put it in, and you may have an agency that may put in for like we had one put in for an airboat. It's $200,000, and we only get $400,000 a year to give out altogether. It chews that money up. So Grand County or other counties, it drops that percentage overall. It doesn't go very far, but they do try and put that in there. So one of the things that is not eligible on that other grant or that other reimbursement is repairs. General maintenance on a machine is not allowed. So we don't reimburse them for that.
So you're saying that Grand County has or has not put in for any of them?
Yes, we
They
do.
have. Yep. So typically what they do, and they were the ones that started this idea, was come to this group, and if you can get a 75% match, there's 25% remaining, you turn it back over onto that state reimbursement side to help maximize that dollars and make it go as far as they possibly can. So they are doing that, and there's other counties following that same suit. They've really tried to make it so they can make those dollars go a long ways.
It would be real nice if the state would update their website.
Yeah.
It's only good through 2022, Sheriff, just so you know that. I'm looking at the data right. It'd be nice if they update it, because there's no way this is accurate.
Well, so here's the other thing that you got to realize is that is only on counties that actually turn in applications into that SAR reimbursement group. So up until 2022, they've changed it from a actual paper application. You have to fill out a paper, and we used to go through stacks and stacks of papers. They've gone to a new electronic application to submit for reimbursement, and that since then they have not updated that dashboard, which has been a little bit of frustration for me. So, but we're working on it. I know Julia that she works tirelessly on getting the application process down, and so we're working on that. The other big thing for everybody to know on that other group is that's our reimbursement. It is strictly reimbursement. Counties have put out the money already, and so some days, one year you may get 15% back on your costs, or you may get 50% back. It just depends on the volume of SAR calls. So there's not quite a guarantee.
We report every call that we respond to.
So when they're putting in a reimbursement, that's from the $3 voluntary donation account.
Yep.
But if somebody has the USARA card or whatever it's called, that's
Same account.
Same account.
Yeah, that money all goes into the same pot.
But they're only going to get reimbursed if the person they're rescuing bought the card on that card.
Nope.
So if I pay a $25 search and rescue card fee, but Scott here doesn't, they can still get reimbursed for his rescue and mine, even though I paid, he didn't. That seems a little backwards.
The only difference is that if you have the USARA card and the county goes, this guy was a little reckless and really, really dumb about what he did, we're going to bill Scott for his, but we're not going to bill Brody for his, because Brody's got the USARA card. We won't bill him for the full cost. But if Scott doesn't have it, the county could go, we're going to bill Scott for all the expenses. Now, if we bill him for all the expenses, we can't submit for reimbursement either. But if we choose to go that route, maybe we can get Scott to pay, maybe we won't. It was another way to help increase that fund. And I will tell you that
it's almost not worth me buying the card, because the likelihood is I wouldn't get billed.
We try not to bill you at all. We will guarantee that you won't get billed if you buy the card.
Do you guys bill for your rescues? Has that been part of a discussion at all, or is that?
I think it's part of a larger national discussion, and there was a time when we did bill, and what we tend to find is when you go to bill for a rescue, if people know ahead of time that they're going to get billed, they're going to wait longer, and they're going to possibly put themselves in greater harm's way and make it more difficult for search and rescue, more or less increase the risk to the rescuers to effect that rescue.
So it'd be worth it to all of us here, the Moab ambassadors, to be promoting this card at OHV clubs, motorcycle clubs, everybody go into their membership and say, buy this card, get this card. It could be, we need to start maybe looking at how we can
I
push
know
that.
that the Department of Emergency Management had just recently, they used Grant County as an ad in an Instagram post, trying to do that exact thing, and I think you're right, it's under advertised, and it's a source of revenue for the state. I think that the idea that it's this insurance card is kind of negated by the fact that we don't actually charge for rescues. And I would assume most people look at it more as a goodwill donation to search and rescue.
Which we love search and rescue, but it'd be nice if more people got this.
I concur.
Hey, to be a speaker, I have hands up. One question, just real quick, because you are out there, hey, I told you this is gonna take longer than you walk. Okay. Because you're out there rescuing non-motorized people, have you tried to procure any groups that will supply you with non-motorized money to match grant, some organized non-motorized grant?
We did, and actually we included that for the first time. Maddie had mentioned trail mix. I brought up this very discussion at the trail mix. When I was listening to this group in April when here in Moab, I took a lot away from that and really understand, I understand it better. And so I've reached out, and I think a lot of the non-motorized community just doesn't realize. And I've made a sincere effort to try to educate them. We've got ads talking about the registration dollars in podcasts, in videos. I'm trying to sign the hotspots of where we pick up mountain bikers to let them know that when those UTVs show up, those are actually funded through OHV registration dollars and then funneled into Grant County for their.
You're telling that to people as you're rescuing them, saying, hey, you're on this gurney with a broken neck because you were mountain biking.
We try to front load that information.
Thank you.
We try to front load that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you guys for presenting.
Thank you for your time.
Sorry, Rachel. Is this how we're doing our presentations now, or is that?
No, later.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll move on to the next one, which is Kane County Duck Creek Village Legacy, application 4649. Give you guys 10 minutes to go over your application.
They are online and they should be a computer.
I'm gonna give them a minute warning.
So, they're gonna share their screen for
You're gonna share theirs?
Yes. So. All right, Kelly, you can share your screen.
Okay, we're trying to get our screen shared here.
It's the little arrow up button, like a computer with a little arrow on it.
It won't let me do it again. Rachel, do you just want to pull it up? Maybe that'll be easier. I'm having a technical issue.
That's fine. Okay, you got it? All right, we're queuing you up.
Right, should we go ahead and get started while we're popping that up?
Please do.
Their time has started.
All right, thank you so much. I'm Celeste Myers. I'm one of the Kane County Commissioners. Duck Creek Village is an unincorporated area of our county. It's subalpine terrain on a slope, a very narrow area with packed in with the State Route 14, Trail 1, which is the USFS ATV trail, and then just barely down the slope, narrow parking, and then Movie Ranch Road, which is a county road, and just on the other side of that, the retail area and community space for Duck Creek Village. And it's been an area that's had its challenges for decades with the packed environment I just explained, and trying to make sure that it's a safe area for a lot of people to convene, especially during Duck Creek Days and other July 4th, other events. It's really a mecca for snowmobiles, ATVing, stuff like that. People come from Vegas, Cedar City, and all over to recreate there. There's a combination of tourists as well as people that have secondary residences, cabins there, and they're coming on the weekend. So it's a big seasonal and periodic visitation. And I'll just be honest with you, the area has been challenged with various parties maybe working at cross purposes or not being on the same page. And finally, there's a convening of different interests coming together. They are trying to incorporate, but that takes about a year. And in the meantime, we are trying to facilitate them getting this, first of all, Trail 1, which improved and maintained and safe because it's on a slope above the trailhead parking. So it's both trailhead parking and the community uses it for parking when they're going to the shops or going out to eat or what have you. We're proposing to expand the parking so that there's ample parking for both trailhead and retail. So what's existing now would go to retail. The new would go toward trailhead parking, and also making the ingress, the egress, the everything safe for Trail 1. It's a jam-packed area. Our sheriff has had some issues because of jurisdictional questions, and it's just not clear. And so we really want to improve that area. This is our big chance. I just want to also be forthcoming that the project had been initially started with Duck Creek Village Legacy Project, which is a registered nonprofit tax exempt organization and a corps of volunteers working for USFS. And with some of the land use constraints and other things that I was just describing, the county is taking over the project. So far, the Duck Creek Village Legacy Project, under our guidance, went and got $35,000 from our independent recreation and transportation district to hire a structural engineer and make sure this is done right. And then got another $30,000 from the County Economic Opportunity Board recommendation to pay for materials and business infrastructure. So now we have that money to bring to the table. We're thinking it's probably going to be a more expensive project than projected. A significant amount of the work has been started, but some of it with drainage and other complications will probably have to be slightly reworked once the structural engineering comes in and weighs in. And so we asked for 323. If you're not able to give the full amount, we can scale and just maybe do it phases or slow down the work. But our hope is to get the full 323 that we're asking that will get us well on the way, because as I described, it's a subalpine area, which means that we have a very short window to do significant work, and we need to be careful and quick about it.
Here's a rundown of community and economic benefits, but probably the best thing to do is to run through our pictures and our videos to highlight some of the problems. So of course, Duck Creek is located along Highway 14 in Kane County. The next slide. Here's a map image showing the area with the trail and the parking lot, and you can see there's a lot of cars in the parking lot and a lot of vehicles, and it connects to the Markagon trail system, so it's really important for connectivity. You want to go to the next slide. These are some of the problematic areas. Go to the next slide. Drainage issues, other issues need to be addressed. Next slide. This is a video. We just want to highlight what's happening up there.
Yeah, if you could go ahead and push play, we'll just show you how currently people are on top of each other. They're blocking each other off. Heavy use, and not a lot of land to work with. And just to underscore why we're coming now and asking now, we're a gateway county to the north rim of the Grand Canyon. It was destroyed by fire recently. This is an area that's still accessible, still available, not burned, and so we can divert some of the traffic if we can have something else for them to focus on, especially the Vegas crowd, and help us capture some of that Nevada money.
Okay, thank you guys. Appreciate your presentation here. I think we're at our time. So, do we have any questions from the council about this project and what they've got in mind?
My biggest question on this project was, is it more focused on the parking or the trail? And I really couldn't distinguish that in your proposal. So if you could help us understand what is the real issue.
Yes, just for clarity, the Duck Creek Village Legacy Project submitted the proposal, and we're kind of doing a reset, if you will, and taking over the project so that there can be some clarity to those questions. So the trail and the trailhead are both very important. They're both simultaneously being worked on. They're right next to each other, so it's like a long strip of a trail and a long strip of a trailhead parking that we're basically hoping to extend the parking so that there's double the parking that there is now.
And then improve the trail so that because right now it's being eroded away rigorously. So we want to fix it.
Yeah, I just actually had the chance to be down there last weekend, and it is very congested, but it didn't feel like that, outside of a UTV event that, necessarily the UTVs were causing problems. If I was looking around, I would say I was outnumbered. Of course, I stayed in the cabin. I took my UTV down. I enjoyed one of the restaurants, but there was, aside from the rentals that have their own parking place, there was maybe 3 or 4 UTVs and 50 to 60 cars in the parking area. And so, you're looking for OHV funds. And so that's just a red flag that I have. And if there's, a comment that you've got directed towards that, I'd love to hear that.
Yeah, well, that's what we're trying to fix, is to make it accessible for both the car traffic and the OHV traffic.
Mm-hmm. So that's another thing that you're maybe not seeing at the moment that you were there, is that a lot of the people keep OHVs, UTVs at their cabin, and so they'll come in and go throughout the day. So there's not, you won't necessarily see all of them at one moment, but it needs to be safe, and especially that trail. As you saw, it was above the parking and the pedestrians, and that's where we really want to look at some safety issues and some.
Cheryl, you've got your hand raised.
Yeah, I was just curious. From the maps, it honestly looked like this was a subdivision road. I couldn't even tell where a trail was versus this parking lot. Do you guys have an updated map that would actually show us where this trailhead is and how that trail leaves from there? Because when I looked at it, I thought it was a subdivision road based off of what was provided. The second piece, what efforts would you guys put in place to make sure that if the OHV community is essentially building a trailhead for their use, that would stay available for OHV users? Because I think we all know the issues with trailhead parking. And just because someone built it, it doesn't mean that's who gets to park there. And so I'm just curious, any thoughts on how you guys would mitigate that being taken over by vehicles like Eric is talking about?
Yeah, we want to separate the uses. And so there's a place for the ATVs, and then there's a place for the cars as well.
And so are they completely separate parking lots where they would be marked as such and patrolled as such, or how would you guys manage?
That's the idea. Yes, okay. That would be the idea. And so you have the highway 14, and this is on the north side of the road. And so this is right at Movie Ranch Road. And
in between Movie Ranch Road and the highway, as you can see, there's not much space to work with. So it really needs to be carefully engineered and not just kind of done haphazard.
So is it this like shoulder along highway?
It's in between Movie Ranch Road and Highway 14.
Yeah. And it's on a slope.
And that's the trail or the parking? Sorry, these maps just aren't very clear to me. So if someone maybe do a pointer.
I mean, what we're experiencing is a decades-long challenge with a lot of uses in a very small space. And we really want to have this done right and done properly with structural engineering, specifications, et cetera. And we do need some funding to do that. I'm just being honest with you that we're very happy that right now all of the players are working together, and we'd like to make some progress while we can. This is a rare opportunity, we feel like, and that's why we're urgently coming with this request. We had initially asked for half of the money from you all and half of the money from the ORI grant program, but Patrick told us, hey, let's instead, I'll let you amend to only ask from the OHV program as a better fit, he felt.
So is it just that tan area in between the road, the highway and the road? Okay, and then where does the trail, like the official trail, leave? That
You can see the trail on the map, on the aerials. It's
okay, so it's in the same. Okay.
Yeah.
And okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. It looks like Sheriff Curtis has a question.
Yeah, go ahead, Sheriff.
So that's what I was going to say is if you saw the video, you can see where they were parked. There's a little trail in between there. The question I have, do you have a count or some sort of number of UTVs, side-by-sides, off-highway vehicle use on that trail through the Duck Creek area in an annual or a weekly basis?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of a feast and famine situation where there's nobody during certain months of the year and then just thousands during other parts of the year. And that community relies on those thousands for their economy, but they also need the tools to manage it. And that's what we're facing.
And it is used a lot in the wintertime for snowmobiles as well.
Have you done a trail count? Or do you have what's your latest trail count or trail use count?
The Forest Service might have that. I'm really sorry that we're not prepared.
Right.
Okay.
But you can clearly see that every single parking spot is full in the aerial maps. And I don't even think a busy day. That's just a regular thing. I've personally been out there and seen the mayhem, hard to describe.
Thank you.
Okay. We got one more quick question from Brody and then we'll move on.
Two. So kind of along with what Cheryl said, if you were to get this grant, would you be willing to put a sign up there that says that area is for OHV use only? And along with that, would the sheriff be willing to monitor that and cite locals that might be parking their cars there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
This would actually give some clearer jurisdiction to our sheriff's office because right now with it kind of being just a hodgepodge mess, it makes it difficult to enforce anything. So this would provide some clarity that we would very much welcome.
I just live down the hill from you guys down in Cedar City. And so if I were to come up after this, if you were to be approved and this gets built or fixed, and I see a bunch of cars there with no trailers attached to them, I could call you, Commissioner, to have the sheriff come and cite and haul off all those cars. Well, I mean, really,
Yeah.
I mean, we're gonna put money into it. The other thing is, I'm a big proponent of the 100-year thing. Would you sign a guarantee that this would be accessible and for OHV use only for 100 years? No matter who ends up having the county commission in a couple of years or the Duck Creek mayor or whatever, would you be willing to do that?
Yeah. I mean, this is what we would need it for. And Trail 1's a super important trail for the area.
So if it does get approved and it gets taken care of, and I drive up there, I'll see cars, I'll call you.
We'll meet you there.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. We appreciate your presentation and we'll go ahead and consider this in your comments as we go evaluate this. So now let's go on to our next one. This is the Utah Public Lands Alliance presentation. This is for application 4635.
Thanks, everybody. Before I get started, I just want to share something with you that you all know. But this chart shows how much we've lost in OHV trails over the last 50 years. We've lost about 4,000 miles over the last 50 years. And the staggering thing is we've lost more than half of that in just the last two. So we've lost 2,100 miles in just the last 2 years, which is, it's staggering. And if we asked the public to grade us and give us a report card on how we've done at keeping trails open, it wouldn't look very pretty. Because we've all put in tons of effort. We've had certainly a lot of expertise. We've gotten better at what we're doing. But as far as results, we suck. You know, we've really not done a good job at keeping our trails open. And I think one of the things that we really have not taken advantage of is we have 250,000 people in this state that are OHV registered users. Add another 30,000 on for the people that are out of state. You have whatever number there are in 4x4 users that are not included in those numbers. You get up close to the 400,000 to 500,000 that Wade mentioned earlier. And we have not done a good job of getting all those people engaged in helping us fight to keep these trails open. 250,000 people has a pretty loud voice, but we haven't engaged them. And what we want to do with this executive director position, we're outgunned. SUA has 25 full-time employees. They've got $25 million in the bank. We've got a bunch of ragtag volunteers. And we need somebody to get out, to meet with clubs, to do outreach with clubs, educate them on how to be effective at making comments and keeping our trails open, getting involved with projects, perhaps submitting requests for funding for projects that they want to achieve to be able to get done. And we haven't done it. We haven't touched that. I've been the president for the last 2 years, and I attend some meetings. I go out every once in a while to clubs, but I'm not full time. I'm not getting in the car. I'm not living in my car to drive all over the state to go to club meetings. We need somebody that's their job. They need to go out on club runs to learn what the issues are on trails, to meet with land managers, to get to know and develop relationships with those land managers. And we have not been able to do that and won't be able to do that until we have a full-time person, that is their position. That's basically why we need to do this. I want to just share a couple things with you. We did look at what you guys recommended or saw as shortcomings in our application before, and I want to clarify that because I think we've addressed all of them. Before we had the goals of the organization, we refined that to specifically what we expect to get out of the executive director position and what their goals are on how many meetings we're attending now, how many we will attend, how many runs or events we go to a month. These are the things that really make a difference. And we've also established that we will have monthly reporting back to the council and actually to Rachel with our reimbursement requests. So we'll tell you how we're doing on that. Second thing is we did look at our mission statement. I think Jacob mentioned that, you know, our mission statement did make it, it was vague on whether we were just representing OHV. We clarified that. It now says that we represent OHV. We collaborate with other groups, but we represent OHV. And that was a problem. It had never risen before that we had a conflict, but there was a potential for conflict. So we fixed that. The third thing that we fixed is we made it clear that there's no admin duties. There is nothing that this person does that will be administrative. All the admin functions are strictly handled by the board and people we pay for their services like accounting, tax preparation, and everything else is volunteers. And we can continue with that. Their admin functions will be developing training. Their admin functions will be doing the reports that they have to generate back to the board on what he actually does on a daily basis, preparing the monthly board report. And other than that, that's his admin functions. He needs to live in his vehicle. That's really what we want to do. That's what we really need. And then the last thing we looked at was the title itself, because there was some concern that executive director connoted that it was more of an administrative function. And we feel that the executive director, we looked at about a dozen different titles, and we felt that the executive director was the best title for this position because, one, we think it will open doors. You know, if you're a manager of programs or some other thing, you may not get doors open when you request meetings. We had meetings with the state director this morning of BLM. You know, it's easy for the president to call and get that meeting. It may not be as easy if you don't have that title. And second thing is, it's a prestige thing. And I imagine most of you have been employers at some point or another, and you've been faced with a situation where you have an employee that's doing really well, but you just don't have the budget to pay them more right now. So what do? You offer them a title. And does that buy you time? Absolutely. Most time it works. Now, it doesn't last indefinitely, but it does help. So we think that the title will actually get us to attract a better candidate for this position. So we feel that the time is right now. We've got favorable administration. We've got all these actions we're planning. We've got a lobbyist that we hired in Washington, D.C. to try and engage directly with the agencies at BLM, Forest Service, National Park Service, and Congress. And we feel that this is the important thing is we got to get these 250,000 users engaged, reporting on trails, doing substantive comments that make a difference, that make BLM's job easier to say yes. We submit a travel management plan comments. And if we don't do this, I don't think we should really expect much of a different result. That's the sad truth, because you can't get volunteers to jump in their cars and just drive around the state with it. It just doesn't happen.
I think we're at questions.
Yeah.
More?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Thank you. All right, we'll open up for questions from the council. Anybody have questions for Upline?
I'll be here a lot, so I'm happy to take questions. Yeah.
Do you need more money than this?
I don't think so. If we that's for 2 years, and that works out to be about $8,600 a month. We figure that we're probably going to have to pay this person probably around $6,000 is what we're thinking. We've talked to Blue Ribbon. He thinks that we can hire a quality person for that. The travel expenses are going to be a lot because there are going to be a lot of hotel bills. There's going to be a lot of mileage. We haven't figured out what we're going to do on vehicles yet. We think that we'll probably just do a mileage reimbursement. At some point, we may need to come back to you and say, we need a UTV for him to actually go out on these trails with land managers and show them what we've done, show them the projects. Because another thing we have not done is we don't toot our own horn very well. You know, we do all these projects. We work on BLM projects, Forest Service. Nobody knows about them. You know, BLM might be grateful for that time, but the public doesn't know. And we haven't done anything to actually change the public discourse. Yeah, prove it.
Do you have somebody in mind for this position?
Not yet.
It wasn't going to be you. Or...
No, I'm not doing it. I'm done with my round. No, it's not going to be me. But Ben Burr has committed from Blue Ribbon. He's committed to help me find the right person. And I do have a person in mind that's in California that would be wonderful, but I don't think she's willing to do it. I have asked her that. But that's next phase of our project, starting a search.
Anybody else?
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Do you have Cliff online who raised his hand?
Oh, Cliff, did you raise your hand on that?
We're trying to add him as a contributor now.
Okay.
Give me 1 second.
I like have permission, but I don't.
I know,
Can't be too careful after the last meeting.
That's right.
That's fair. I think he probably has the information. Is that why? Yeah. Because I was trying to navigate this thing.
Okay.
He's not strong. She's having trouble. Sure.
Okay, he did text me.
What did Cliff say?
Yeah, I think he's on his phone. So he can do the work well on phone.
Okay.
Yeah. But you also have the email.
Let's go ahead and go to the next one, and then Cliff, when Cliff is able to, or when we review it, we can probably bring him back into the conversation. So next one is the Soren presentation from Cody Draper and Chad Taylor.
All right, I'll stand up here because the slides won't
go up there pretty soon. And we're always pulling that up. So we represent, we're Soren Marketing. We represent a few counties throughout the state that we do marketing for. We've been in the tourism business for 13, 14 years now. And so what we did is we decided, hey, what's the best way to share what we're really doing? Well, the last round, we had 3 of our counties who got approved to do marketing to get people out on the trails in their county. So the best way, and it just started June 1st, we're only about halfway through that campaign. But the best way is to show you the results that we have seen already in just the 2 months that we have ran these ads and to promote the area. So you can see what it has done to get people out on the trails within 2 months. We usually see it ramp up quite a bit more by month 3 or 4 because we're just getting these ads into market. It takes a bit for people to see it frequency a couple more times so that by the time they see it a 3rd or 4th time, they then plan their trip. It takes them maybe a month in advance and they come out and start hitting the trails. But we're seeing results quicker than we had thought, but we'd love to walk you through those. So we'll hit up the next slide. Right now for the spring cycle, we have Wayne County, Sevier County, and Garfield County all working on the campaigns. I'll go through the details of what those campaigns are and what the results are there. I can be long-winded, so I'm going to try to be quick so I can stay within that 5-minute window. Right now, we have Uinta, Sevier, and Cache County who want to participate in the summer cycle. There's been a lot of talk within the different DMOs, destination market offices throughout these counties that are seeing some really cool results from this. And they're excited to kind of come to us, jump on board and be like, well, you're getting more people to your trails. We want to get more people to our trails. We love to be able to just get people familiar with trails, get people out on trails, and trying to pull them from other activities to come out and recreate on the trails of Utah. So let me go in here. Let's go right into with the spring cycle campaign. These are the results as of August 15th. So this went from June to August 15th. What we did is we had quite a few different channels that we decided to market on. I'll go through each channel and how that did. So if we want to go to the next one. First one was these. These are the ones for Nicole down in Wayne County that we did. Where the Wild Things Ride, Swing Arm City, getting more people out to the Swing Arm City area and riding out there. They like to get people to stay in their county and then go, ride at Swing Arm City. And then also just all the other trails, Wide Open Thrills. So with this on social media, we pushed this ad out, and with it, we targeted people who had shown interest in OHV riding or OHV in general. So they're either out looking to buy an OHV, or they have purchased an OHV, or they just like to look at trails and OHV, and we can target those people, and then we can target them based off of where we see visitors who have come to the area over the last 2 years, what areas like Southern California, Las Vegas, and then parts of Utah, and target those drive markets and hot areas to get them to either come back or to come visit for the first time. So with that, we saw, just Wayne County in 2 months, we're at about 20,000 website visits that they did not get last year that was directly related to just this one aspect of the 4 aspects of the campaign. So for them to see 20,000 people come to their website within 2 months, ecstatic to be like, wow, we're creating more buzz than we had before around coming and riding the trails in that area. We'll go to the next one and I'll get you into. Then we also thought, what if we were able to get people who are on KSL looking at, you go to classified section and you're looking at, hey, I'm looking to buy a 4-wheeler or I'm looking to buy a dirt bike. Well, we have the capability to track someone who went to KSL and was looking to either purchase a second one, a first one, or one in general. So what do you want to do when you first buy a dirt bike? You want to figure out, where do I want to go ride this? So with this one, we target people who have gone to looked at specific categories on KSL, and then we retarget them with ads of, hey, come on out to Wayne County and enjoy your new ride. So we got 370,000 impressions on that. This is more of a play where Facebook and Meta and those socials where we see clicks and drives to the website. So when you have a sales funnel, you have the top of the funnel, the bottom is where you have clicks, the top of the funnel is where you just want people to become aware of the county and actual side-by-side. So what happens is people will see the ad, they're going to get targeted on it, there's not as many people who click, but a lot of eyes get on it, so that eventually down the road, when they scroll on their Facebook, they're like, oh, I saw this over on KSL. Now I'm seeing it on Facebook. Facebook is where people like to click more, and they go right over to the county website, and they want to now learn about all the different trails they could ride down in that area. So we can go to the next slide. And then we have a really cool video that Nicole has put together. And this is where we're actually hitting people with, instead of just static ads, a video about 30-second reel about showcasing all the cool trails, the different, geos, or the different, trails from Swing Arm City all the way to way up in the mountains down to the Red Rock, just the variety of trail riding within this one video to get people excited who have either never trail ridden before or have ridden before and want to go experience it in that area. And within 2 months, we've had 537,000 people who have actually brought that to completion and watched those videos. So, next one. And then this is top fun. So we don't expect anyone clicking on this. This is just someone who's driving in Las Vegas, LA, or up on I-15. We want to hit them with where the wild things ride, a billboard right across the freeway. And they're like, well, cool, where's the wild things ride? Okay. So yes, so this is Wayne County. We have the same slides. I'm going to go quickly through them for the other two and how it did. I'm just going to go into the numbers because now you know what each channel is. So if we want to go into, this is most important. This is now the tracked impact. So in Placer, it's a software that we have the counties buy. And what happens is with the cell phone, the last 7 years, anyone who goes to a trail, we have all the trails on different circles we draw, and when they go to the trail last year, it pings the phone and hits it to Placer and says, this is how many visitors you had on this trail in 2024. Then we pull the Placer data for 2025, and we see all the cell phones that ping, and then we look and say, what's the increase here? So as a result of this, based off of the last 2 months of this season, based off the last 2 months of the last season when this campaign did not run, we saw a 12% increase of visitors to those trails. And we believe that's as a result of this campaign. And they have seen a 26% increase of traffic to their website because of its stats. I'll stop there. You can scroll, like I said, the rest. I have the 2 other counties that have very similar numbers. So we can, as we go through the other 2 counties, we won't do it now, but you'll know that those numbers are pretty close to on par, as I ran out of time. But all it does is go through Sevier County and then Garfield County's numbers, which are very much the same as us.
Excellent, thank you. Any questions from the council? Cody?
Do you get any funding from the Utah Office of Tourism Office?
So you have the Tourism Marketing Performance Fund, which is very much focused on general marketing, so hikers, bikers, events. Sometimes they put a little bit in there. This year it was cut drastically. This time around, it was the largest cut they've had in 7 or 8 years. But yes, there is funds that come that the state matches to promote general, like national park travel.
So I'm always skeptical of this kind of stuff because you say you're pinging phones, but what's the number of phones that you ping?
It's a great question. I'll chat our data guy.
Yeah, so they take a sample size. They take about, well, no, I just want the total number of it. So you're about killing my fingers. Yeah. How many total phones did you ping in Wayne County?
Yeah, so I can get you, I don't have the raw numbers off the top of my head. We can send those and add those to the slides, but
because
it was just that 12% increase.
What do you
in that
think
area. I think for that one, the estimated was about 14,000 in that period of time.
And you say you can tie that to people that visited and looked at the map on the website.
Correct. So what we can do is we can do 2 things. We can say we served an ad to this device, right? This device ended up coming to the website, and then we were able to track the geolocation of that
So
device.
you're tracking people's phones?
Yeah, it's kind of Big Brother stuff. I know. It's kind of spooky. Everyone says that when we, you know, when you talk about something and then something comes up on your phone and you're like, they're listening to me. That's the kind
Track well, yeah.
That's the kind of
So
crazy.
it's true.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is true. Okay. Powerful. But it just gives us an idea of, and it's trend data, right? So we wouldn't say, you know, we'd state, you know, a budget on this exact number. It's trend data to say this is trending up from what we were doing last year.
So do you have any, you may not, but do you have any information on how much money that those 14,000 people are bringing into Wayne County?
Yeah, so we also have spend data that we get from just Visa card swipes. So Nicole.
So you're tracking their Visa cards?
We're tracking their Visa cards.
I have your number.
Yeah, so that's the cool part is we can track the economic impact trend from Visa card swipes. Saying we increase visitation by this much.
Visa card swipes from them visiting a map site. That is all.
Yeah, exactly. Well, yeah, exactly. So we can tie the same.
When it says
device.
ask app not to track, say no.
Yeah, exactly. We gotta say no. That's how you don't get tracked. And they take the sample sizes of people who haven't done that, extrapolate that out and have like a 98%.
We can follow you too by that.
Yeah.
That's why whenever you go to the website, you're like, wait, I was just looking at tubes.
So
Or golf clubs.
because I'm
Why
just
am I
wondering-
now getting all these?
I'm just wondering if the investment actually is worthwhile and brings visitors and money to these counties. It sounds like maybe it is.
Like creepily,
Creepily. So that's my help.
You guys. Why we lean so heavily on some digital, because the old traditional spending was like, get a TV, you know, get a spot on TV, or get a radio ad, or a magazine ad. Well, we don't know who watched it. We don't know whether they went to the website. You can't track those as well. It's, okay, did they click from Facebook ad and go right to the website? And now we know they're on the website. We can watch what they're doing on the website, and then we can follow through other channels. Where something that you watch on TV, we can't really tie that to, you know, or you pick up a magazine and look at a magazine ad, that's really hard to track. So we try to stick to very trackable channels.
We also track your mouse flow when you're on a website.
Well, you guys that are closer to Wayne County, you guys see the increase in use this last, how long has it been going in Wayne County?
2 months.
2 months. Have you guys seen an increase physically, like on the ground in the last 2 months?
You know, I've kind of seen an increase, to be honest with you, in my neck of the woods. It seems like visitation's down slightly. But I don't know, my question is, are you gonna share data with the council? Because we're gonna invest in this, and I'm not speaking for the council, because I don't vote with the council, but as a program director, I would like to see data. I would like to see, not percentages, I want to see numbers of how many hits. Because percentages can go, but I want to see concrete numbers.
And I'd like to see it, does it break it out by state? Like, are we just getting in-house people coming, or are we getting people from out of the state coming? I mean, that's, the big money is really from out of state, people coming in, they have to get a room and they have to buy extra gas and stuff like that. That's where it is. And so, can we do that?
Absolutely. 100%. We can tell you where they're coming from.
I have a question. Who owns the content that you create?
They do.
They do. Okay, so, great. Thank you.
And they keep it for.
So would it be possible, maybe write that in the contract, that each city shares the data with us?
Yep.
And I would hope that your company would, if we come to you with stuff, that you would be able to release data to them, to the city, and the city to us.
And what we do, to be very transparent, we don't own, Nicole owns the softwares that provide that data. We help her manage it. So it's the county that technically owns all the data. They just don't know how to use the softwares. We do. We can, it's her software, it's her program. She owns it. She owns the placer. So we are just stewards of it, but they technically own all that.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Let's go ahead and move into our next item. The grant review for, says for spring, for summer fiscal year 26, okay?
That is correct.
Okay, correction on the agenda.
Wait. Oops.
All right, and you gave me the list. Is this an order that we need to be looking at?
So that's just an order of everyone that has spoken about their application. I don't know if we want to go start that way and then proceed forward, or.
Yeah,
And some of them are here right now.
Yeah, that makes
Then they
sense.
can leave.
Yeah, then some are online as well. So.
Yeah, let's go ahead that way. So, we're gonna mix it up a little bit. First application is 4681.
Number 29.
681, number 29. So this is the Logan Canyon running. He's still here. Who the reviewers on this one? We had Kurt, Mike, and Cheryl. Mike and Cheryl, did you have any comment on this one?
I think my comment and concern was the letter of support from the Forest Service, and I think they did get that over to Rachel. In talking with the district, they're just super appreciative of this partnership and the work that Mark is doing, and really excited about the potential to have this continue. So that's all I have to add. I think it's a great project and a really meaningful partnership.
Yeah, I think I kind of mirror her thoughts. I missed the fact that they didn't have the letter for Forest Service, but it sounds like they got it. And so, having groomed snowmobile trails myself, it takes a long time, and if somebody will come in and pick up a little bit, that would allow somebody, you know, the Park Service particularly during that age.
Okay. Any other comments on this application? Let's go ahead and vote on this one then. All those in favor for application 4681, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Just, I'm gonna try to anticipate what Nicole may jump in and say that where we have a hybrid, they usually like to do the roll call votes.
Yep. Any opposed to?
Yeah, can we please do a roll call vote? I'm sorry.
Okay. Yep, Cheryl, or Rachel, sorry.
Your first time today.
It is the first time.
Okay, I'm gonna just start in order. So Bonnie.
Aye.
Jared Curtis.
Aye.
Nicole, if you're on. Okay. Brett.
Aye.
Brody.
Aye.
Jason.
Aye.
Scott.
Yeah.
Eric.
Aye.
Don't believe Kurt is on. Don't left.
Aye.
Okay. And then Nicole, if you can hear us. Okay, she's still on. So we'll just let that link.
All right. So get past this. Thank you. Let's go to application. It's on the list number 10, but it's application 4678 for Denison. This is the G Hill Trail improvements. Bonnie, myself, and Scott Wheeler, we all looked at this one. Scott, Bonnie, do you have any comments on this one?
I think the comment that I would have is the same thing we're helping out non-motorized on the end there. I think the grants need to have it in there showing that we're helping non-motorized, and it would just be, I'm okay with it, but it's just another point to show that non-motorized entities are getting help from this grant. Are there any non-motorized groups like equestrian or mountain bikers or hikers that are actually adding to this other than coming back to the tax base that they pay to their county? I would like to know that. If it's like Grand County brought up, they have brought this up in meetings and people haven't been willing to, non-motorized people haven't been willing to participate in it, even though they're getting a benefit out of it. So I would like a grant application to show that.
Yeah, Bonnie, did you have comment on this one?
No, I don't have any.
What's that?
Ready for me.
Everybody understand that?
Yeah, Bonnie, can you say that again?
I don't have any specific comments on this one.
Oh, okay. My question is, a big portion of this is on Sitla ground, or Sitla ground. And it didn't look like, maybe it had with the NEPA study, I'm not sure, but it didn't look like Sitla was contributing to this one at all from their OHV fund. I was curious if that was a possibility. I don't think they're here anymore to ask that. Bonnie, do you have anything to contribute that way?
You know, I'm not sure if we're contributing OHV dollars to it or not. I know they've done a few right of entries through us for this project. I think Scott Chamberlain would really be the person to ask, and I'm happy to check in with him. It just won't be in time to vote on this.
Okay. Yeah, it seems like, I don't know, if we're paying $1.50 part of our registration on all the machines that we register towards Sitla, and a project on Sitla ought to be utilizing that. So, in my opinion, I think we ought to just cut back a little bit and let Sitla participating in that with that fund to be able to help with that. Yes, Rachel.
May I make a recommendation?
Sure.
I suggest that maybe we think about funding it, but have it being willing to change the budget contingent on if they can.
Okay.
Versus just funding it under, because if they aren't able to contribute to it, then that's cost for the applicant.
Yeah. The other part of it that concerns me on this one is we've got a very small portion of the area that is OHV trails, and we're creating a huge parking lot. And from my experience, the people that would be riding these trails are the people in town that are mostly going to ride their machines to the facility. And this is a trailhead at the facility. But what it is going to benefit more than anybody is a high school mountain bike race where you're going to bring in, 500 to 1,000 people, and that's the parking for them. People that utilize this area on their machines, I don't know that it's going to be as big of a benefit for them as it is for mountain bikers, like you're bringing up, Scott. So,
But they have a considerable match. The match is huge.
Yeah.
It's a really good match. And so, and it looks like there's a lot of community support behind it. There's people donating things. And so, this always happens. We build something and other people are going to utilize it, and we rescue them. And we rescue them, yes. And that's okay. I don't want that to change. I just want other people to be aware of it. Maybe someday they'll say, you know what, I appreciate you coming and helping me out here, and, so I'm okay with the grant. We need to acknowledge this, because most every one of these grants I look at, we are benefiting other people besides the OHV community.
yeah. Eric, you had a comment?
Yeah, and I just offering a different view from Scott. It's come up a couple times today that we do want to we want to help everybody out, but at the same time, part of our task is to look at these, see what they what the contribution is to the OHV community, and I feel like this one maybe it doesn't. This is a high school thing. There's a couple trails out there, but from what I've seen, they're not exactly trails. This is a mountain bike facility that I think it'll be used as mountain bike facility in my eyes. And so I'm going to have a hard time with my group of friends. You guys hear me say this all the time, but most of my circle of influence knows that I sit on this council, and I've got to go to them and say, hey, we did a cool thing. We got this, we helped fund a parking lot for a mountain bike riding area. And I'm going to get some strange looks, and I think rightly so. So that's my opinion. But I felt I needed to bring that forth.
Thank you, Eric. Any other comments or questions on this application? Rachel?
Again, based off of just the project description, I do want to just state that it has 6 miles of ATV/motorbike and it's a playground, but it sounded also like they were willing to expand it, so keep it in mind.
You guys end up funding it, I would recommend that you advertise the heck out of it, that it's OHV funds to pay for this parking lot. Not telling you how to fund it or not, but this needs a 10-foot sign. 20-foot. Build for billboard.
LEDs.
Okay, I have one last question. For some reason, did they apply for this 2, 3 years, 4 years ago?
RTP back in the day.
Okay.
Yes, they applied for funding. I think it was to purchase the G Hill. They did motorized and non-motorized. So they're aware of RTP, Scott.
There was one of those things rattling around in there. Okay. Can we fund them at a different level then?
We could certainly accept a proposal.
Any comments in here with the other,
Rachel mentioned maybe putting in something about if funded with the expectation, or at least they have to attempt to get some funding out.
And then we can rework their budget with them.
So that one, and the 20-foot sign.
Yeah. You can also
22 and a half.
I'm thinking 30.
Yeah, okay. So do we need a motion for that to add those conditions to it, or is that just something we can just advise staff to do and vote on it?
you just advise staff.
Okay, we're advising staff to work with them on recognition and rework their budget, potentially include other funding sources, including supply.
And the sign. Seriously, I agree. Need to advertise that.
Do we want to,
I mean, just a
looking at their
comment on that.
budget, do we want
We
to
got
add?
funding for equipment in an area that's multi, and we went down there and put a sign that says this was brought by motorized money funding right on the front of it.
Don't use the bathroom if you're on the bike.
Yeah.
So if I have a bike and I have a motorcycle, I pay motorcycle fees and I ride a mountain bike.
But if you brought your,
Is that okay? Do I just bring my jack? Take them both.
You write them at the same time as Colorado.
So we don't pay the dollar amount, just if they get some sort of funding from CITLA, is contributing X amount. Or
Yeah, I don't know how you say
Yeah,
that.
I don't know what our conditions are.
you guys.
There's one other question here. If it's on CITLA property, is there a right of way, a long-term right of way?
There is, they bought one.
Okay, they bought one. So they actually own it, and they own the property. They don't, it isn't, it's theirs.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Right.
Are they gonna keep it a D road then, or what are they gonna keep it? Are they gonna make it into a B road, or?
It looks like they're adding gravel. So.
I did add Dennis as a contributor, so if there are any specific questions, we can ask them.
They had to hire a tow truck company last year during the event, the mountain bike race event, for this parking lot because everybody was getting stuck with this. So they had a tow truck there just to pull participants out of that parking lot.
And if they'd have been on OHVs,
Yeah.
Stuck in their shoes, sorry. Bonnie, you had a comment.
Yeah, did anyone say a specific amount of how much money they should request from CITLA?
Nobody has said an amount yet unless you're willing to make that offer.
No, I'm curious. I can find out.
we're at the discretion of the staff. So
Sheriff Curtis, you had a comment.
That was the question I was going to ask. If we get a hold of CITLA, what would they typically offer as part of that? If this was applied to them to say to help pay, what would they typically add?
It's heavily dependent on how much money is available in the OHV funds. A lot of the county roads and keeping those open to OHV use. So spend it on what's left in there.
So I guess there's a lot of,
I reached out to Sitla and if the help could wait, we can coordinate something. Yeah.
Okay,
Figure something out.
so it sounds like it's under advisement, the staff will work with the applicant to secure funding from Sitla to help with this project. Which doesn't necessarily divert, I mean, this is still registration dollars either way. And to your point, Eric, that's just something to be noted that, yeah, I mean, whether it comes out of our registration for a dirt bike or registration for a dirt bike, it's still the same, so. Okay, with that, let's go ahead and vote on it. We'll do a roll call. As soon as you're ready.
Oh, I'm calling people. Sorry. All right. Sheriff Curtis,
I'd be okay at a lower amount.
it's not what we're doing right
That's not what we're doing, I know. I'll,
Unless you want to propose a lower amount. That's what we've done in the past, is just propose a lower amount, and then we can vote on that too.
It is $40,000.
so here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna vote in favor of it just because of how much they went and got other funds to be in support of it, because how much they're only asking for. So put me in favor.
Okay, gotcha. Nicole, are you on there?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, I'm an eye on this one.
What was that?
Say that again, Nicole.
I'm a yes.
Oh,
Okay.
all right. Brett,
Yes.
Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Come back to me.
okay. Scott,
Yes.
okay. Eric,
No.
okay. Mike,
No.
okay. Bonnie,
Yes.
and wait, Bonnie, should you stand for this?
Oh, should I?
I'm not sure.
I think I'm okay where it's not, they have the right of way independent of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not money going to Sitla.
Okay.
It's,
Yeah.
You're fine. We'll keep it. And then,
I'm gonna say no.
okay. And based off of that, it still passes with 67%. So the majority voted yes at 40,000.
All right, thank you. Next one is Twila. This is application, this is number 20 on the list, application number 4643.
I'm gonna get the clarification for my notes. There's no money attached to that, correct, currently? That was not being approved, the $40,000 asset was just being approved for them to talk to Sitla.
No, it was approved for the 40,000 and they,
On a contingent at Sitla.
but there was no specific amount. We're just gonna work it out. And
Yeah, we'll work it out in a timeline.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, application
Number 20 on the list.
4643, NTFD Emergency Medical Rescue Response. Sheriff Curtis, Eric, and Brett, you guys reviewed this one. Did you have any additional comments on this?
So this is Sheriff Curtis. I kind of said my piece, but I think we kind of discussed the training portion. I thought it would be a better idea to go through the program resources. So I think if we reduce that by that training amount for the training, the rest I'm in support of. I do think kind of the question is about the e-bikes, and I'll say it again. Sometimes they create an opportunity to be able to scatter out and cover a lot more ground more quickly. So those were my thoughts. I do kind of, there was one thing that I thought was a little odd. was said, we'll try and decide if they're effective or not. So my hope was that maybe they had some examples of saying these are effective. So that was my only concern.
Thank you, Sheriff. Eric, what's your comments on this?
I feel like this is a rough day for me. So I always try not to be negative, Nancy, but I've got a couple things going on here. First of all, my question is, maybe the sheriff can ask this as well, Sheriff Curtis, is I feel like we have overlapping search and rescue type agencies here. Am I correct in this? Is there a search and rescue that operates in this area?
There is. It's Tooele County. And the only reason I didn't object, like, I see exactly what you're saying. The sheriff actually wrote a letter in support of their program and their project what was the last grant cycle that they applied? He actually wrote a letter supporting them doing this. So.
Okay. And then.
So.
I can see that a little bit. That's one thing. There's a letter of support. Another thing is, what's actually happens when a call goes out. And I'm not really sure about that. But another thing is I'm very familiar with the Knolls area and the area around there. And it's more of an open area. It doesn't really, it's not necessarily a single track type area. I think there are areas where a motorcycle or a two-wheeled vehicle will get you, quicker and to different places, but the geography of this area feels like that it's probably well suited to the OHV that I think we approved last cycle. So that's my question there. I'm relieved to know that some of the training would go away with the state programs that we already have, but that's my comments, and that's kind of what I saw when I was reading through it.
Okay, thanks, Eric. Brett, did you have any comments on this one?
Yeah, so we talked about the training earlier, and that's something I was curious about. I'd like to see that handled, in-house or however that was described, but Park City or whoever that was with, I don't know. But then, I mean, I get it out there. It's easier to get to someone on a bike. But I'm wondering how that works in with the overall rescue plan or treatment plan. And I would think if they already know that this is going to be very, very helpful to them, then they've gone after it. But I'm not sure I have that confidence. If they said, yeah, we've utilized these bikes out at Dell and Knolls and all that, and it really helped us respond. But then how are they treating, the person or rescuing them or transporting them or any of that? So those are some of the questions I still had on it. And I don't know. I didn't really feel like they addressed that earlier. I should have probably asked a specific question. Or are they still there?
No, they've left.
Yeah, I don't believe that they're online.
Are they online?
I don't think so.
Okay.
If you are, please raise your hand.
Okay, sounds like the idea is that we have a motion here for a different amount of funding. Is that the consensus?
Is that a reduction by $10,000?
Or I don't know. Has anyone made a motion?
No, I'm saying that's.
Somebody suggested, I don't remember who suggested.
I'm asking here for a motion.
They asked for $10,000 for training.
Yeah, that's the budget she's got up right now.
Well, then I'll make the motion that we reduce the grant by $10,000 and have the training done by the Division of Law Enforcement.
Okay, we've got a motion to reduce the grant amount by $10,000. Do we have a second?
Scott Wheeler seconds that.
Okay, all those in favor of reducing it by $10,000, say aye.
Was it 10,000?
Yeah, 10,000. Any opposed? Eric? We can't hear you.
He's still opposed.
Let me try this. How's that? So is this my, I just want some clarification here. So are we voting to reduce the amount of the grant and to approve it, or are we just reducing the amount of the grant?
Just the amount of the grant. Okay, along with that, Rui, did you vote yes or no on that?
I will vote yes to reduce it.
Okay, did we have any opposed to reducing the amount? Okay, with that, let's go ahead and, is there any more discussion on this that we need? You guys want to hash out? That takes the grant amount down to, was it 1750 or 17,500, excuse me. 17,500.
It takes it down to 26.
No, because they're asking
17.5, looking to this.
Yeah, it would take it, so Jorge, can you just remove the 10,000 total? No, sorry, just that, those line items, yes. There, and there. Okay. And now scroll down. Yeah, it should be 27,500 with a match of 9,250. No, it was the request.
It's a little confusing.
Just call it from the total column, delete it from the
Yeah.
totals column.
See the totals column right there on the far right? Yes, delete that, there you go. Wait, why is there difference? No. Oh,
Yeah. Why is that 10,000 and not 9,250?
great question. That's an error on that.
Gotcha.
Correct.
Sheriff, go ahead.
It looks to me like they're using their wages that they're paying the employees to be their cash match. I think that's what the 9,250 is.
Yeah.
That's the way it looks. So we still have up there under price per item, number 3, we need to just basically wipe out that whole 3. Yeah. Now they'll match.
So the OHVR, that should be 17,500, but not 27.
Yeah.
Why is that? I don't know why it's, I'll fix it. Okay, I'll fix it.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this. We'll do a roll call. Rachel, when you're ready.
No. Okay.
Do your math faster.
All right, Nicole,
Yes.
okay, Brett,
Yes.
okay, Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott.
Yeah.
Okay, Eric,
Oh,
okay, Mike,
With the reduction, yes.
to clarify, Eric, you said no, is that correct?
it is correct. I said no.
Okay, noted. Bonnie,
Yes.
Jared Curtis,
Yes.
okay. 89% said yes, so it passes with at 17,500 in the budget will be.
Okay, thank you. We'll go on to, next one on my list is number 18. This is from Summit County Search and Rescue, application 4652. Sheriff Curtis, myself, and Kurt reviewed this one. Sheriff, did you have any comments? Looks like it got scored pretty low.
Yeah, I had lots of questions, but I guess part of my concerns were, why are they sticking with Motorola when they could have gone with the Harris radios at a bigger discount that the state was offering? The other idea is, does this cover their entire team? I think I heard him say earlier They have 48 members, and this is only for 20 radios. A little concerned about that. I do have some other concerns just in general about funding handheld radios for everybody, for every call out. So that just something to think about. But I do think it's good that they've got a third in matching funds. I think that's a positive. So I don't know how we want to talk about that. Anyway, those are just some of my thoughts. But didn't somebody talk to them?
Yeah, they presented here
Okay.
a little, well, they made comment, public comment.
And Sheriff, I asked them, I said, because, you know, our team in Emory, we got ours through L3 Harris. And it was not this much money with the incentives and stuff that they asked. And it was like, I don't know. But that's my question too, is why didn't they jump on L3 Harris when everybody else did?
So I didn't have the time, but like I know our counties, especially Sevier and Millard County, we both got them. We got them for about $100 a radio. And I know Summit County, just because of its size, it may have been a little bit more. But the Motorola radios were a lot more expensive. So I'm just trying to figure out why they didn't go that route. I wish they would have explained that a little better. I think they could have gone a lot more bang for their buck if they'd, because that's what I did. I still got L3 Harris that are dual band at VHF and the 800, 700. And I got them for $100 a radio. So
Not bad at all.
Okay.
Well, could we reduce the amount?
Yeah, would you propose reducing the amount then, Sheriff?
Just say no.
I'd be okay with it. It's just a huge amount for something that I think they could have got some other places.
Can we ask them to come back next time with a more realistic radio?
Yeah, but I guess I just look at there's other ideas out there that they could have done and made the dollars go further.
Or could they cover that with their match amount and just go buy them outright if they're $100 a piece instead of 5,000 a piece?
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I think at this point they've kind of waited long enough. They may not be able to get those state discounts anymore.
I think Sheriff, that's probably it, is my opinion.
But will that come around again?
Not that I know of.
But I know they had the opportunity to get them for $100 a piece, just like our team did.
Yeah.
Okay. They did have, I guess on my end, when I reviewed it, I think one of my biggest concerns was their motorized to non-motorized ratio. And it was reversed from what they're asking. So, but that seems to always be the case with search and rescue applications. So,
maybe what my suggestion would be then is that we reduce it by 50%. I don't know. Jason and Kirk, you guys also suggested at a different amount. What do you think?
Yeah, Kirk's not on today, but if I was a person that could second, I probably would second that, but maybe somebody else will. So if you want to make that motion, we'll open it up for a second.
I'll make the motion that we fund it at 52,300 instead of the 104,000.
Okay, we've got a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Brody will second. Okay. All those in favor of the motion to reduce this grant by grant to 52,300, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Aye. Okay, since we've got that, let's do a roll call vote on for and opposed on the, reducing the amount to 52,300.
Okay.
This is just for reducing, this is not voting on the grant itself.
All right. Brett,
Aye.
Brody,
Aye.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott,
No.
Eric,
Yes.
Mike,
I'm gonna change my eye to no.
it's no.
Yeah.
No.
Bonnie,
Yes.
Jared Curtis,
Yes.
Nicole.
No.
Okay, so that's a majority. So we'll vote on that one, as motioned at $52,300 for the grant. Let's do a roll call vote on that.
Okay. Brody,
No.
Jason,
Yes.
okay, sorry. Scott,
No.
Eric,
No.
Mike,
No.
Bonnie,
Yes.
Jared Curtis,
Yes.
okay, and Nicole,
Yes.
and who is that? Brett,
Yes.
okay. That passes. So we'll change that amount to
52,300.
Okay. And budget.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Let's go on to the next one. This is application number 1, Southern Utah University. This is application 4650. It looks like Cheryl, Brody, and Eric reviewed this one.
I know there's concerns, when are they gonna start and whatnot, but our Elam students and a school schedule. And with this, Brian Carter from Fish Lake is pretty excited about it, so there's that.
Okay, Cheryl or Eric, did you have any comments on this one?
I'll jump in there. I like this one. I don't know that I like the other one that they've got. And I think I have the same concern with both, is that we've already given them one grant and now there's 2 fairly substantial grants on the books right now. And we really haven't seen what they can do, how effective they're going to be. And so I guess in my mind, at the back of my mind, I'm going, okay, we've given them a vehicle. Let's give them one of these grants that they're looking for next year and see what they do with it, is my thoughts before we go with the 3rd grant. But those are my thoughts. I love trail work. I love them to get out there and do it. It would be awesome that they're, hopefully the intern program works and we get more people that want to be involved, and we're creating real OHV ambassadors, even, working in the field. We need some more Cheryls out there on the ground. So that's what I'm hoping for. But anyways, that's my thoughts.
So
Maybe I'm gonna go back to the field. No, I'm just kidding. What was Brady gonna say something? If not, I have a thought as well.
Yeah, go ahead, Cheryl.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I agree with Eric. I will just say though that the likelihood of getting trail work done on both of those units is probably going to rely really heavily on this partnership due to the fact that we are unable to hire seasonal employees. I'm not sure if that will change for next summer. And this is honestly one of the best partnerships we have as far as basically doing this type of internship programs with the university. It's kind of we all wish we had one of these out of our universities across the state. If this program could be replicated, it would be pretty phenomenal. So in my mind, I feel like if we weren't funding these, we would probably be funding the actual Forest Service units themselves. And I think this is going to be a really good way to actually get work done on both those units next year. So I'm highly supportive of this program and these projects.
So it looks like we are talking about two applications here,
Two different areas.
from the same, but in two different forests. Is that
Yes.
right?
Got Dixie on the one and Fish Lake on the other.
Okay. Yeah, was there any, what's the other one? It's number 4 on the list. It's 4713. It's Pine Valley, isn't it?
Yeah, the only thing I have on that one is the Pine Valley. There's
Yeah.
there's not a lot, and I've talked to them about that. I've encouraged them to just shun Pine Valley.
Okay.
Because there's just not a lot.
Which that one has a bigger ask too. Why is that one so much more than the other?
Say that again.
That one's,
I believe that one they're asking for another OHV maybe, or one of these they were. Let me see which one it was.
A majority, I think, of the work is going to be done on the Dixie because it's closer.
Yeah, the Dixie does include an OHV, but I don't know what that OHV is. It was really hard for me to tell whether or not it was a good price for an OHV because there was no info on what it was.
Suzette, you're on the call still. Did you have any comment on that? Go ahead.
Yes, hi, thank you. So with the Dixie, we just priced out the OHV and the utility trailer for the same price that we were able to purchase the ones on our spring OHVR. I did just increase the cost by maybe like 10% in case there were those tariffs and things like that that might impact that price. The OHV that we got with the spring money is Can-Am Defender. It's a 6-seater with the back travel thing and a winch and
Conditioning. It was basically a stripped down model. I appreciate that a lot. So just a basic.
They're kids, they can handle it, right?
Yeah.
Gonna get
Right.
dirty in the
right. So that's the pricing on that. We have to follow a bid requisition because we are a university, and the bids that we received on our spring funding was the Can-Am Defender, and then there was a Honda Pioneer that came in about like $600 more for the same requirements that we wanted. And so, like I said, the price I requested is the exact prices that we paid, just with a 10% increase in case the prices go up by the time. I know that we got some discounts on that. And then so we have a little bit on the Pine Valley. There's not a lot of trail on the Pine Valley. And so we're also planning to do Cedar City District. Again, a separate area than where our RTP funding is. The funding that we've requested for this is like the Tommy Loop Trail, which is around Duck Creek and on the, let me just pull that up really quickly.
One of the trails
on here too.
Not flooded out on the big ride.
Okay, Eric, you have
really quick. So let me just pull up my.
I would just
Here.
stay away Valley all the way around, just don't even bother with Pine Valley right now. You got
Well,
bigger-
Pine Valley, I was just gonna say they did have some signs and some things that they needed to put up. They said there was only gonna be like a week's worth of work potentially.
Got bigger places that
On
have more heat than Pine Valley. Even though they had the fire,
Right.
there's places that are needed considerably more than that.
Agreed. And that's why we had talked also with, like I said, on the Cedar City District. I wish I could find where I've got it here. I think it's the
They'll have
Tommy
that.
Loop Rail. Loop.
That's the Pine, they're those are Pine Valley. Well, that there. Yes. So go where the trails are actually meeting for.
Wade, you had a question?
Yeah, on item 46, you have Dixie National Forest ACE crew, or ACE, I'm sure that's one employee. Is that person going to be assigned to you, or did they somehow transfer the funds for that ACE person to you? I'm a little confused what you mean by that.
I know that as we've talked with Cody Clark, that is on the Dixie, they have $21,000 in grant money for an ACE crew. And initially we had used that entire amount on our spring request. That put us at almost a 50% cost share. And Rachel's allowed us to modify that budget. And so we've used 10,005 on the spring budget and use the remaining 10,005 for part of the cost share of the summer application.
So does that mean you're going to be hiring one employee with that money?
No, that employee will be hired by Dixie. We won't hire that. We'll just have our 4 interns, and then Dixie has the money for the ACE.
So will that
crew
ACE guy
member.
apply to your crew?
No, they'll be doing something totally different on the Dixie. And as we talked to Rachel, she said that as long as it was there on the Forest Service, that it wouldn't matter if they were in a different area than we were. I think it's the Uinta Flat area, Brody, that Tommy Loop Road, Tommy Loop is on.
I remember you guys, we talked about a couple of different sections that needed some love and attention. One of which was
Right,
on.
and those are actually covered in our RTP as we got looking at the maps. So our RTP funding is going to be those 2 areas that you and I discussed. It's going to be down off Boy Scout Camp, and the other one helps out. But those were already covered in our RTP funding, which, as we were talking at lunch, we don't know yet if we've actually received the RTP motorized award yet. We need to check with our sponsored programs office to see the status of that. I know somebody was asking earlier if we could do some work in the fall, but until we actually have that awarded, we're not going to be able to do anything with that.
So, my question, how do we ensure that this ACE crew member that they put down a match for 10,500, that's not going to be working with this crew, that is working on a motorized trail within that area of the grant? I'm just.
So that would be confirmed by Cody Clark. Oh, I've got Shannon that wants to join as well. Wants to talk as well. If you could let her in, that would be great.
Hey there, just jumping in. This is Shannon from the ISC. And speaking on the ACE, we're collaborating with trying
There.
funds. The way the ACE crew will be working.
Shannon? Shannon, we can't hear you.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Sorry. Let me try something.
You're just muffled. We can barely hear you.
Shoot, let's see.
And now we hear you.
I think that's better now, Shannon.
Any luck? Can you hear me yet? Dang it.
Okay.
If that's you humming, we can hear the hum.
I will type. Give me a minute.
No, we can hear you there.
Right now,
Oh.
we can hear you.
That's so strange. Okay. Apologies. My computer does not like all the platforms. So jumping in just to help clarify, when we were collaborating with Cody on this application and the cost share elements that they could provide, the ACE crew will be working in the area with heavy machinery. So it'll be a little different from what we're doing with ATVs and hand crew work. So that's what that is and how it will be a little bit different. Did that make sense?
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then Cody will just certify that that work has happened as part of our certification of cost share.
Eric, we kind of skipped over you. It looked like you had another question.
It got answered.
Okay, all right.
Can we do both of you at this time since we've been talking about both of them?
I was just gonna say that, but Scott, you had a comment?
I just have some comments. It appears to me that the grant we issued here earlier this year is not going to be able to be started until like June, maybe July of next year. That concerns me a little bit. Not only did you get RTP grants for motorized, you got RTP grants for non-motorized. The administrative costs seem to be extremely high for both of them. And I was wondering if there's any way to combine those together to where you didn't have the administrative cost from the university. Also, you know, in the past, you're new at this, applying for this grant money, and I would dare say we're up at $500,000 of grant money here that you're applying for, and there's nothing been done yet. I have concerns over giving multiple grants to a new entity that's just starting, and I would prefer to see what they've done with the first money that we gave them, and then come back again and reapply. That's my opinion. So, you know, talk to me about that.
Hey, Scott, one thing I'll just throw in really quick, a reminder that they applied in the spring for the RTP, and RTP doesn't get a final approval from UDOT until like now August, September. So it's not on their part that they haven't done anything right. I don't know if the state can talk to that, but just because we approved it as a council early in this year, it doesn't mean they are under contract or have that RTP funding yet. So really next year would be their opportunity most likely and this winter for purchasing that piece of machinery. And this is for next year for the field season. So I guess just keeping in mind, like, we may not see anything like this year due to the way the RTP cycle is set up and the way that they've planned their project. And I think that's reasonable. We see a lot of applicants that apply in the fall for next year. So just throwing those couple things out.
Speaking on that, the RTP this year was approved in July, and their motorized trail contract was signed July 17th and executed that day. They're non-motorized, we're still waiting, it looks like, for some information, so that was not executed. So this one,
The RTP portion of it was for an ATV, right?
No, that was
the motorized,
What's that?
We overpaid for the machine, which they've already purchased. And then RTP, I believe it was more administrative and people on the ground trail crews.
So that's been approved. That was back in July and was signed.
it was, yeah, that's executed.
A month ago. So they're probably.
So did you hear that, Cheryl? that was approved in July and signed then, so.
I did hear that. And I still think that's pretty fast, Scott, to expect that they'd already have that turned around because we are just August 20th. So I'll just throw out there all the applicants put in there their schedule and when we should start seeing accomplishments. And I feel like that's up to the state to make sure that, you know, the applicants are meeting the deadlines and the schedule that they provided in their application.
I think what Scott's trying to bring the point is we just don't have a track record with this yet. And we've made comments in this council previously that without a track record, throwing a lot of money at a project is hard to do. And not saying that these aren't a reputable group of people, but we just don't know.
We have had problems when we've given somebody multiple grants and then found out that they didn't fulfill them and we actually called. I'm not saying, I'm just.
Yeah, those are valid concerns. And I appreciate you guys bringing that up. You're right. This is brand new. At least a OHV focused crew is brand new for the IIC. I will speak on behalf of our crew program though. We have run up to 8 different crews across different parts of the state at one time during the summer period. This summer, unfortunately, we are much smaller because of federal funding cuts. Instead, we had 1 crew. But that's partly why we're advocating and trying new angles by pursuing these OHV funds. So we do have experience running crews and a structure and a whole schedule for hiring and training and onboarding that generally starts in February and goes and really ramps up in about May and April. And then the interns start work in June and typically end about now is sort of how our crew structure works. So if that gives you any reassurance, I just wanted to let you know, we do have a lot of experience with running multiple crews in different locations, but you are correct. This OHV element and using motorized equipment is brand new to us. So that's just a little more information for you and hopefully that's helpful.
And I have worked with these crews like hand in hand on non-motorized trails all around Cedar City. They're great crews. They're very efficient. They do great work. I haven't done motorized trail work with them, but it's very similar to the work that they've done for us on non-motorized networks.
And you've been satisfied?
Oh yeah, very satisfied.
Yeah, and I can speak for if the districts or the forests were here, they would say the very same thing. Again, I wasn't exaggerating. This is like a premier program for this type of internship and the success they've had on the districts. I'm sure they would all sing their praises as well. I think like they're saying their funding mechanisms have just changed. And so this is a way that they can continue to do that trail work. But I agree, Dave, like if I were to ask the districts, I'm sure they would have nothing but very positive things to say about this group.
Thank you.
I know Fish Lake is excited for this.
Okay.
And another thing I'd like to point out too on the price difference, Fish Lake, Brian just wants us for 1 season. And the Dixie, we have that scheduled for the 2 seasons. So that's why that one is also more expensive.
Okay, thank you. You have one more?
One question you didn't address, I feel the administrative costs on these grants are really high. So can you address that? I didn't review this particular grant, but the last cycle when I reviewed it, I was astounded how much the administrative costs were involved in this grant.
Shannon, do you want to take that or do you want me to?
For 3 members, it looks like, sorry, I'm looking at the Fish Lake one. For 3 members, it would be $35,000. And then crew leader, yeah, we could zoom in. So, and there is like the management. So line item.
Line item 12.
12.
Line item 12 is the administrative cost for the crew management administration. The rest is actually wages to pay our interns. We pay them the same wage as we do on as if it were federal funds so that they can have a living wage. And SUU would be paying the benefit portion of that where benefits are not covered, but it is pay for the crews to work. And then the $7,500 for management administration.
This is the current grant, though, right?
Yes, these
Well,
are,
this is the fish.
yeah, this is fish
I
lake.
was talking about the last grant, our last grant cycle, I was looking at, it just seemed high, because I didn't review this.
Okay.
The OHVR, last time there was no administrative costs because it was for equipment. So SUU has a federally negotiated rate.
On the RTP, on RTP.
On the RTP, yes, we did have it on that as well. So we did again pay for crew members, and then there is some administrative costs that are our federally approved rate for salary, wages, and benefits is a 45%, and 15% was allowed on the RTP, and so we put that in, and that's the same rate that I used on this one as well.
And some of my concern was he was getting the same amount on the non-motorized side, and the same people were doing, I figured the same person was pushing the button to print the check out, and that some of those costs could be absorbed for people on the ground as opposed to doing paperwork. And that was my concern. I just want to spend our money, or OHV money efficiently, and I figured that we could share some costs in there.
Yeah, so our crew coordinator, I have him just one day a week with each of our crews. He is hands-on and does work directly with our crews. And so that's what was put in on the RTP as well as on these OHVRs on that. And we would have separate crew members. So we'd be running actually like 4 separate crews. We'd have the non-motorized on the RTP, the motorized RTP, a crew on the Fish Lake, and then a crew on the Dixie for 2 years. So we could have a total of 8 separate people working on the Dixie. And that's the same with RTP. It was also covered 2 years on that. Our non-motorized only is covered for 1 year.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. We'll go ahead and I think we've talked a little bit on the side. Let's go ahead and vote on both of these applications. Application 4650 and 4713. These are both applications from SUU. And we'll do a roll call vote on those.
Starting with you, Jason.
Is it my turn? Yes.
Scott. Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm usually last. No.
Okay. Eric?
Both.
Are we voting on both? Are we voting on
Yes.
both?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Mike?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Jared Curtis?
Yes.
Nicole?
Yes.
Brett?
Yes.
Brody?
Yes.
Okay, both those pass.
Jason vote?
Yes. I did. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Pulled that by the boss. So we'll,
All right. 7.5 minutes per grant.
she's the brain, I'm the muscle. So,
Very nice.
actually, I got the muscle right here. You're gonna talk to this guy if you go 7.5.
Okay, we're just gonna cover the rest that we presented. So we're gonna go on to the Grand County Education Grant. This is application number 24 on the list. And the grant application is 4630. We had Mike Brody, and Scott that reviewed this one. The trail ambassador.
So it's 4630. So,
Yes.
I just wanted to jump in and I'm gonna use probably 5 minutes of that 7.5. I attended the Grant County working meeting yesterday and, for some clarification to bring to the council. Scott was there as well. And, there is enough votes with the Brown County Commission to remove them from the county, to remove the trail ambassadors. I took and I think you would agree with that, that there's enough votes to remove them. And, they just don't have a house right now, a nonprofit to house them. There's issues with funding. Some of the nonprofits, are concerned that they're not coming with funding. There's just a lot of turmoil there right now with the county. They did ask for a working group to get down and figure out where to separate the assets and how to move them forward outside of the county. They did say the commission wanted to make sure the council knew that if the OHV portion of this was funded, they would be willing to carry one person from the grant over to the county. They mentioned either the sheriff's office or the road department to carry that position over and continue with that one position. And did I accurately represent that?
No.
Is that how was your recollection of our events yesterday?
It is. I think the only thing I would add is that I feel like the timing of all this is very awkward because I think that was maybe the first time there's been a public discussion about the OHV portion of it. And so there will probably be more clarification on the way. But at this time, those conversations about, like, for example, the roads department, the sheriff's department, I don't know if those conversations have happened yet, if that's, more this level than to decisions being made. I just don't know yet.
Scott?
Good program. Right now it's in turmoil. I'm not sure that I can vote for it right now because I'm not sure where it's headed, other than the commissioners. They pretty sternly just said yesterday that they weren't going to fund it anymore. They did say that they could switch some of that funding and move one person into the motorized end. I'm not sure the mechanism they would use to do that. I'm not totally against that, but again, it's in flux right now, and it's unfortunate that it's happening right now because it may be in 2 weeks, maybe in a month, but maybe some of this would be straightened out. I don't know.
One thing, every commissioner there, even the commissioners against having it under the county, all of them said that they appreciated the OHV side of it, and specifically what Kelton has done. Kelton's the OHV guy, but there's just a lot of uncertainty right now with the program.
So they're willing to carry Kelton's position, and then the rest of you are funded under the county right now, but that's uncertain moving forward.
To clarify, so the Grand County Active Transportation and Trails Department, DCAT for short, houses 2 programs. So one program is the Trail Ambassador program, which the reason there's a lot of conversations about it is because it was previously funded by transient road tax, and that funding source is removed. This use is not eligible. So there's basically a mid-year question about funding and then questions about funding moving forward. The other program is the Trail Crew, and that's currently a non-motorized trail crew within that department as well. So my understanding right now is that there haven't been any conversations about the department going away. It's specifically about this program.
The Trail Ambassador program.
The Trail Ambassador program, which currently includes 3 full-time staff, 1 of whom is Phil.
So the other 2 staff members is more or less on a chopping block right now.
I would say that's probably accurate, wouldn't you?
I would. I will say again that the timing of all this is very unfortunate. like Wade said, there's a working group. And so there are conversations with groups that some groups that have expressed interest in providing funding for the program, but can't necessarily do payroll. And then some other groups that are maybe interested in taking on payroll, but they would like to see a funding plan because it's hard for, especially like a small local nonprofit, to take on a program if they think it might falter the first year. They want to see a plan for
Are
that.
you able to tell us what nonprofits?
Yeah, so one of them is the Canyonlands Natural History Association, which runs the gift shops in the National Park Service. And their mission is to support land managers, specifically, I believe, the National Park Service, the BLM, and the Forest Service. And pretty much all of the areas the Trail Ambassador program operates are on BLM lands. So this would align with their mission. And they have a revenue stream because of the gift shops. So they're an organization where they've made it pretty clear they don't have the capacity to be the home, but they have a board meeting at the end of this month and they're going to talk about funding.
So she has a question. I have a follow-up.
Okay.
Eric has one too.
Okay, let's start off. Ultimately, if the opportunity arises, do you think that you might turn it into a nonprofit and start a nonprofit by any chance?
That's the conversation. So I think thinking at it from the logistical standpoint, the best option is if an existing nonprofit wants to take it on, just because there are things to consider like office space, vehicles, payroll, insurance, all of that fun stuff. So if someone is willing to adopt it, especially if it comes with funding, that could happen on a shorter timeline. I think the option below that would definitely be starting a new nonprofit. And I think, well, I can't speak on behalf of the commission, but that has been expressed as there's a desire to see it become a nonprofit. So there could be some support there from, for example, the attorney's office to like help with that paperwork. But yeah, that does involve a few extra steps.
Because I just want to state that I think as long as, like, I don't want to speak on behalf of Maureen, but I think on our end, like, we can figure out after the fact who's going to be holding the contract for this, right? I don't know. Do you feel that's right?
Yeah.
That's my thought, is that we can make it work. I don't want to just like say no to funding and then have things change. I mean, but it's up to you guys, obviously. Just my two thoughts is that we have the capability on our end to amend things and work with people on things, and we could even potentially hold off on having this kind of contract until some things have been figured out. But yeah.
My biggest concern, well, just one of my concerns is if one of these nonprofits, are they, what's their thoughts on OHVs? I wouldn't want you guys, the trail ambassadors for the motorized, to fall into the grasp of some group that has ulterior motives and is just not OHV friendly at the end of the day, though they may say they're okay with it, it's the area that they cover and whatnot. I wouldn't want you to fall into the evil grasp or the wrong. Seriously, the people that are out and anti-motorized. There's so does that make sense? And I don't know this other group that you're saying, but if they sell museum or sell trinkets at some national park, my thought goes to that they're just not interested in OHVs at the end of the day. And if you fall into that kind of group, then you'll follow what they want you to do.
I think, yeah, I definitely understand that concern. I think for the working group, the commission's figuring that out, but there's 3 commissioners that expressed interest and they do kind of span that political spectrum. So I'm hopeful that will be a part of the conversation. And then also just speaking as a manager, I think the hardest thing for all of the staff in the Trail Ambassador program has been like the level of politics that's developed around the program. And really the intent of it is that it covers OHV, which is, the part we're discussing funding for, but it also includes hikers, it includes rock climbers.
We get that, but
so I think we're trying to, a goal would be to not have this sort of political turmoil continue because it also harms staff
Yeah, but still the funding comes from the OHV community, and the OHV community would have our hides if we were to fund some group that their motives were not, in line with what we think. And so we have to take that into account we get hung up to dry.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I'm in agreement. I also think like with the timing part, like you've gotten way came to a workshop that didn't really provide any definitive answers, and that was both super helpful because you guys got to see the origin of this decision making, but then without the definitive like end part of it, when we're trying to figure out like what it's all going to look like, I think it was sort of spitball at the meeting for that OHV portion to be like potentially separated from the hiking and other parts of it, and so those like the OHV portion itself stuff could be potentially I don't know how it's going to play out, but could be pulled out and housed under some sort of whether it's under like was said, the sheriff's department or risk department, or under an existing entity that has, like the trails department has an existing trail crew and it's neutral from a political standpoint and has that like infrastructure to like help, support me forward and the grant application forward. So we kind of don't know, but you were witness to the early parts of this conversation.
Yeah, we just, again, we have people we have to answer to. That was every single person that pays registration for an OHV type thing. So if you say yes, and then all of a sudden you fall in with a tree hugging type group, we will be run out of town, followed by you.
Just from what I can hear, I'm detrimental with because the next cycle's only a few months away. Now, I understand that, right now in this turmoil, would it be smart to just kind of say, hey, until you get that figured out, come back on the next cycle and know where you can be housed. Yeah, that's just kind of my thoughts.
Yes, that's a thought, you could do that, and you could even fund him, and see where he carries over with the sheriff's office, or however it goes, that you could put it off to the next one, or keep him, or do it at all.
Hold on, we've got Eric who's had his hand up for more than anybody, so go ahead, Eric.
So, sorry. First off, probably one of the most skeptical people on the program when this first started. And it was really amazing to see the professionalism that these guys were able to put together, and coming from the business side of it, I was really impressed with how they had put this together. And, it's touchy. Not everybody wants to talk to someone at a trailhead or on the trail or whatever, but all this stuff is important. I mean, the wag bag's something we don't want to talk about, but what a great idea. The spill kit, another great idea. And to see these guys branded, to see how good they looked and how well they behaved out on the trail was pretty valuable, I think, as an OHV community. And so going back to the turmoil that's going on right now, yeah, they've got some stuff going on right now, but is it something that we can help them in the interim? I mean, is it a 6-month thing? Can we help fund them for 6 months? Is it something that maybe is a year? Is it something that's partial staff? I'm hearing this and I'm liking it, because the thing that would really suck is to watch this thing go away that we've helped fund to this point, right? All those assets are in place and they look great. And I don't know. That's my question. Is there a way around this that we can help this group still be somewhat effective if it's obvious that they're not going to be able to be fully effective? I I don't know, that's my thoughts on the situation.
Yeah, I think showing if we do fund this program, it shows Grant County that OHV Council is still supportive of this outreach that's happening on the trails. My second comment was answered by Rachel. Her question to you, and then have you reached out to the Foundation for America's Public Lands yet?
I have not, but the BLM has.
Okay.
Yeah, they're in conversations. So that's one of the.
As well.
Oh, and you, oh yeah, you did as well. So.
Yeah, I did talk with them, and they said they're about, maybe a year or two out from being able to help, like, with programmatic stuff, and they're really focusing on, like, plugging in infrastructure right now.
All right, Scott.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you two a question. Can you see this program being viable January 1 with both motorized and non-motorized working under the trail ambassadors, or is this going to have to be separated into two different groups? I have a problem seeing this program that you have, which is a good program. I agree with Eric. I have a hard time seeing this as a singular program. It looks to me like it's going to be broken apart, whether you want it or not. It looks to me like it's going to get broken apart by the county commissioners right now. That's Scott Wheeler's opinion. What's your thoughts?
My thoughts are that we're gonna roll with the punches. I don't know which direction it's gonna go, but I think either way, I do believe this program is important. I think we have good staff in place, and I think we can make it work with either of those options. We actually spent the car ride up, we wrote a little tree with all of the things that could happen. Again, it does seem like after that workshop happened, actually later in the meeting, there was a discussion about our RTP grant contract, which is our non-motorized RTP grant. And there was some comments from the commission about how they're supportive of that grant for the non-motorized trails, and they're also excited about seeing a motorized trail crew. And so, in my mind, I'm like, well, that is a piece to this application we put together. That the education is maybe the part that the commission feels like doesn't fit within the county anymore or currently, but there also does seem to be interest in kind of bumping up the trail maintenance that's going on those motorized trails. So to me, it leaves me with some questions, but it could be that there's a new educational group that's doing the education, and then maybe Grand County's role does fall more to that trail stewardship aspect.
Okay, Sheriff Paris, you have a comment, then we probably need to move on.
My only question is, what happens if the commission does move employees? What happens? There's a good amount of money here that we'd be sending, and then all of a sudden there's nobody we'd be paying for.
They make Sheriff Curtis this way. They made it clear they would take one employee, and it was Kelton, the motorized. That's all it would be one.
Okay, so there's more than one employee that's under the motorized.
Under this grant, there's a full-time and two part-times.
Three part-times.
Three part-times and one full-time.
I thought two part-time. Two full-times. Is there two full-times?
No, one full-time for the OHV site.
And to answer your question, Sheriff Curtis, if things change, that would be something that we'll work through with them on, if let's say the funding has to be returned or something like that, or they have to just close out the project early, if things happen like that, we can definitely manage it on our side. What we do with other applications as well. So regardless of what happens, we'll just work with them.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. I think, the process behind it's a good thing. It helps promote good use. And I just worry what happens if all of a sudden we've sent money and paying for people and they're gone. How do we account for that? So if there's a way to process for that, I'm good with it. Thank you.
And to provide a little bit more information, I don't know if this will change, but generally they've only ever really, it's been always reimbursement based, has it not? Yeah. So they've spent the funding up front and then we reimburse them. So, and I assume that's probably how it will proceed unless things change, but again, we'll work through that with them and yeah, we'll meet their needs.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Rachel.
Okay, I still have one comment. I don't think I can support this grant the way it's written right now. We'd have to change it to modify it if we're gonna do what the council wanted and or at least suggested that we do. And so, I'm not sure if we're under that type of thought, and I'm not sure how to modify it.
Yeah.
And I don't know that we can hang that out and say, hey, we're gonna put this grant here and kind of just leave it in limbo until something happens and put it in there. Because if we do that, other people will want us to hang things out and say, well, we didn't complete, we don't know. And so we'll have other people saying, hey, you did that with this group, you need to do it with us. And so this is just, I would like to go scream at some people because it is a horrible time for this to be done. In a month, it might be totally different. I don't know. I just, and it's a good program. And so, do you want to go someplace else? Will you go someplace else? Will you go to the sheriff's office if they hire you?
You know, I think I need to learn more and know more before I can like fully answer that question. I personally feel like the 15 years of experience that the Trails Department has in managing, you know, maps and data and doing trail work, even though like motorized trail work isn't, you know, isn't the same, but they're not apples to apples. There's a lot of like applicable backend infrastructure and like GIS stuff that's relevant. And I think that if I were in a different department, I don't know all of the ins and outs of what those pros could be. I heard about it at the same time you guys did yesterday, but I suppose I can't fully answer that question, but I do feel that the thing that would support me best in you know, fulfilling the aim of the grant application is for me to be part of the county and be part of the Trails Department. So I'd have that, you know, those resources and that knowledge of the, you know, all that back end stuff.
Your guys' experience in your meeting yesterday, if we were to award this, whether it falls through and cancels the grant or not, do you feel like that would put enough pressure on the county to keep things moving with it?
The county's gonna get rid of them. Period. They're gone. The question is, will they be able to grab a nonprofit or themselves become a nonprofit? There's no doubt in my mind they're gone. Underneath the umbrella of the county. And they carry enough votes. If they would have voted yesterday, it would have been gone. And I've seen people with very strong opinions about it. And I don't see people wavering. The question is, can they get nonprofit or not get nonprofit or get somebody to take them on? And the reason why they're struggling to get somebody to jump up and take them on, like she mentioned, the Foundation and Park Service, they're not going to take them as a nonprofit. They may have some funding, but they're not going to take them. They have to find a group to take them or become nonprofit themselves. And the problem with becoming nonprofit is that there was kind of a deadline that was talked about by the end of the year, by the 31st. And there was some ambivalence going back and forth. Some commissioners said, yeah, there was agreement. Some said no. County administrator said yes. So that's why they tabled for a working group. But it would be very hard for them to become a nonprofit between now and the 31st.
Right.
So
it's not a matter of if, it's just in the next and when.
Would you agree with that? That it's pretty much you guys are going to be opposite this relative.
Yeah, I think you're correct in that. It seems like there's four commissioners who would like to see the Trail Ambassador program moved out. And then maybe a few ambiguity specifically about that OHV portion and how they're viewing that, if that's being viewed as Trail Ambassador program or if that's being viewed as trail work.
And it was very adamant, the county commissioners were, that they want to see this a nonprofit themselves. They don't necessarily want to see it to go, but they wanted to see it to be a nonprofit. The other piece to that is they were very forthcoming on the work Calvin's been doing down there for the OHV community. I think that's why they come out and said, you know, no matter what happens, we can still like him around.
Well, good job, Kelly. Unfortunate news. So if we fund Kelton, will that move him into that position? Or how does that, I mean, does,
That was the conversation they had, is they would figure out a way to keep him. One commissioner said we'll put him under the sheriff's office, which, you know, then the other commissioner said maybe the road department would be better. So there was never a definitive answer on that either.
And that health department also.
And the health department, because they get some money from the health department, right? You get about 50,000 from the health department. That's because of sanitation and crap all over the trails. That's not a land grant conversation, but anyway, nonetheless, the commissioners were, and there was no, they couldn't take a vote on it because it was just a working deal. So, you know, there's really no guarantee on that, but I think the commissioners recognized the value of Kelton when they mentioned that. So this is a tough decision because I went down there hoping for a clear answer. And the only clear answer I got is they can be out from the county. And they will be on their own. And what that looks like 3 months from now, 4 months from now, I don't know. I don't even think they know. But the clear answer is, in my opinion, and leaving that, is they're going to be out from underneath the umbrella of the county. So.
Would like to raise their take to by $75,000 to cover the cost of 3 part-time employees at $22.50 an hour, 20 hours a week for the year, times 3 employees. Give us a year to figure out, or less if things just don't really work out, to see if we can help them figure out something.
So before we go anywhere else, are we okay spending a little more time on this topic? Because
You're all the time.
well, this is an important topic and it's a lot of money. And we are getting close to time, but if the council wants to continue debating it, I'll put pause on my stopwatch. But it is a big deal. And there's a lot of moving pieces to this.
Is there any mechanism that we can do and say, okay, this is in flux, we're gonna set this aside, we're gonna set it up here and deal with it in a month or 2 months?
We could do a contingency, you know, this contract will move forward contingent upon X of what we learned or something.
Yeah.
But Brody, what were you saying? Okay, to raise the request for a second. I'm
Raise
just
the
getting
request.
I'm just writing what you said.
Raise the request by a certain amount to cover the cost of the 3 part-time.
It's already in there.
Also,
Nicole,
It is.
Yeah. Yeah, it's in the,
so then I'm confused.
But the sheriff's office, the county commission said they're only gonna take one employee.
Even with the grant the way it is, they only want one.
One employee.
But they're not benefited. So there'd be no major down, there's nothing.
You would have workers' comp,
Sure.
so stuff like that.
They would get the cost of the employee minus the workers' comp. Or to give them, us, and everybody time to figure out something.
Nicole, what's your comment?
I just kind of have a question. So I'm assuming we have more funding requests and grants than what we have in the actual pot of money to hand out. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Well, we lost Wayne County.
That's true.
So, they backed out.
We had less than was asked in what's it year. When I remember, it was just had more than. So there's funding available, it just might not be next cycle.
Sorry, was there? I was distracted by
Just and there's funding available, but we might come from like next cycle, it might be reduced a little if we.
Yeah, sorry, I apologize. I was distracted by the thing. Okay, yeah, if we take out Robert's Grooves.
401,
Yeah, 401. I mean, we'd still have a request amount total of 2.4 million. Ideally, we would, hold on. Yeah, 2.4 million. Ideally, we would want to keep it around 2 million, but I think
So is it a possibility for him to be under the state's purview instead of county purview? Is that what the conversation is happening in the background?
Well, there is an opening down there with the state. And, we do have an opening with the chapter.
Okay.
So that's all I'm gonna say about that.
Yeah, and you haven't had time really to process this anyway, so.
Yeah. But it, like I was telling you, John's a good hand. He's a good hand and very supportive of this group and our goals. It would be a shame to lose him in one form or another. And he's given us a lot of comfort.
Sure, but with his position, with what he's currently doing, would that fit with something that the state could manage?
Yeah. I don't know. I can't say that. The truck is not my, it's not my deal.
Okay.
I wish I could give you a definitive answer, but it's just not my, it's not my position.
Okay.
we spent a lot of time on this. We didn't want to vote.
What are we voting on? Just to fund or is there a proposal? We've heard some proposals of
Well,
increases. I don't know.
If that, their current funding covers those 3 employees, but the county's gonna get rid of them anyway. That doesn't matter that we.
Eric, what did you have?
So just real quick, just make sure I'm understanding this correctly, is that Rachel's basically committed to taking care of it administratively, right? And so
Yes.
if we were to make a proposal that we vote to approve this or not, and then let it be taken care of administratively, because, you know, it comes down to, we support what they're doing. We'd like to see them continue to do it. We're a little concerned about egg on our face if they were to align with someone that we don't align with, but that's not really anything that we need to be worried about right now. The only thing I would say is to make it for a shorter duration. This is for 2 years, right? Is that what the grant is for? So
Yeah,
we
have it.
to a year or something like that, where they would have time, or even 6 months, have time to let this all shake out, and also give them time to come back and ask for more money if it's something that aligns with our goals, falls underneath our umbrella of approved grant projects. So basically I'm saying, let's move whatever we're doing.
Is that a motion? I'm hearing a motion to approve for 1 year instead of 2.
I will, yes, that is the motion I would like to make.
I'll second this, Sheriff Curtis. I agree.
That, yeah, I think you need to clarify for 1 year, is that the same dollar amount or is that cut in half by a year?
That would be something that's administratively figured out.
It probably,
So it would be at the unit rate for 1 year. Is that right?
Well, so the back.
In the budget, is it broken out into yearly units?
Let's see their budget real quick.
They do have it broke out into 2 years, and but there's several other things that would be not involved with those 2 years, 1 year employee type stuff.
Can I interject?
Yes, please.
I see the merit behind breaking it out into, having it be a 1 year contract, but I also just want to state that this applicant is very communicative with us. If things happen, ultimately, like, I don't want to potentially cause any issues if something does change. Like, let's say they're able to get their nonprofit established and they're able to hit some motorized nonprofit, but then now we've cut them off, and then they have to come back and apply and go through the process again and go out and get those letters. And let's say potentially county commissioners in that county aren't supportive of it, then it hinders the project. Ultimately, I think it just goes back to letting us work with them on things and having the normal 28-month contract, because, like, let's say something does arise and things start working out that just kind of hinders them. That's just my personal opinion.
So Rachel, you're asking us to okay this grant and you guys will decide how to administer it. Is that what you're
Well,
saying?
we'll work with them, and again, as Maddie said, we'll roll with the punches too, so.
So if it ends up that they're more or less absolved, then you've only paid for what you've paid for at that point.
Yeah,
We were only reimbursed them because they will have paid it money, so we wouldn't be out of it.
and if it dissolves and it's not able to happen, it would just roll back into the grant or
Cancel the contract.
So your group, you don't request upfront, you request reimbursables, what's spent, you ask for reimbursement.
Does that change your motion, Eric?
Well, it doesn't change my motion. I think my motion still stands. I'm making the motion that it's 1 year. I don't want to be into it 2 years, a whole nother year with a partner that we shouldn't be partnered with. And my motion is still cut it back to 1 year duration.
Well, if it falls through, it'd be nil and void anyway. You could cancel it anytime you want.
It's not falling through. It's being aligned with someone else.
But we would
So
have to reassign the contract to that entity, and so if we weren't in line with that organization, then we could opt not to assign that contract on to their.
The organization would have to be an OHV. We hold firm to that on all our nonprofits that apply, that they have to have an OHV foundation, right?
And there'll be all of us looking at that with a fine tooth comb and a magnifying glass.
Exactly,
So,
I know,
I mean, we'll be poking around in their garbage.
pulling out the wag bags.
okay, so back to the motion. So I'll have to drop my motion then.
Eric, hold on just a second. We have a comment here.
Oh, well, I have a question, and that kind of answered it of like, is there an administrative way to address that fear? Because I think that's something we're all aware of, but as staff, I can't have a lot of uncertainty, can't guarantee what direction things are moving in. I also do have a question. So one group we've been talking to, and again, like very early stages, so I'm not trying to start any rumors about their commitment level, but like the health department has been a long time partner of the program because of these ongoing issues with human waste in Greene County, and because of both for the motorized component and the non-motorized component of the ambassador program, there's an aspect of educating the public and providing bag bags. Is a group like that something that this council would support or not support?
Is it part of the county, city, state?
I think it's the state.
Health department is there.
It would be eligible, because if it's a state entity, then it's technically eligible. Yeah, and I do want to state that I would love to work with Wade to define what an OHV nonprofit group is, because I think that that's always kind of been brought up. So that's another side note for later,
Well,
but
how about you just let us have the final say on that? If you bring it to us and let us do our looking and digging and give it a yea or nay.
perfect. I love that.
So with the health department, what is the council's feelings on the health department?
They still answer to the state. At the end of the day, the health director still has to toe the line that the state health department gives. So
I have issues with doing trail maintenance with the health department. I don't, just doesn't seem like it's a fit. That's what popped in my head, but maybe they could broaden it out. But I think that we need to find something besides the health department services. Have you do trail maintenance if you stay on.
I'd be open to the health departments, at least like the health department in my county. I would trust them and have great faith in them. And so we'd still want to do our due diligence to find out who their director is and all some of their staff and things like that. But poke around the Facebook pages and whatnot. But, and then I kid you not, we'll be doing that. And so, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily have a problem with that, but it would be nice to have a different group. But if that's what it is, that's what it is too. If it fits.
Sheriff, what was your comment?
So it may start with a question. Are they currently under grant funding that we're reimbursing up to until this grant comes into place?
Yes.
So the question, this is why I'm proposing what I did is until things are figured out, why are we doing anything, moving forward, any money into it, putting anything to it until they've got this figured out? That's my big concern. There is so many moving parts. We're talking road department, sheriff's office, health department, another private entity. Until it's figured out, my honest opinion is either we cut it back to a year, a short term, or we don't approve it at all until they get it figured out. If we don't have it figured out, I don't feel like we can honestly say, let's put money towards this. If they want to pull the funding on the employees and we fund the rest of it, all the other stuff, because it will get used, I'm okay with that. But that's my question is if we're reimbursing them, why can't they wait until they get it figured out? Sounds like they could have it figured out in a month or two.
So I'm going to answer that. So one of the things that we talked about earlier is not wanting to really hold things because then it opens up the door for other applicants to come and say, well, you held this one until it got worked out. So, and that just overcomplicates it a little bit, similar to how it was at our last meeting where we had those two that were held. Because they're always kind of just still on the docket, right? And then another thing that I just want to mention is that their current grant application expires at the end of December. So they would have that potentially 4-month chunk with no funding available. So keep that in mind as well.
And the grant is kind of a carrot or a potential other partner. And if we don't have the carrot out there, then it may be harder to get anybody else to come to the rescue. But we also have the ability to get the carrot back if it's a group we don't like. That's why I say we go for it.
And we have a motion and a second that are still on the table.
Who was the second?
So it was seconded by Sheriff Curtis.
We have 26 other grants. to
Yes,
go
we
through in
do.
45 minutes, so
You just tell me when you want me to exercise muscles and
I might have to be real soon.
She's telling you right now. Okay, so we have a motion and a second.
But his motion was for 1 year at the
For
time.
1 year, funding it for 1 year. At the same amount, but just going for 1 year. Is that right, Eric?
Cut in half with
Yeah, it's basically, it's what in my mind be half of what the ask is.
Okay. Pass the ask for 1 year. And then it was seconded by Sheriff Curtis. Let's do a roll call vote on this real quick.
I am starting with you, Scott, for half the amount.
I say yes.
Okay. Eric,
Yes.
Mike?
Yeah.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Sheriff Curtis?
Yes.
Nicole?
Just to make sure I'm clear, it's roughly 60,000 that we're approving, right?
Now it'd be
It
about
would-
98,000.
Yeah, it'd be, a little bit under $100,000. $100,000.
I'm a yes then.
Okay. Brett,
Brett?
Yes.
ready?
No.
Jason?
Yes.
So that,
Okay, let's do a roll call vote on that proposal then.
98,157.
all right. Eric,
Yes.
Mike,
I think there's too many moving parts.
okay. Bonnie,
Yes.
Sheriff Curtis? Sheriff Curtis?
Call 911.
Okay, Nicole,
Yes.
Brett,
Yes.
Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott.
Yes.
Did I already get Eric? Yes. Okay. Sheriff Curtis? Well, as is currently without Sheriff Curtis input, it passes at 98,157.
That leaves you the ability to do a lot of juggling, right?
So, yeah. Okay, we'll work with them. Stuck with me.
Okay,
Okay, now
Moving on.
I'm gonna be mean to everybody.
now we're down to 2 minutes for grants.
About 2 minutes and 20 seconds, each one.
All right, Blankenagel County Search and Rescue. This is application, number 17 on the list, 4625. 17 on the list. This one's Dave, these are the guys that presented about, nope. Yep. They're the ones that presented to us earlier about the side-by-sides. Number 17 on the list. They're asking for $61,673.85. Sheriff Curtis, Kirk, and Brett reviewed this one. Any concerns on your end or anything that wasn't discussed when they presented?
I'm good with it.
Okay. Any other questions or discussion on this one? Let's go ahead and vote.
Okay. Okay, so I am starting with Mike.
Yeah.
Okay, Bonnie?
Yes.
Sheriff Curtis?
Yes.
Okay, Nicole?
Yes.
Brett?
Yes.
Brody?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Scott?
No.
Eric?
Yes.
Passes.
Okay. Cool. Let's go on to number 14 on the list. Nicole, you've got a question?
Yeah, I do. I was just wondering how many more of these have funded a different amount or not fund that we should have a big conversation on. Are we planning on doing kind of like all the ones that we all just like kind of a big group approval?
We can to a certain extent. We've done that in the past where we've approved any with a certain score above. Right now, what we're doing is we're going through all of those that have presented to us, and then we can go look at the grants that way.
Okay.
Okay, so this is, next one is number 14 on the list, number 4649, Kane County, Duck Creek. Application, 4649. 323,000. This was discussed. They presented to us last. And any other questions or concerns or discussion about this one that we need to bring up?
I know I'm not a voting member, but it sounded like we were funding parking strip for the businesses along that main road and not really improving the trail. That's just what it sounded like. I did see in the picture they presented, it had probably more cars than it did at OHV's in the parking lot, but I'm not a voting member either. But there's a giant OHV parking lot within a mile of Duck Creek. That's really the staging area for the trail number one.
It looked to me like on the drawings, the parking spots weren't for trailers, they were for cars.
Yeah.
You can't get a lot of trailers in there. They weren't pulled in, that you would have to back it, truck the trailer. You don't want to do that there.
Looks like we need to vote on
Okay. Oh, we've got Nicole has one more comment.
Yeah, I guess I'll just bring up, like, it's kind of hard to tell if it's, what type of user it is by vehicle. Once my husband and I leave on our dirt bikes, you never know what we're there doing because we haul them in the back of our pickup. You just don't know. So, and I have a SUV that I have kind of a rack for my dirt bike, and sometimes I'll toss it elsewhere. So you may or may not know if they're using that with motorized funds.
Okay, Cheryl?
Yeah, and I just feel like parking is a really complex thing, and I feel like maybe they're trying to make a really quick solution, and I just don't see it. I don't see cramming parking in between two roads and that trail that's going to be a great OHV solution. And I personally would like them to look bigger or look at another area, or is there somewhere adjacent to here that they could actually do a lot that's not right on Main Street, that's the highest area that cars want to be. I don't see the vision, I guess. And I would like them to take maybe a step back and see where else could an OHV parking lot that was truly going to accommodate OHVs be away from this Main Street area. That would be again, I'm not a voting member, but that's what I would highly encourage, is them to come back with a different proposal in a maybe different area.
Thanks, Cheryl. Could we have to reapply and look at improving the current trail? Maybe make it bigger, make it nicer, make it better.
I think that would be a good encouragement to move forward with them, especially where the county's coming forward and taking part. I think we should give them some encouragement to come back.
And it's good feedback. It's only 4 months away, 4.5 months.
Yeah. They can wait till next spring.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on this. Roll call.
Bonnie?
I'll vote no.
Okay. Sheriff Curtis?
No at the full amount.
Okay. Nicole?
I'm a yes.
Okay. Brett?
Sorry, no.
Okay. Brody?
No.
Okay. Jason?
No.
Scott?
No.
Eric?
Nope.
Mike?
No.
Okay. That one did not pass.
Okay, this is application number 23 on the list. Application 4635, this is the upload application. Any thoughts from the council on this one? In addition to the discussion that was had earlier?
Does the staff have any concerns now that it's been tweaked and reworked?
I think that they've resolved some of the concerns. I think
Some or all?
I think I've got them all resolved with us. And that's what we asked last time, to come back with resolution, and I think they did that.
yeah.
Okay, let's vote.
Okay. Sheriff Curtis?
No, which one's this one? The UPLA one?
Yes.
I have a hard time with full-time positions. Here's what I worry. I'm just gonna say yes at this point. I've got worries, but I'll say yes.
Okay.
I got lots of worries, you guys. Gosh dang it.
All right.
We'll leave it at that.
Nicole? Perfect. Nicole?
I'm a yes.
Brett?
Yes.
Brody?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Scott?
Yes.
Eric?
Yes.
Mike?
Yeah.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Okay. Passes flying colors.
Okay, now on the list, this one is,
31.
this is the 3 separate applications. This is for the promotional tourism grants. This is number 31, 32, and 33 on our list.
I jump in real fast. I was real skeptical on it until I heard him talk. And that they were willing to share data with us. This data could be important to us at some point in time. I was real skeptical because I'd seen that. But
Yeah, I would also like to add, I think a lot of our major concerns and in the past with AYL is that we could not get them to share data, information, statistics, any of that. So, and also we had to then buy the content that was, it was open.
So
And
what organization's doing this?
this was AY. So this is historic.
AYL in the past.
Yeah. in the
Oh,
past.
okay, yeah.
But we asked, and we have on public record that it's ownership to the counties. They own the content that's created for the rest of their life.
I think this data would be good for the program, especially if Maureen would keep that specific in the contract, that we can request the counties for any OHV data that they might from this. I think this is valuable. That's all they matter.
And later on tonight, they're gonna send me their statistics that they talked about, which I'll be sending off to update you all, so.
So there's your answer.
So this would be a total of $37,500 for all three from
Each one.
Each one.
Three counties.
Oh, yes, it would be.
You know, take care of 3 grants for us. And we would be under Rachel's 2.5 minute timeline. Because I drink her Celsius. It was an accident.
Sheriff, what question or comment did you have?
So 2 quick comments. One, I love the data. And I will tell you that I've been part of, personally, we took out some of the equipment that we got through this grant and another grant to go out and do some filming of some snowmobile in our back country. So with that, I offer my support, even though I feel like maybe I shouldn't be voting on the one that supports Sevier County. I should probably abstain from that one. So
If you put in a letter of support.
I didn't put a letter of support, but I do know that they're already doing work on this, and I think they've got some good ideas for tracking the data. I love it.
Eric, what was your comment? Eric, did you have a comment?
Yes, sorry. I'm good. If the sheriff's gonna endorse it, I'm good. Thanks.
You just want to get out of a ticket in Sevier County.
Yeah, that's it.
Come on. Tell me what you really think.
No, that's seriously it. Has anybody had experience with them? It sounds like we're starting to. That was my concern.
Okay, yeah, let's vote on the 3 of these applications at the same time. This is for Uena County, Travel and Tourism, Sevier County Tourism, Cache Valley Visitors Bureau, Explore Logan. Applications 4662, 4687, and 4686. Roll call vote.
Okay. I think I'm starting with Sheriff Curtis. I will have you abstain from the one from your area, but do you vote? What is your vote on the other 2?
Yes, on the other 2.
Okay, everyone else will be voting on the 3. Nicole? Okay. Brett?
Yes.
Brody?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Scott?
Yep.
Eric?
Yes.
Mike?
I'll abstain from the one from Uena County, but yes on the other 3.
Noted.
The other 2, I guess.
Thank you. Noted. Sorry about that. Bonnie?
Yes.
Okay, and then is Nicole there? I don't see her. Okay. We'll just leave her blank for now. Okay.
Okay, can I jump in and maybe save a little time here? Sheriff Curtis, please jump in. I've been overlooking those search and rescue ones. We got Cache County, Washington County, Juab County. I've been in contact with the submitter of Cache County, Washington County. They're asking for single track machines. They do have single track trails. They've never asked for machines before. If you asked me for my recommendation, I'd green stamp those. They're well under the budget that we set. Juab County's asking for 2 snowmobiles, not a high snowmobile area, but I have been working with some users over there on the travel plan in Nephi that actually use the sand pitch. They've never asked for any type of a winter machine before. If you asked me for my recommendation, I probably said yes too. Sheriff Curtis, do you have anything to add on those 3?
I agree on all of them. The one I did reach out to Sheriff Jensen. There was a comment made about how they had a grant project that they hadn't finished in 2023. He's going to follow up on it with me. But outside of that, I think they're all good projects.
So which projects are these again? Sorry, I'm just looking at the list.
It would be 4691 and 4667 and 4655.
Okay.
I think we could make a motion for all three, Jason, if you would entertain that.
For sure.
I know we haven't.
We'll score all three of those at once, unless there's any other discussion on those.
It's, what number are they on the?
16, 19, and 21.
Okay.
Should I make that motion?
No,
We
we're
don't
just,
need a motion.
we're just gonna vote on those three at once. Go ahead, Rachel.
Okay, Nicole. Okay, Nicole's not there. Brett,
Yes.
okay, Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott.
Yep.
Eric,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Connie,
Yes.
Sheriff Curtis.
Yes.
Okay. Those three pass.
Okay, anything else on your end? Wait.
There was one more. I don't see it, Rachel. Do you see Salt Lake County Search and Rescue?
It's number 22.
I didn't lump that one in with those three because this one may require some debate. They've come to us before, and I know the council has questioned the need for OHV funds in Salt Lake County when we really know where else. They do a good application. But I didn't lump that in because that, to me, that needs to be talked about before you.
Yeah, Brett and Sheriff, you guys both reviewed this one. What do you have to say on that?
So this is Sheriff Curtis. I don't think it justifies having a full 3 drones. They have very low mileage, very low number of OHV routes. One reason I did consider saying maybe we should support it at 1. Earlier, we talked about how many other people benefit from us. All of us benefit from the number of OHVs that are actually registered out of Salt Lake County. They all come to the other outlying counties to recreate. So I figure as a token, maybe that's what we look at as the 1 at the flat rate that we've approved. That would be my suggestion.
I like
Brett,
that.
what
idea.
about you?
Yeah, but just do you want to go to
Just
the-
funding it at 1/3 and just doing 1 drone?
But aren't they only asking for 2? That says 2 TF. So just half.
It would be 1 at the rate.
1 at the rate.
Which they are,
They are
at the
both
rate.
at the rate.
Yeah, because it's up to $7,000 for,
Yeah, 1 great.
yeah, yes, drones, that's why they didn't present.
So we need a motion on that.
I make a motion that we fund it at 1 drone at the rate that is authorized.
Okay, we've got a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Sheriff,
ahead, Scott.
Scott, you did
Yeah, Scott can do it.
it. Okay, all those in favor of funding at the approved rate for 1 drone, say, well, let's do roll call.
Okay. Alrighty, Brett.
Yes.
Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Eric,
No.
Okay, Mike,
Yeah.
Bonnie,
Yes.
Sheriff Curtis,
Yes.
Ms. Nicole on the call. Yes, she is. Nicole? She is. Nicole?
Yes.
Perfect.
Okay,
What's the dollar amount?
It should be, sorry, bear with me. Requested, what's $8,000? No, sorry. Bear with me, we'll do it.
I guess maybe to clarify, it was just the drone, like these additional like accessory stuff, was that pulled?
no, just one drone.
Just one.
One drone.
No accessories, great.
So it should be,
Yeah,
what's happening?
Sheriff.
So, and this is where I had the, especially the thought on the in-kind as well, because they talked about doing in-kind towards it. And I really was hinked up about it because it didn't say they were actually going to go out to an OHV ride and help do something with an ATV club or something. I'd like to have seen that in there somehow. So there still was some other things. That's why I'm glad we had the discussion about in-kind match. And I also think that it's appropriate to drop it to that 7,000. So.
Okay, so what does that make our total? Is it the 7,500?
No, it comes to 9,500, so 7,000 for the drone, 2,000 for battery and chargers and transport case. So accessories for that drone.
Okay. Okay, let's do a vote on that then.
Okay. All right, Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Eric,
For one OHV rescue?
Yes.
No.
okay, Mike,
No.
no? Okay, Bonnie,
Yes.
Sheriff Curtis,
Yes.
Nicole? I know, Nicole, you keep dropping off. Okay, I don't see her on there, so Brett,
Yes.
okay, that passes.
Okay, let's, as we're getting into this, let's look at, and I'm just gonna open it up here quick so we can discuss any that people have questions or concerns on. Then we can move on to the rest and do probably group voting again on the rest, if that's okay. So, raise your hand or speak up if you've got some of the ones that you've reviewed that you wanted to discuss or had questions on. And then we'll address those first.
Pardon me, with the 4621. The SLC Village Troops.
That is number
What number is
28
that?
under education.
28?
Yes.
So Mike, Brett, and Kurt reviewed this one. Yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the premise and everything, but when I went down through their budget, nearly all the letters of support were from companies, and they were saying like how lights help trail etiquette, and then the budget was going directly to those same companies. It just has the appearance of, hey, let's outfit it cheap. Let's use this to outfit it cheap from everybody, instead of the main focus being on education. And I just not sure we're gonna get the bang for the buck. that, maybe it was written different, but it's still just, you don't just all the stuff. Yeah.
So I've spent a lot of time pondering this today and over the last few weeks, and Mike and I chatted. And I spent some time today chatting with Brandon. I'm okay with pretty much everything on here except for the lighting. These guys, we all talk about, oh, we need to educate trail users and stuff like that. These guys really do. They get it done. They put their money where their mouths are. They have trail runs every week or every month. For newbies and hardcores, they spend a lot of time pre-running. They're at events everywhere, and they're really a force for good in the OHV world. They're trying to, and that's expensive to be out there all the time doing that. And they're trying to find a way to consistently be able to do that. Going down this line by line, I agree with the recovery training. We've already seen that pay off in their group. The trasheroos, great. The storage for materials, what that is so that they've got these totes with presentation stuff and stuff that they're going to have at their booth and trail rides and everything. It's kind of a grab and go. So if someone's out of town, someone else can grab it. So that's what that's about. Trail hosts and educators. That's 12 trail rides a year for a leader and a gunner. And that's to cover costs with pre-running and the trail ride that day. I don't know how they come up with $250, but maybe that's just fuel and time or whatever, but that's what that represents. Vehicle branding, those are wraps for 2 vehicles, and I think they're going to have a trailer.
Hey, Jason.
Off-road lighting. I have a hard time defending that one, so I'm not going to. But this is. I'm just.
So I guess. Brett, if you had, would you recommend a different funding for this one?
What I would recommend is funding it last item 6. Just delete line item 6.
Okay. So
And that supports their mission, and they really do a good job.
Okay. Is that your motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay. Do we have a second to that motion?
This is Sheriff Curtis. I'll support it. If Brett says they're good people, they're good people. They do a good job.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second to fund it less item 6 on their budget. Let's do a quick roll call vote on that motion, please.
Okay. I keep forgetting where we are. Jason.
Yes.
Okay. Scott.
Yep.
Eric. Eric? Oh, he's away. Never mind. Mike? Oh, wait, there he is. Mike, you can. Okay. Mike is a no. Bonnie?
Yes.
Sheriff Curtis?
Yes.
Nicole, if you're on. Okay, Brett?
Yes.
Brody?
Yes.
And then Eric.
Yes.
Okay,
So what does that make the total?
it would be 10,849.90.
Okay.
What were Brody or Jason and Scott's votes? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Is that
Let's
8,000
do
or
both.
16,349?
No. Well, that's how much the total project cost will be.
Okay.
So they would be awarded 10,849.90.
Okay, let's do another roll call vote on that amount.
Scott?
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Mike,
No.
okay, Bonnie,
Yes.
Sheriff Curtis, Sheriff Curtis. Okay. Nicole,
Yes.
Brett, oh,
Yes.
thanks, Nicole. Awesome. Brody?
No.
Okay, Jason?
No.
All right. So we did everyone, so, yeah, Sheriff Curtis. There, but as it stands right now, at 63%. That passes.
Okay, very good. Any others that any members of the council feel warrant more discussion? Cheryl?
Yeah, I'd like to throw out, let's see, I think it's application 4660. It's the Canyon Country Super Loop. Just like to have a discussion on that one. That is one that I noticed did not have letters of support from two of the federal land management agencies that their project is on. Rachel reached out to them to get letters of support, but basically there were emails saying, we would love to talk to you about this and get more information. And I reached out to the Moab district and they said they've had little to no coordination on this project at all, but they would love to work with this partner. So I would just highly encourage this to be a project that they work more closely with those federal land management agencies and come back next grant cycle. And I don't know if Dave has anything to add to this either, but when I read the emails, I was like, this feels like neither of these units were given the opportunity to really be part of this discussion or to help, kind of craft this project proposal. And I think it's really important. So.
Oh, Cheryl, just to jump in, I met with Josh, the submitter of it yesterday. I did have that conversation that his letters of recommendation just were not going to make it. And he knew that. And he had to throw it together rather quickly.
Yeah.
He realized that. And he'll be back.
Yeah, and Moab was like, oh, I'm super glad they put it in. We'd love to get a relationship going with them again. We were excited to hear about it, but we didn't participate in this at all. In fact, we're not even sure what it is. And regardless of what land management agency it is, if it's county, if it's state, if it's fed, if I don't see those letters of support, that's to me a really big concern, just because I think we need to have that coordination. So that's my 2 cents on that one.
I think you'll get it right. I think he knows he had to hurry it through and needs more time. And I think we give him encouragement.
I did reach out.
Go ahead.
I did reach out to the BLM in Monticello. They're very supportive. They sent me a letter of support. They've been working with this group extensively. So yes, they are fully on board with this grant.
That poses an interesting. We got support from the BLM, but not the forest. So
I think you could just remove any discussion of the Forest Service part of the project and ask them to engage with them and come back with a different proposal.
The majority of the super loop is on BLM. Yeah, this is
yeah.
This is the one across the fence.
Yes. Well, that's something to consider. The BLM supports it. And Josh is very motivated to do good things down there. So
I was impressed with the conversation I had with him yesterday. Yes. Very motivated and willing to put time into doing things at a volunteer level. So I try to encourage other people. So I thought we'd get well out of him.
Maybe I'm not telling you what to do. Maybe we fund everything with BLM lands, because that's the letter of support we got, and encourage Josh to come back at another time with the Forest Service when he gets things together with them.
Yeah, I'll send this to me. Do we?
And I did meet with the public lands director, Nick Sandberg. Scott and I did yesterday. The county's fully supportive of it.
Yeah. Do we know how much of this is on forest land?
Looking at the, oh gosh, this is the one that has like.
It's got a lot.
This section on forest ground is a lot of bear's ears under that.
Uh,
That's most of that. So somehow we're gonna have to figure out how to pull that out of that.
Could you fund it and say you can't use it until you get approval on it?
don't work on the Forest Service section to tell you letters of support. That seems reasonable.
What does Cheryl say about that?
I mean, I feel like this is going about partnerships backwards. And I guess that's what I will say. I think that I encourage these conversations to happen up front, to get those letters of support up front and then to proceed. Otherwise, I feel like it puts partners in a really rough spot to be like, hey, we went, they gave us money. Now we're ready to do this project. Are you ready? And I feel like that's partnership backwards. So again, the strong recommendation from that district was to please tell them we're excited about the application. We'd love to coordinate with it, but can we please work on a separate app? So that is what I will communicate to the council.
And Josh can come back in 4 months and get the money from the Forest Service. So
We would have to look intently at the maps. There's probably 20 plus maps that they've included, so
There's a bunch of that.
it would be very difficult in this meeting to figure out what that is.
should we just put in there that we fund it, but it only goes to BLM projects that were approved on and Forest Service?
Just resubmit at the next time.
That's it.
With the letters of support.
There are some.
There's some suggestions. Do we have a motion on the table for any of these options?
I make a motion that we do not accept, but let them reapply at the exact same grant at the next cycle with the letters of support that are needed.
We don't need a motion. Like non-funding motions, you can just direct us to communicate.
Yeah, if we wanted to table this one, we can table it with the direction.
Yeah, we don't table it.
No, don't table.
No, don't table
Or just deny it.
You just move on.
Yeah, it's out of order.
It's just not approved.
Okay.
Well, we got to vote on it, don't we?
I can reach out to Josh and give him encouragement to come back.
Let's do that.
We don't have to vote on it?
Yeah, definitely encourage him, Wade, because I mean, Brian was really excited about this. He just wants to go about it the right way.
I'll work with Josh and we'll get it ready for the next one.
Review that one. I think we should. Okay. All right, we will move on from that grant. We've got a request so that one was application 4660, number 8 on the list. Okay, we've got a request for which application?
Is it the tread lightly one? Isn't this a resubmit?
Yeah.
Did they make any changes?
I think it was just they clarified some things, because I think this was the one at our meeting in May where.
Yeah,
It
it was
was
at the same
Upla,
time.
Yeah, Upla and then Tread Lightly, so they just really resubmitted. I worked with them slightly on this.
Any concerns on your part?
They do great work.
All right, then that's good enough.
What number is it?
It is number 26. Those 13.
I just want to make sure, because I didn't review it, but it was, sounded familiar.
Yeah, this is just fix some things in the back and I believe we did that.
Any other? Well, let's see if there's any others that prompt discussion. We can talk about them.
What about this, Washington, and it wasn't one that I reviewed, but the Washington County 4-H Youth OHV Safety Program, is this a resubmit also?
No, that is not.
I reviewed it. I'm okay.
Did we get 26? Did you review that one?
Why are we having them do it when we have, law enforcement that can do this?
The 4-H youth safety program?
Or this says it's for an OHV safety program, hands-on training. Why are we doing it? Why are we gonna pay $106,000 when we have law enforcement that can do it for how much per person?
This is the youth training too, so this would be, is this just an additional from what our existing program has?
It's free. I ran the bill to leave it free. So, yeah, why are we gonna pay $106,000 for something that's free? It's free because I ran the bill with data, so it was free for use from Utah in Utah. Anything on that way?
We have instructors,
Yeah, that is a good point. I didn't, it just seems like we could use them to do that and also foster a good relationship between those youth and law enforcement. Right now, you're doing it. Yeah, let's have them do it.
It looks like they do. So this is for printed safety material and brochures, handouts, maps, helmet and safety program, trail etiquette and OHV ethics signage for Sand Mountain, curriculum printing, education kiosks, information signs and decals.
No, just no. It's,
Around that. GSU extension interns.
It's under the guidance, but it's only in Washington County, and that's a whole lot of money for something that's already free.
For a lot
Other
of
than the
this,
helmets.
a lot of this also includes safety materials that we don't have and trail etiquette signage,
That can be printed off the internet for free.
kiosks. That can't be printed.
We have a handout.
Kiosks. Seriously?
It's on the budget.
Just no.
Who's got a handout on this one? We have somebody from the organization.
Scroll up, Jorge, on that list.
It's on the viewer list. It's
Caden.
Caden, yeah.
Caden is from,
Was it Washington County or Livingston County?
anyway,
He's been made a contributor. So.
okay. Oh, Caden.
He's part of the 4-H, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Caden, do you want to speak on behalf of this? Caden, computer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Oh yeah, sweet.
Yes.
So I'm the main kind of like me and Paul have been working on this. And so we're trying to start it out in Washington County, but we're pretty much statewide. And so we're gonna kind of pilot it here, and we're hoping to get other counties through extension on board this. So I know USU just got another grant through Polaris to do OHV safety through 4-H. We have a lot bigger crowd down here, and so we're writing this to try to make this pilot program. They have we're mainly geared toward the youth, but we talked about adults that want to come out and do it, and so that was our big funding, and most of our expenses are like we said, the side by sides. But if you have any other questions, I can answer those.
Yeah.
What type of equipment would you be teaching these kids to ride?
So we have a lot of we're asking for side by sides because that's what we're seeing a lot of lean towards. But four-wheelers, dirt bikes. We're literally like 10 minutes down the road from Sand Hollow State Park, and so we could be a good staging area. And so it's all off-road vehicles, and already have a great support for the youth that wanted to do it.
So I just want to state to the council that right now I know that we have youth ATV courses. I don't know what the future holds for UTV courses for youth or dirt bike / motorcycle. It's a single track. So right now we just have ATV. That's what we offer. That's what we were educated on, myself included. But not the other.
Currently, there is no authorized state side-by-side training program. Is that correct?
We have
There's
some
stuff
of our
kind of in the works, but there's nothing set.
Yeah,
It's all ATV.
all ATV.
Why would we spend $106,000 on something that's free?
What I'm saying is that a portion of that is free right now. We don't have any other training.
So she's saying that this would offer more than what we currently offer.
Yeah.
It offers some for side by sides and potentially dirt bikes as well. Is that what I'm hearing?
Even though with the side-by-side motorcycles, we're still reinventing the wheel at $106,000 for one county. And so how many counties are there? 20-some counties. If we were to take that statewide, that would blow our budget. Just let the law enforcement, ranger do this.
Our education person, our safety and
Our
education.
safety, yeah.
rep.
Mike, do you have anything to add to this?
Well, I was actually one of the ones that reviewed it, and when I reviewed it, I was like, yeah, that's something you do. But I didn't realize that we had free training. So that does, I think the premise is great, but that did kind of change my mind that, and we've already turned down one today because they're talked about, drop $10,000 because they could get free training. So that does change my mind a little bit. They are doing some trail ambassador stuff, but
Is there somebody that we can put them in touch with to get that training set up and maybe develop a partnership there? Great.
Say that quietly.
I also
Ron, say that
reviewed
quietly.
this.
Ron. Somebody excuse themselves.
Go ahead, Nicole.
Nicole's background.
So I also reviewed this application, and where I do understand that we're saying that it is redundant, I do think 4-H programs, sometimes parents go out and just look for random programs to put their kids in the summer, and you might reach a broader group than what you normally do for just a classic OHV, safety thing. A parent might say, hey, this might be interesting for my kid. Like, I have no skills with OHVs, but this might be something interesting for my kid to do for a few weeks. So where I see that it is redundant, I do think that it is important because it reaches a broader group.
So is this, again, back to the idea, instead of seeking the funding here, is this something that 4-H could partner with the Division of Recreation, with Jacob and Rachel and sort out? Jacob, you've got a comment on that?
Yeah, so right now, currently, we probably won't be teaching anyone under the age of 16 any of the UTV courses, and I don't think the 4-H would fall within that line just because of the national standards. But for the motorcycle and ATV, we already have ATV in place, and the motorcycle is something that we're working on as well for the future. But I don't think having another course out there until we have something vetted within the state system is a good idea.
Okay. Thank you, Jacob.
They can come back after they've coordinated with rangers, law enforcement, and maybe reduce the ask and come up with some cool literature and things like that to complement law enforcement and what they would do on the training.
Do you want to vote on this
Yeah,
or are you over time?
I think we do. Let's vote on it.
Okay. I'm gonna start with Mike.
I was gonna fund it, but after the discussion, no.
Okay, Bonnie,
Yes.
Derek Curtis,
No.
Nicole,
I'm a no after hearing what the officer had to say.
okay, Brett,
No.
Brody,
No.
Jason,
No.
Scott,
No.
Eric,
No, but they do have a lot of stuff kind of figured out. This is something that's interesting to me, but I'm a no for this time.
okay. Okay, we never finished the Pelletti one. We immediately derailed and went.
Yeah, it seems like we're, yeah. Let's just ask, is there any others that we have concerns about that we need to discuss? And then maybe we can approve the block.
I will jump in real quick. On your block approval, there's some pretty big ones out there. The BLM one at 5 Mile Pass, I was out there with Dave. That's a solid project. The Fremont Trailhead, Brody knows that one. We've been working with Liz. Great project. They're gonna revitalize the whole thing. We had some concerns. It's got the support of the Forest Service, even though it's on state parkland. It's very important to have the Forest Service approval on it because that's the access to the Forest Service trail. They approve it. Brian Carter approves it. So just so you guys know, on those big ones, there's a big thumbs up from everything on those ones. And the Fish Lake Cattle Guards, I've been working with Jake Freeborn. That's all he wants is cattle guards. He's gonna build them himself. Great project, money well spent.
Cheryl?
Yeah, I was just curious on the Fremont Indian State Park if there were just a couple of pieces of equipment for like mowing that I was just curious if anybody else had any concerns about those. I think it sounds like an awesome project. I love the access, the trailheads, but I just don't know what the mowing, that was the one thing that I was like, I don't know, are we paying thousands of dollars for lawn mowers, like for mowers now? So anyways, if anyone could help me with that tidbit, I'm supportive of the project otherwise.
They're going to mow the scrub brush and everything around the trailheads and along the trails. So yeah, it's a good thing. And they want to do it safely without starting yet another fire. They're just below the Silver King.
Okay, this stood out to me as a different kind of tool than we normally see on like mowers.
Yeah,
So
because it's a state park and you know, and the idea is to make it beautiful. It's part of the whole thing and it's good.
got it.
And so just so you know, that trailhead is an informational trailhead. We've funded over the years, interpretive kiosks and different things that's out in the grass. So they kind of wanted to make sure that was just maintained, because I had the same question.
They've opened up.
Okay, yeah, everything else looked fine. I just don't typically see mowers show up on our applications. I just wanted that clarification that you guys are aware and that's useful equipment. So thank you.
Thanks, Cheryl. Sheriff Curtis, do you have one?
I was just gonna say that extended parking that they have out there where they put people out, it's all grass and sage stuff. So they mow that under just to keep it under control for parking.
Okay, thank you. Eric, did you have one?
It's just the whole mower thing, but I guess, I don't know. I guess I'm okay. Is there another fund the mower can come out of? I mean, it feels like that's a maintenance for a state park. Do we normally pay for maintenance? I don't know. I'm good if everybody else is good.
As a park
So you guys
ranger,
are saying they use it for the actual parking lot to like keep the parking lot?
Yeah.
mowed?
So
Is that why this is different? It's not like I'm picturing in my head like their grass, like their lawns,
No,
stuff
no.
like that. And I'm like, what is this mower for?
From what I understand and what I know, that's what they do. They've got that extended parking area down there when you go under the freeway. You go
Great.
down there where the trailhead is. Then they have extended parking for bigger ATV trailers down in there, and that's kind of what they use, and they mow that down. But now if they're mowing other spots, I don't know. But if
Got
it
it.
makes everybody comfortable, it didn't seem like it was very expensive. We could knock that off and it wouldn't be that big of a deal to the whole project.
It's not the same kind of a mower that they're gonna be mowing with little tiny bit of Kentucky bluegrass that they might have. This is gonna be stuff that can whack weeds in rocky, gravelly areas. So around them, a lot of it is to prevent sparks and fires from hitting, lighting up the dry grass that's all over there. I think it might be kind of like a brush fire control type thing. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Any other discussion on that one? Okay, let's vote on that one. This is, which application is this? Sorry.
So this is the Fremont. Do we want to do the both that you mentioned? It would be number 2, 5, and 12.
2, 5, and 12.
Yeah, it would be Fish Lake motorized infrastructure, which is the cattle guards. Number 5, which is 5 mile paths, and then number 12, which is Fremont Indian State Park. Otherwise, we're gonna proceed forward with this one. we wanna do?
Do we, yeah, do we have any motions for suggest a different amount or anything that way?
For what one?
For the Fremont State Park number 12.
That's. Well, Farrell's one that said something about that, so.
Jerry spoke on it.
She was good on it. Okay, she's good on it. Okay, let's vote on those 2, 5, and 12. So this is application 4651, 4676, and 4623.
Okay.
Vote.
Bonnie,
Yes.
Sheriff Curtis,
Yes.
Nicole? I should have beat it off then. Okay, Brett,
Yes.
Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Mike.
Yes.
Okay. So now, okay,
All right, any others that we have questions or concerns about that we feel the need to discuss?
I think we just ought to go sequentially through these and get these done.
yeah.
Okay.
Number 3 is the next one, isn't it?
You want to just vote? Well, the idea is if we've got the rest.
I don't know. I mean, I can't say that, but,
All right, let's just go down sequentially then, if that works for
3
everybody.
is next, isn't it?
3 is next.
Any problems with the trail cat?
One thing I would throw in there, I think it's a great funding. I would just throw in there that Millard County make sure that they entertain or for volunteers down there. We got the Sand Rock Ridge Riders when they need it. That's a trail cat in the area. I would put in a contract that it be available for volunteer use within the county as well. Because they do use our cat a lot down there with the Sand Rock Ridge Riders. And I'd hate to have a brand new cat sitting in Millard County's maintenance shed when I'm taking a cat down there from here. And they got one right there. So I would somehow make sure to include in a motion when we're approving this one that Millard County have a volunteer program with that cat as well.
Okay, I don't know. I think that we can just add that to the contract. I can write a note for it.
Is everybody good on that?
Yes. Yep.
Very good.
Let's vote on it.
You said with the county?
Yeah, the county we have the county have an agreement with volunteers to be able to operate that cat. Trained operators, which the Sand Rock Ridge Riders does have trained operators there that we've trained.
If I want to use the UF County. And they can even access those stuff before Beaver County.
Okay. Morning left. All righty.
Okay, voting on application 4683, Millard County Trail Maintenance. Trail cat.
Sheriff Curtis,
Yes.
Nicole? Out here. Brett,
Yes.
Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott.
Okay.
Eric,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Bonnie.
Yes.
But we've gone to number 6.
Yep, number 6, application 4712. This is Riding with Respect, doing single track work in the area. So we're looking at Parent Ranger District, Swell, and Moab.
Good project. It'll be a good thing. Let's vote.
All right, let's vote.
Perfect.
It'd be great thing.
Okay. I don't see Nicole, right? Okay. Then I'll start with Brett.
You said Scott?
Brett.
Yeah.
Brody,
Yeah, batteries are getting low.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
Bonnie,
Yes.
Sheriff Curtis.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, let's go on to number 7 on our list, application 4614, Badlands, Robert's Roost, and Poison Spring Trails Support Initiative. This is OHV Advocates.
Thank you, I really enjoyed it. The road, I got some calls to make, so.
Thank you.
very much. Thank you.
Any comments on this one or any questions for our applicant?
If we had more people like him, life would be easier.
I disagree.
To some extent. Out on the ground, out on the ground. Leave us alone, walk, find it on the ground.
Just kidding.
Let's
by
vote.
the way. Okay.
She's serious.
I'm serious.
Brody?
Yes.
Okay. Jason?
Yes.
Scott?
Yep.
Eric?
Yes.
Mike?
Yes.
Bonnie?
Yes.
Sheriff Curtis?
Yes.
Nicole?
I missed the conversation, so I'm gonna not vote.
Okay, that's fine. Brett? That's fine.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, on to the next one. Number 8, application 4646, Steinecker Draw Road Cattle Guards, Multnomah County. This is an interesting project. Just get a quick synopsis. Private landowner decided to fence in their property across a very popular trail in Multnomah County. In so doing, they've blocked the main throughway. They've been trouble for the county, locking some of the gates sometimes. They've had to have the sheriff go and cut some locks. And thank you, Multnomah County, for doing that. But they've made a deal with the landowner to put cattle guards in place and allow traffic to go through. There's a few accesses. This allows people to go through the property without causing problems with the property owner on the existing county road. So it seems like a good one. I suggest we put 3 cattle guards in instead of 2.
That would increase it by 7,500.
Yeah. But that's just my take on it.
I hate seeing us bow to landowners who are doing illegal things, but if it helps, it helps. So,
Well, no, it's alleviating. land
yeah,
use.
maybe the sheriff should go arrest the guy for.
My question was there on that one, was the county, did the county ever do a public road?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
The county owns that road, and it's been a very dangerous thing with the landowner.
Yes.
He's struggled with a single strand of wire. It's a safety issue there too.
Jail time.
I'd just like to clarify that this landowner, it's been very difficult, but he just doesn't want anybody over there, and that's, if we leave gates up, he'll lock them.
He's putting a in the wire,
He put a wire over it and somebody actually hit it.
so they probably, that's a.
So why is he not in jail?
Well,
It's not that
he
easy.
strung a piece of baling twine, and the guy ran into that,
Like
And-
height?
that like necktie.
Does that guy own that guy's property now?
And it happened to be his neighbor, so he went over and smooshed him and got him not to press charges. And then he went up and strung, single strand of barbed wire up, and we took the sheriff up, but I personally got it. So,
Can I make a recommendation for the advisory council? I would suggest that we add a 3rd cattle guard, as you suggested, and also cameras, because this is a criminal offense at this point. Personally, but.
Cameras would be on private property though, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
So you can't do it.
Well, it'd be in the right of way.
it'd be in the right way of the road, but
It's political.
yeah, I don't think cameras would be necessary. 3rd cattle guard would be, we talked about it, but I didn't want to give the appearance that we were just trying to get cattle guards to run shit.
No, it's very
It's
justified.
gonna be what it's gonna be, so.
The next one can be a child.
I did reach out to the BLM office too, because that's on the border of the property. They didn't ever get back to me, but they didn't seem those two.
I talked to Renee, and our BLM, the reason we don't have a letter of support from the BLM office is that office does not give letters of support. They gave a letter of support and they got hammered for it on a different thing, on a mountain bike thing, they got hammered, so they just don't get letter support, even if they're in favor of the project. It's kind of weird, but.
Do we need to make a motion to increase? I make a motion that we increase the funding for to include a third cattle guard.
Okay, we got a motion by Brody. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Scott seconds. All those in favor, do roll call vote.
Yes, give me 1 second. Scott seconded. Okay, perfect. All right. Jason,
Yes.
Scott,
Yes.
Eric. Eric?
You can call me up.
Okay, moving on. Mike, you abstained.
Yeah.
Bonnie,
Yes.
Jared Curtis,
Yes.
Nicole,
No.
Brett,
Yes.
Brody.
Yes.
Okay, that passes.
Okay, let's do a roll call vote on this one then with, as amended.
Okay. Oh, that was the. Sorry. I need to make note of this. Apologies, everyone. Okay, roll call for voting. It would increase it to,
22,500.
okay. 22,500. I will start with Scott.
Yes.
Okay. Eric. Not there. Mike, you abstain. Bonnie. Jared Curtis.
Yes.
Nicole.
Yes.
Brett.
Yes.
Brody.
Yes.
Jason.
Yes.
Is everyone? Okay. Great. Number 9.
Okay, number,
I make a motion that we just bulk approve the rest since it's 440. Is that permitted?
so that
Because
would
we've
be,
already been asking if there's any other comment on any other.
we have been, it'd be 11, 13, 15.
And, but except for the land acquisition with Sandrock Fish Riders.
15 is the one that was pulled.
What that now?
15 was pulled.
Yeah.
15 got pulled.
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, yes.
So 18, 20, 24 through 27. Oh, 24 through 30 and 34.
But we won't, let's do the land acquisition, one separately.
Okay. So the motion, or you're proposing a vote on all but the land acquisition one,
Yes.
which was the last one, number 34.
Yes.
Okay. And then red light is within that.
Yeah, we kind of danced around that one a little bit.
Yeah, just, I wasn't sure where we left it. Okay, so I make that motion that we approve all of those. Have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second it.
Scott seconds it. Oh, let's do roll call real quick.
Sorry, guys. Brody, Scott. Oh, cool. Alrighty. Let's see who's up. Is Eric there? I guess not. Mike,
Yes.
Bonnie,
Yes.
Jared Curtis,
Yes.
Nicole. Hold on. It just keeps dropping out. Okay. Brett,
Yes.
Brody,
Yes.
Jason,
Yes.
Scott.
Yep.
Okay.
So do we need to vote on them now? Or is that a vote?
That was a vote.
I feel like
That was the vote for all of them?
Just stay the same.
Sweet. Okay, now we're on to,
I'm sorry, but can we just like enumerate those really quick for me, just to make sure? Because I feel like, well, we just have you in there. I just want to make sure like what
Oh, you want to know which ones?
everyone is.
So that was 11.
If I go down the list, so was Color Country OHV Trail? Was
Yes.
that in there? So,
Yep.
okay, so we had Color Country and that was the top.
No, we had seasonal trails crew, number 4, 6, 7, 9.
Want me to do an overview?
Yes.
Okay. The number 11, which is 4679, seasonal trail crew. It would be Color Country OHV Trail Maintenance, number 13 on the list, 4665. It would not be Duck Creek. Those, okay. It would then be,
Wait, I'm sorry, that was the super loop, not a part of that?
No, we already voted on the super.
yeah,
Or I guess we just didn't vote
we
on
just
that
didn't
one.
vote on it.
You didn't vote on
It
it.
would be number 26, 4685, which is this red lighty one. Number 27, Emory County Trails Maps, which is 4708. Number 30, 4613, which is motorized avalanche forecasting. And that would be all. The last one would just be the staging area, which we have not voted or discussed.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about that one then. Brody, what did you have to say about it?
I'm excited for it. What was the name of the guy at the big ride? That was it, Dave?
No.
That was talking about, from the Sand Rock Ridge Riders, talking about this land purchase, telling us all about it, how, it'll have 100-year lock on the land. It'll be 3 acres, something like that. So I'm just excited. This is a kind of a cool thing that kind of needed over there. And so let's say, let's do this. Like to see more of these trailheads and things like that, kind of like what we did with Beaver and their trailhead. Let's jump on this.
Beaver is the model for that.
Beaver is the model. And Bill is super proud of that. That's his baby.
Cool, let's vote on it.
It's really good. And I'm really comfortable when we put in there guaranteed access, 100 years. And the second point, and I did talk to Dave about it, is what happens if they dissolve? And we need to have language in the contract that it gets turned over to the county or the city.
And that protection is in the application. And that protection still carries on to the new owner operator.
Okay, let's vote on it.
Okay. I don't remember where I was. Start at Mike.
Yeah.
Okay, Bonnie? Yep. Sheriff Curtis?
Yes.
Not see Nicole. Brett?
Yes.
Brody?
Yes.
Jason?
Yes.
Scott?
Yep.
Eric?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. Okay, numbers worked out.
Okay, so what does that end up leaving us with as far as total award? And then do we need a motion? We probably do need a motion to award that. When did you get that for us?
Yeah, I'd be curious to know how much we.
What's the damage?
Okay.
What do we have to cut?
So I don't think we need to cut anything. I think if anything, we have excess. And this is based off of if my numbers are right. My formulas have not been messed up. We're awarding 1 point. So Jorge, if you slide over. Oh, wait, no, sorry, go to scoring.
Scoring? Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
scoring.
Sorry, wrong cabinet.
All the way over and down. Yes, actually, yeah. So if you want to zoom in on that recommended, it's, yeah, 1.6. Okay, so yeah, 1.6. That leaves us over 60% for next grant cycle.
I'm looking at how much?
It leaves us with a little over 2.5 million for next grant cycle.
And there could be more to that too, because Jason is asking for more.
I think that would probably take place next fiscal year.
So we are gonna end up with more at some point.
Yeah.
Cool.
So that's 20 applications that we did fund, I think.
Yes. All right, I'll accept or I'll entertain a motion to approve the recommended OHV recreation grants for summer fiscal year 20.
I'll make a motion that we accept the summer fiscal year, whatever, 26.
Yeah.
Whatever, 26 grants as presented.
We have a motion?
I will second it.
We've got a second.
Want me to go through the list?
Yes, we need to do a roll call.
Okay. Bonnie,
Yes.
Sheriff Curtis,
Yes.
Nicole, I don't see her, never mind. Brett,
Yes.
Brody, you made the motion?
Yes.
Okay. Jason,
Yes.
Scott, you seconded. Eric,
Yes.
Mike,
Yes.
okay?
Awesome. Thanks, everybody. We will skip item number 10 on the agenda.
Guys, you want to take a break?
Item number 11. Do we have anything else from today?
I don't have anything unless there's anything we talk about, which nothing specific.
Okay.
I have
But
one
Rachel
thing.
does.
At some point, I would like to workshop percentages for things, get feedback on it. So maybe that's just a conversation that we have. We don't make any decisions, but maybe that's a continued conversation.
Workshop on percentage of,
Funding percentage for different categories.
Okay.
Yeah. So keep it in mind, think about it. Send your thoughts, we'll send something out. So that's it.
sounds good. Do we have an October meeting this year scheduled at all?
Not yet.
Okay.
Won't that be a site visit? Because usually we do.
We usually like to do a site visit in October. Is there any locations?
It was actually.
What about Fillmore on some of the stuff that San Rock Ridge Riders were doing? We could ride out of Maverick and park in their wonderful ATV parking only.
Maybe they'll have their trailhead already by then.
No, at least probably they'll purchase it for sure, because it's already an escrow.
We could just park on Safe Rush.
Cause I noticed,
Oh, perfect. We'll bring them over.
I've been up there with the times with them and work and
Okay, let's do that.
something there. Maybe they might want to showcase what they've been doing. Just it'd be simple, right off the freeway.
Yeah, let's do. What do you say?
So I can arrange it.
Yeah. Sounds good. Have San Rock Ridge Riders take us and show us their appreciation for getting this by showing us around.
Yeah.
Cool. I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Thank you, everybody.
Wait, I'm sorry, who adjourned?
Scott did.
Scott, got it.
It's amazing how well Scott's hearing is when it's time to go.
Yeah, literally.
Substantially.
All right, everyone, we're gonna be logging off. Thank you so much for attending, and now you have back, I don't know what time it is, 9 extra minutes.
And we didn't get hacked. Thanks, guys.
We're still on.
It was so awesome.